Can you hear me? Okay. Perfect. Can you hear me well? Can you hear me? Let's see if I can resist 6 hours on my stream. That would be a record. Should start in 5 minutes. By the way, this was really a last minute idea, so let's see how it goes. Okay, welcome everyone. I had this idea to see this Docker event together with you if you wanna stay with me. There are a lot of talks. There are some people that I've had on my YouTube channel, like Michael Irwin and Brett Fisher. I think I'll watch a lot of him. And in the meanwhile, we can make pauses. You can ask me questions. Just tell me if everything looks alright, if the audio is correct. Hi Hashish. If you wanna make me any question about containerization, everything, this is the best place. And of course, I will not be super focused because it will be kind of long, but let's watch this together. Let's see some titles. This is tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll try to also make this kind of similar, so let's read together. There should be a keynote at in 5 minutes. Let's watch it, what this is about. There is the Docker CEO, Scott Johnson, a special guest for demonstration product announcement. Company update as well, guest keynote talks from our friends GitHub and Orbital Hindsight. Perfect. And then I think that I'll stick a lot with Brett Fisher. Let's watch some of them. Yeah, I think I'll follow this one. ECCI with Docker. Yeah. Perfect. And let's read other titles. Pragmatic tour of Docker file systems. Oh. I don't want to click because otherwise I lose the music. Docker file system. Nice. Container in IoT. This is interesting. ARM S1. I don't know him. I love this guy, Elton Stoneman. Kubernetes set your containers free. How much Kubernetes do you need to learn? There's not just thing like enough Kubernetes. Kunda. This is for machine learning. Interesting. I would love to follow them all, but I think I'll stick to this one. But let's watch it. Justin Cormack is the new CTO at Docker. Talks about John Forrest for Dockercon. Nice. But I think I'll stick with this one. So there are too many talks. Thinking application delivery, it's you and Bill Kit. I think I've already seen him somewhere, can't remember exactly where. Yeah, he's just finished. Can you hear me? Hi everyone! More than 10 people. Way better than watching this alone. New from Docker Compose. This looks interesting. I love this picture. I love Docker Compose. We're just getting started Docker ecosystem. History of Docker Compose. Yeah, I knew that they called this Fig before, and now it's Docker Compose, and they're trying to change this a little bit. Something with AWS. This is also super interesting. Amazon ECS on AWS for Gate. I think maybe I'll jump from one talk to another. Let's see. Let's close Twitter. I think we are about to start. Yeah. What do you mean by special guest, Ashish? In this YouTube live stream or on the Dockercon? Can you hear the music in background? It should be. I think I'll watch this too before. It's not gonna load. Okay. I think we're almost ready. Yeah, it should start soon. So I don't know if I stay like muted or I just remove myself. I see. Hey Ashish, I see a lot of people that I already know. Michael Ewing, he has been on my channel, and one of my favorite Docker captains, which is Brett Fisher. You can't hear me? Arvind, can you hear? Can you hear me? Louder? Can you hear me now? Ah, okay, Arvind. So maybe it's your problem. Okay. Okay. Perfect. And I'm also thinking that maybe if I have time, I would like to create like a highlight video of this super long event. Let's check the dates. There is today from 6 p.m. until midnight. Stay with me, please. And tomorrow from 12 a.m. But this is the whole event. It's just one day. It's today until 2:30 a.m. So it's 8 hours, not 6. Perfect. And Brett Fisher. I like this guy. Oh, perfect, Arvin. I'm glad that you are. Let's see. They should start, I think. Let's see. Okay. Perfect. Let's see if my connection can handle this. I'm streaming while watching. Let me fix a couple of things. Perfect. Let's see how many people are there. It should start pretty soon. Maybe it's gonna start. And of course I'll make this full screen when we start, don't worry. That's a great idea, Arvin. To be honest, yeah, this evening I'll just watch, but I'm here also to get some ideas for my content about Docker. I love to hear some of feedback like this in this kind of videos, especially because now I'm not super focused on creating Docker files and Docker Compose files, so I can scroll all the chat, I can talk with you, so this is the best place. If you want to give me a suggestion of about which kind of content would you like to watch or see by me, you are in the right place. It should start. It's live already. There are a lot of people in the chat. New York, from Rome.
And we are live. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you all over the world. Welcome to Dockercon Live 2021. I'm William Quiviger. I'm head of community at Docker. Joining me are Peter McKee, head of the developer relations at Docker, and Brett Fisher, Docker Captain Extraordinaire. We will be your hosts today. We're extremely happy to welcome you. So Dockercon is our largest community event of the year, and we are truly, truly humbled to see the sheer number of people who have registered today. As I'm speaking, we have close to 80,000 registrations. So a wonderful testimony to the health and of our ever-growing community. So thank you all. We've got an amazing program for you today. We have 5 keynotes, 46 breakout sessions across 4 tracks. And this year, and we'll also have 13 executive interviews brought to you by our friends at theCUBE. But what I'm most excited about is these 2 new live components that we're introducing to the conference. First, we have community rooms. You'll see at the top of your navigation bar, we're linking to 9 community rooms. These community rooms are virtual spaces where our community can come together to talk and share, learn about Docker in their own language. But also we have thematic rooms so the community can come and dive deeper into specific topics. We also have live panels. We have 6 panels, and actually Brett and Peter will be hosting some of them. So Peter and Brett, do you want to talk a little bit about those panels?
Yeah, thanks, William. Great to see everybody. I'm glad everybody's here. Super excited for today. But yeah, my first panel this morning, a little later this morning, will be around everything security and containers. Going to be a great discussion. Got a great panel with a bunch of security leaders. And then moving on into the afternoon, we're going to take a look at container first development. Should you develop in containers? Why develop in containers? And how to do that? Again, some great guests and some great panelists. So please join us for that.
Yeah, we've got, after that, we're going back and forth. So the 2 of us are swapping all day long. So you'll have me hosting a live event, and then Peter will host one, and mine will be up first with Easy CI. So we're talking about all testing and continuous integration with Docker. And then later in the day, it's going to be about GitOps. I'm calling it Future Ops, but we're going to talk about GitOps basically. And at the end of the day, near the end of the day, I'm calling it sysadmin list, but it's about running containers without having to manage servers. And I hope you'll join us. Remember, it's Q&A, so if you're there live, you get to ask questions, and my panelists will do their best to help answer them.
Fantastic.
All right, William. William's back.
Yes, I am. So I want to take a moment to thank our incredible sponsors, all experts in their field and valued ecosystem partners. Thank you so much. Without you, this virtual conference would not be possible. And indeed, it's a virtual conference, 100% virtual, and we have all the benefits of a virtual conference. We have broader reach. We're able to bring 80,000 people under a virtual roof. But it's also a reminder that we're in the midst of a global pandemic, and on behalf of the Docker community, Docker is donating $10,000 to UNICEF to help support COVID relief efforts around the world. And we're kicking off a fundraising campaign. We're going to be sharing a link throughout the day across the Dockercon website for anyone who is able to make a donation. So please look out for that link. And with that, let's get started with the keynotes.
Individuals create. Developers translate ideas to code to create great applications. And great applications touch everyone. At Docker, we know that collaboration is key to your innovation. Sharing ideas, working together, launching the most secure applications. Docker is with you wherever your team innovates. whether it be robots or autonomous cars, or doing research to save lives during a pandemic. Revolutionizing how to buy and sell goods online. Or even going into the unknown frontiers of space. Docker is launching innovation everywhere. Join us on the journey to build, share, run the future.
Hello, and welcome to Dockercon 2021. We're incredibly excited to have more than 80,000 of you join us today from all over the world. As was last year, this year Dockercon is 100% virtual and 100% free, so as to enable as many community members as possible to join us. Now, 100% virtual is also an acknowledgement of the continuing global pandemic, in particular, the ongoing tragedies in India and Brazil. Now, the Docker community is a global one, and on behalf of all DockerCon attendees, we are donating $10,000 to UNICEF to support efforts to fight the virus in those countries. Now, even in those regions of the world where the pandemic is being brought under control, virtual first is the new normal. It's been a challenging transition. This includes our team here at Docker, and we know from talking with many of you that you and your development teams are challenged by this as well. So to help application development teams better collaborate and ship faster, we've been working on some powerful new features, and we thought it would be fun to start off with a demo of those. How about it? Want to have a look? All right then, without further delay, I'd like to introduce Yui Cao and Ben Gotch. Over to you, Yui and Ben.
Morning, Ben. Thanks for jumping on real quick.
No worries, Yui.
Have you seen the email from Scott?
The one about updating the docs landing page to make the Dockercon banner more prominent.
Yeah, I've got something working on my local machine. I haven't committed anything yet. I was thinking we could try that new Docker Dev Environments feature.
Yeah, that's cool. So if you hit the share button, what it should do is it'll take all of your code and the dependencies and the image you're basing it on and wrap that up as one image for me. And I can then just run it on my machine sort of in one click. And I can then have it side by side along with the changes I've been looking at as well, because I was also having a bit of a look. And then I can really see how it differs to what I'm doing. Maybe I can combine it to do the best of both worlds.
Sounds good. Let me get that over to you.
Awesome. Yeah, if you ping me the image name, I'll get that started up.
All right, send it over.
Cheers, Yui. Okay, great. Let's have a quick look at what Yui was doing then. So I've been messing around, seeing what I could do with the banner. I've got Moby at the top here, and I think it looks pretty cool. But let's just grab that image from Yui and get that started in our dev environment. So what this is doing is just going to grab the image down, which will contain all of her code, the dependencies, and the Git branch she's working on. And I'll get that opened up in my IDE, ready to use. So if we hit close, we can see I've got my new dev environment. There's my Molly image just coming down there. And I've got my new IDE. So what we'll do, we'll load this up and it'll just connect to my dev environment. There we go, it's connected to the container. So we're working all in the container here. And now, give it a moment, what we'll do is we'll see what changes Yui's been making as well in the code.
I think they have
so it looks
some
like she's been
problems.
working on the landing page as well. And it looks like she's been
Let's
changing the
check the
banner as
chat.
well. So let's get this running and see what she's actually doing and how it looks. So we'll start up our Jekyll server and then we'll see how that works. Great, so that's now up and running. So let's just have a look at what Yui was doing. What
This
changes
is
she had
funny.
made. Compare those to mine. So I'll just jump back into my dev container UI. See that I've got both of those running side by side with my changes and Yui's changes. Okay, so she's put Molly up there rather than Moby. It looks like we had the same idea. So I think I know a way I can make us both happy. So if we just jump back into mine, what we'll do, just add Molly and Moby in here. We'll save that. And what we can see is, because I'm just working
maybe
within
I
the container,
can.
rather than having to do
This is a great
rebuild of
idea. Let
everything,
me try.
Jekyll server will just reload my content, load that straight into the page. So what I can then do, so I can come over to my browser here. Once that's all refreshed, refresh the page once, hopefully, maybe twice. We should then be able to see, if we refresh it, well, we should be able to see that we get Molly and Moby come up. So there we go.
Okay, so
Molly and
you're
Moby.
watching this.
We'll do now. Just grab that state since this is our image.
Thank you. Thank you, Evan.
Just create one of those to share with Yui. We'll hit a share and I'll get a link for that. I guess we'll send that back over to Yui. Hey, Yui. So I've had a look at what you were doing and I've actually got a change I think that might work for both of us. I wondered if you could take a look at it if I send it over.
Sounds good. Let me grab the link.
Yeah, it's a dev environment link again. So if you just open that back in the Docker dashboard, you should be able to open up the code that I've changed and you can just run it the same way you normally do. And that shouldn't interrupt what you're already working on, as it'll be able to run side by side with your other branch you already got.
Got it. Got it loading here. Oh, that's great. It's Molly and Moby together. I love it. I think we should ship it.
Awesome. I guess let's ship it and get on with the rest of Dockercon.
Wasn't that cool? Thank you, Yui. Thanks, Ben. Everyone, we'll have more on this later in the keynote, so stay tuned. As I said earlier, we've all been challenged by this past year. Whether the COVID pandemic, the complete evaporation of customer demand in many industries, unemployment, or business bankruptcies, we've all been touched in some way. And yet, even amidst these tragedies, last year we saw multiple sources of hope and inspiration. For example, in response to COVID, we saw global communities, including the tech community, rapidly innovate solutions for analyzing the spread of the virus, sequencing its genes, and visualizing infection rates. In fact, development teams collaborating on solutions for COVID have created more than 1,400 publicly shareable images on Docker Hub. As another example, we all witnessed the historic landing and exploration of Mars by the Perseverance rover and its Ingenuity drone. Now, what's common in these examples? These innovative and ambitious accomplishments were made possible not by any single individual, but by teams of individuals collaborating together. The power of teams is why we've made development teams central to Docker's mission, to build tools and content development teams love, to help them get their ideas from code to cloud as quickly as possible. One of the frictions we've seen that can slow down development teams is that the path from code to cloud can be a confusing one, riddled with multiple point products, tools, and images that need to be integrated and maintained in an automated pipeline in order for teams to be productive. That's why a year and a half ago, we refocused Docker on helping development teams make sense of all this. Specifically, our goal is to provide development teams with the trusted content, the sharing capabilities, and the pipeline integrations with best-of-breed third-party tools to help teams ship faster. In short, to provide a collaborative application development platform, everything a team needs to build, share, and run great applications. Now, as I noted earlier, it's been a challenging year for everyone on our planet, and it's been similar for us here at Docker. Our team had to adapt to working from home, local lockdowns caused by the pandemic, and other challenges. And yet, despite all this, together with our community and ecosystem partners, we accomplished many exciting milestones. For example, in open source, together with the community and our partners, we open sourced or made major contributions to many projects, including OCI distribution and the Compose plugins. Building on these open source projects, we added powerful new capabilities to the Docker product, both free and subscription. For example, support for WSL2 and Apple Silicon and Docker Desktop, and vulnerability scanning, audit logs, and image management in Docker Hub. And finally, delivering an easy-to-use, well-integrated development experience with best-of-breed tools and content is only possible through close collaboration with our ecosystem partners. For example, this last year we had over 100 commercial ISVs join our Docker Verified Publisher program, and over 200 open source projects join our Docker-sponsored open source program. As a result of these efforts, we've seen some exciting growth in the Docker community in the 12 months since last year's Dockercon. For example, the number of registered developers grew 80% to over 8 million. These developers created many new images, increasing the total by 56% to almost 11 million. And the images in all these repositories were pulled by more than 13 million monthly active IP addresses, totaling 13 billion pulls a month. Now, while the growth is exciting, at Docker, we're even more excited about the stories we hear from you and your development teams about how you're using Docker and its impact on your businesses. For example, cancer researchers and their bioinformatics development team at the Washington University School of Medicine needed a way to quickly analyze their clinical trial results and then share the models, the data, and the analysis with other researchers. They use Docker because it gives them the ease of use, choice of pipeline tools, and speed of sharing so critical to their research, and most importantly, to the lives of their patients. Stay tuned for another powerful customer story later in the keynote from Matt Falk, VP of Engineering at Orbital Insights. So with this last year behind us, what's next for Docker? The challenges of this last year forced changes in how development teams work that we felt for years to come. And what we've learned in our discussions with you will have long-lasting impact on our product roadmap. One of the biggest takeaways from those discussions is that you and your development team want to be quicker to adapt to changes in your environment so you can ship faster. So what is Docker doing to help with this? First, trusted content. Development teams that can focus their energies on what is unique to their businesses and spend as little time as possible on undifferentiated work are able to adapt more quickly and ship faster. In order to do so, they need to be able to trust other components that make up their app. Together with our partners, Docker is doubling down on providing development teams with trusted content and the tools they need to use it in their applications. Second, remote collaboration. On a development team, asking a coworker to take a look at your code used to be as easy as swiveling their chair around. But given what's happened in the last year, that's no longer the case. So, as Yui and Ben hinted in the demo at the beginning, you'll see us deliver more capabilities for remote collaboration within a development team, and we're enabling the development team to quickly adapt to any team configuration, all on-prem, hybrid, all work from home, helping them remain productive and focused on shipping. Third, ecosystem integrations. Those development teams that can quickly take advantage of innovations throughout the ecosystem, instead of getting locked into a single monolithic pipeline, they'll be the ones able to deliver apps which impact their businesses faster. So together with our ecosystem partners, we are investing in more integrations with best-of-breed tools to provide integrated, automated app pipelines. Furthermore, we'll be providing more public APIs and SDKs to enable ecosystem partners and development teams to roll their own integrations. We'll be sharing more details about remote collaboration and ecosystem integrations later in the keynote. But I'd like to take a moment to share what Docker and our partners are doing for trusted content. Providing development teams access to content they can trust allows them to focus their coding efforts on what's unique and differentiated. To that end, Docker and our partners are bringing more and more trusted content to Docker Hub. Docker official images are 160 images of popular upstream open source projects that serve as foundational building blocks for any application. These include operating systems, programming languages, databases, and more. Furthermore, these are updated, patched, scanned, and certified frequently, such that no image is older than 30 days. Docker verified publisher images are published by more than 100 commercial ISVs. The image repos are explicitly designated verified so that developers searching for components for their app know that the ISV is actively maintaining the image. Docker-sponsored open source projects, announced late last year, features images from more than 200 open source communities. Docker sponsors these communities through providing free storage and networking resources and offering their community members unrestricted access. Private repos for businesses allow businesses to update and share their apps privately within their organizations using role-based access control and user authentication. And finally, public repos for communities enable community projects to be freely shared with anonymous and authenticated users alike. And for all these different types of content, we provide services for both development teams and ISVs. For example, vulnerability scanning and digital signing for enhanced security, search and filtering for discoverability, packaging and updating services, and analytics about how ISV's products are being used. All this trusted content we make available to development teams for them directly to discover, pull, and integrate into their applications. Now, our goal is to meet development teams where they live. So for those organizations that prefer to manage their internal distribution of trusted content, we've collaborated with leading container registry partners. We announced our partnership with JFrog late last year, and today we're very pleased to announce our partnerships with Amazon and Mirantis for providing an integrated, seamless experience for our joint customers. Lastly, the container images themselves and this end-to-end flow are built on open industry standards, which provide development teams with flexibility and choice. Now, trusted content enables development teams to rapidly build apps by letting them focus on their unique, differentiated features and use trusted building blocks for the rest. We'll be talking more about trusted content as well as remote collaboration and ecosystem integrations later in the keynote. Now, ecosystem partners are not only integral to the Docker experience for development teams, they're also integral to a great Dockercon experience. But please join me in thanking our Dockercon sponsors and checking out their talks throughout the day. I also wish to thank some others. First up, the Docker team. Like all of you, this last year has been extremely challenging for us, but the Docker team rose to the challenge and worked together to continue shipping great product. The Docker community of captains, community leaders, and contributors. With your welcoming of newcomers, enthusiasm for Docker, and open exchanges of best practices and ideas, Docker wouldn't be Docker without you. And finally, our development team customers. You trust us to help you build apps your businesses rely on. We don't take that trust for granted. Thank you. In closing, we often hear about the 10x developer, capable of great individual feats that can transform a project. But I wonder if we as an industry have perhaps gotten this wrong by putting so much emphasis and weight on the individual. As discussed at the beginning, great accomplishments like innovative responses to COVID-19, like landing on Mars, are more often the results of individuals collaborating together as a team, which is why our mission here at Docker is to deliver tools and content developers love that help their teams succeed and become 10x teams. Thanks again for joining us. We look forward to having a great Dockercon with you today, as well as a great year ahead of us. Thanks and be well.
Lawson, VP of Engineering here at GitHub, and my job is to enable this rich, interconnected community of builders and makers to build even more and hopefully have a great time doing it. In order to enable the best platform for developers, which I know is something we are all passionate about, we need to partner across the ecosystem to ensure that developers can have a great experience across GitHub and all the tools that they want to use, no matter what they are. My team works to build the tools and relationships to make that possible. I am so excited to join Scott on this virtual stage to talk about increasing developer velocity. So let's dive in. Now, I know this may be hard for some of you to believe, but as a former sysadmin some 21 years ago, working on Sun Spark workstations, we've come such a long way from random scripts and desperate systems that we've stitched together to this whole inclusive developer workflow experience. Being a sysadmin then, you were just one piece of this siloed experience, but I didn't want to just push code to production. So I created scripts that did it for me. I taught myself how to code. I was the modeled lazy sysadmin that got dangerous. And having pushed a little too far, I realized that working in production and building features was really a team sport, that we had the opportunity, all of us, to be customer obsessed. Today, as developers, we can go beyond the traditional DevOps mindset. We can really focus on adding value to the customer experience by ensuring that we have work that contributes to increasing uptime via SLAs and SLOs, all while being agile and productive. We get there when we move from a pass the baton system to now having an interconnected developer workflow that increases velocity in every part of the cycle. We get to work better and smarter, and honestly, in a way that is so much more enjoyable because we automate away all the mundane and manual and boring tasks. So we get to focus on what really matters, shipping the things that humans get to use and love. Docker has been a big part of enabling this transformation. 10, 20 years ago, we had Tomcat containers, which are not Docker containers. And for y'all hearing this the first time, Go Google it. But that was the way we built our applications. We had to segment them on the server and give them resources. Today, we have Docker containers, these little mini OSs, and Docker images. You can do it multiple times in an orchestrated manner. With the power of actions enabled in Docker, it's just so incredible what you can do. And by the way, I'm showing you actions in Docker, which I hope you use because both are great and free for open source. But the key takeaway is really the workflow and the automation, which you certainly can do with other tools. Okay, I'm going to show you just how easy this is, because believe me, if this is something I can learn and do, anybody out there can. And in this demo, I'll show you about the basic components needed to create and use a packaged Docker container actions. And like I said, you won't believe how awesome the combination of Docker and actions is, because you can enable your workflow to do no matter what you're trying to do. In this super baby example where it's so small, you can take like 10 seconds like I am here, creating an action to do a simple task like pushing a message to your logs. And the cool thing is you can use it on any GitHub event. On this one, like I said, we're going to use push. You can do it even to order a pizza every time you roll into production if you wanted. And at GitHub, that'd be a lot of pizzas. And the funny thing is, somebody out there has actually tried this and written that action. If you haven't used Docker and actions together, check out the docs on either GitHub or Docker to get you started. And a huge shout out to all those doc writers out there. I built this demo today using those instructions. And if I can do it, I know you can too. But enough yapping, let's get started. To save some time, and since a lot of us are Docker and GitHub nerds, I've already created a repo with a Docker file. So we're going to skip that step. Next, I'm going to create an actions YAML file. Psst. And if you know YAML, you know actions. The metadata defines my important log stuff to capture and the input, and my time output parameter to pass inputs to the Docker container. GitHub will build an image from your Docker file and run the commands in a new container using this image. The cool thing is you can use any Docker image in any language for your actions. It doesn't matter if it's Go or whatever. In today's, I'm going to use a shell script and an input variable to print my important log stuff to file. And like I said, you know me, I love me some shell. So let's see this action in a workflow. When an action is in a private repo like the one I'm demonstrating today, the action can only be used in workflows in the same repository. But public actions can be used by workflows in any repository. So unfortunately, you won't get access to this super awesome action, but don't worry. In the GitHub Marketplace, there are over 8,000 actions available, especially the most important one, that pizza action. So go try it out. Now, you can do this in a couple of ways, whether you're doing it in your preferred IDE, or for today's demo, I'm just going to use the GUI. I'm going to navigate to my Actions tab, as I've done here, and I'm going to, in my workflow, select New Workflow. It automatically loads some workflows declared to get you started. But I'm using the one I've copied, like I said, the lazy developer I am, and I'm going to replace this. With my action. That's it. So now we're going to go and we're going to start our commit. What up? Fine. And we're going to commit a new file. Now, if we go over to our Actions tab, we can see the workflow in progress. In my repository, I just click the Actions tab, and because I wrote the actions on push, we can watch the visualization under Jobs and click the job to see the important stuff we're logging in the input stamp in the printed log. And we'll just wait for this to run. Hello, Mona. What up, Mona? And boom, just like that, it runs automatically. Within our action, we told it to go run as soon as the file is updated because we're doing it on push merge. That's right, folks. In just a few minutes, I built an action that writes an entry to a log file every time I push. So I don't have to do it manually. In essence, with automation, you can be kind to your future self and save time and effort to focus on what really matters. Imagine what I could do with even a little more time. Probably order all y'all pizzas. That is the power of the interconnected workflow. And it's amazing. And I hope you all go try it out. But why do we care about all of that? Just like in the demo, I took a manual task, which both takes time and it's easy to forget, and I automated it so I don't have to think about it. And it's executed every time consistently. That means less time for me to worry about my human errors and mistakes, and more time to focus on actually building the cool stuff that people want. Obviously, automation increases developer productivity. But what is even more important to me is the developer happiness. Tools like VS Code, Actions, Docker, Heroku, and many others reduce manual work, which allows us to focus on building things that are awesome and to get into that wonderful state that we call flow. According to research by UC Irvine and Humboldt University in Germany, it takes an average of 23 minutes to enter optimal creative state, or what we call the flow, or just to re-enter it after a distraction like your dog on your office door. So staying in flow is so critical to developer productivity. And as a developer, it just feels good to be cranking away at something with deep focus. I certainly know that I love that feeling. The intuitive collaboration and automation features we built into GitHub help developers stay in flow, allowing you and your team to do so much more. To bring the benefits of automation into perspective, in our annual Octoverse report by Dr. Nicole Forsgren, one of my buddies here at GitHub, took a look at a developer productivity in this historic year. You know what we found? We found that public GitHub repositories that use automation on pull requests merge those pull requests 1.2 times faster. And the number of merged pull requests increased by 1.3 times. That is 34% more pull requests merged. In other words, automation can dramatically increase both the speed and quantity of work completed. In any role, just like in open source development, you'll work more efficiently with greater impact when you invest the bulk of your time in the work that adds the most value and eliminate or outsource the rest, because you don't need to do it, make the machines. By leveraging automation in their workflows, teams minimize manual work and reclaim that time for innovation and maintain that state of flow with development and collaboration. More importantly, their work is more enjoyable because they're not wasting the time doing the things that the machines or robots can do for them. And remember what I said at the beginning, many of us want to be efficient, heck, even lazy. So why would I spend my time doing something I can automate? Now, you can read more about this research behind this at octoverse.github.com, which also includes a lot of other cool info about the open source ecosystem and how it's evolving. Speaking of the open source ecosystem, we at GitHub are so honored to be the home of more than 65 million developers who build software together from everywhere across the globe. Today, we're seeing software development taking shape as the world's largest team sport, where development teams collaborate, build, and ship products. It's no longer a solo effort like it was for me. You don't have to take my word for it. Check out this globe. This globe shows real data. Every speck of light you see here represents a contribution to an open source project somewhere on Earth. These arcs reach across continents, cultures, and other divides. It's distributed collaboration at its finest. 20 years ago, we had no concept of DevOps, SecOps, MLOps, or the new ops that are going to be happening. But today's development and ops teams are connected like ever before. This is only going to continue to evolve at a rapid pace, especially as we continue to empower the next 100 million developers. Automation helps us focus on what's important and to greatly accelerate innovation. Just this past year, we saw some of the most groundbreaking technological advancements and achievements, I'll say ever, including critical COVID-19 vaccine trials, as well as the first powered flight on Mars this past month. These breakthroughs were only possible because of the interconnected, collaborative, open source communities on GitHub and the amazing tools and workflows that empower us all to create and innovate. Let's continue building, integrating, and automating so we collectively can give developers the experience they deserve. all of the automation and beautiful UIs that we can muster so they can continue to build the things that truly do change the world. Thank you again for having me today, Dockercon. It has been a pleasure to be here with all you nerds.
Hello, I'm Justin Cormack. Lovely to see you here. Talking to developers, their world is getting much more complex. Developers are being asked to do everything: security, ops, on-call, data analysis, all being put on developers. Software is eating the world, of course, and this all makes sense in that view, but they need help. One team I talked to had shifted all their .NET apps to run on Linux from Windows, but their developers found the complexity of Docker files based on Linux shell scripts really difficult. Let's help make these things easier for your teams. You all want to collaborate more in a virtual world, but you've asked us to make this simpler and more lightweight. You want things to just work, for the simple options to be there. But it's not just the paved road. You also want to be able to go off-road and do interesting and different things, use different components, experiment and innovate as well. We'll always offer you both those choices. At different times, different developers want different things and may shift from one to the other, paved road or off-road. Sometimes you want reliability, dependability, be in the zone for day-to-day work. But sometimes you have to do something new, incorporate new things in your pipeline, build applications for new places. Then you need those off-road abilities too, so you can really get under the hood and go and build something weird and wonderful and amazing that gives you new options. Docker's an independent choice. We don't own the roads. We're not pushing you into technology choices because we own them. We're really supporting and driving open standards such as the OCI, working on open source with the CNCF. We want to help you get your applications from your laptops to the clouds and beyond, even into space. Let's talk about the key focus areas that frame what Docker is doing going forward. These are simplicity, sharing, flexibility, trusted content, and the secure supply chain. Compared to building with the underlying kernel primitives like namespaces and C groups, the original Docker CLI was just amazing. Docker Engine, it's a magical experience for everyone. It really brought those innovations and put them in a world where anyone could use that. But that's not enough. We need to continue to innovate. Developers are trying to get more done faster all the time, and there's a lot more we can do. We're here to take complexity away from deeply complicated underlying things and give developers tools that are just amazing and magical. One area we haven't done enough and made things magical enough that we're really planning around now is that, Docker images, they're the key parts of your application, but, how do I do something with an image? Where do I attach volumes with this image? What's the API? Where's the SDK for this image? How do I find an example or docs? In an API-driven world, every bit of software should have an API and an API description. And our vision is that every container should have this API description and the ability for you to understand how to use it. And it's all a seamless thing from your code to the cloud, local and remote. You can use containers in this amazing and exciting way. One thing I really noticed in the last year is that companies that started off remote first have constant collaboration. They have Zoom calls open all day, terminal sharing. They're always working together. Other teams are really trying to learn how to do this still because they didn't start like that. We used to walk around to other people's desks or share services on the local office network, and it's very difficult to do that anymore. You want sharing to be really simple, lightweight, and informal. Let me try your container, or just let's collaborate on this together. Fast collaboration on the inner loop, fast iteration, fast working together. And you want to share more. You want to share whole development environments, not just an image. And we all work by seeing something someone else in our team is doing, saying, how can I do that too? How can I? We want to make that sharing really, really easy. Ben's going to talk about this more in just 1 minute. We know how you're excited by Apple Silicon and Graviton. Not excited because it's a new architecture, but excited because it's faster, cooler, cheaper, and better, and offers new possibilities. The M1 support was the most asked for thing on our public roadmap ever, and we listened and shipped that. We see really exciting possibilities for you to ship ARM applications all the way from desktop to production. We know that you all use different clouds and different places to deploy to. We work with AWS and Azure and Google and more, and we want to help you ship on-prem as well. And we know that you use a huge number of languages, and containers help build applications that use different languages for different parts of the application or for different applications, where you can choose the best tool. You have JavaScript here or everywhere, Go and Rust, Python for data and ML. You're perhaps getting excited about WebAssembly after hearing about it at KubeCon. There's all sorts of things. So we need to make those easier. We've been running the whole month of Python on the blog, and we're doing a month of JavaScript because we heard that you want specific support about how do I best put this language into production or that language into production. That detail is important for you. GPUs have been difficult to use. We've added GPU support in desktop for Windows, but we know there's a lot more to do to make the whole multi-architecture, multi-hardware, multi-accelerator world work better and also securely. So there's a lot more work to do to support you in all these things you want to do. How do we start building containerized applications? Well, it turns out we're using existing images as components. According to a Sysdig survey earlier this year, almost half of container image usage was public images rather than private images, and this is growing rapidly. Almost all software has open source components, and maybe 85% of the average application is open source code. And what you're doing is taking whole container images as modules in your application. And this was always the model with Docker Compose, and it's a model that you're really accelerating. You trust Docker official images. We know that. They make up 25% of pulls on Docker Hub, and Docker Hub provides you the widest choice and the best support for trusted content. We're talking to people about how to make this more helpful. We know, for example, that Ubuntu 16.04 has just fallen out of support, but the image doesn't yet tell you that. And we're working with Canonical to improve messaging from specific images about lifecycle and support. We know that you need more images regularly updated, free of vulnerabilities, easy to use and discover. And Donnie and Marina are going to talk about that more. This last year, the SolarWinds attack has been in the news a lot. The software you're using and trusting could be compromised and might be all over your organization. We need to reduce the risk of using vital open source components. We're seeing more software supply chain attacks being targeted at the supply chain because it's often an easier place to attack than production software. We need to be able to use this external code safely. We need to, everyone needs to start from trusted sources like Docker official images. They need to scan for known vulnerabilities using Docker Scan that we built in partnership with Sneak and launched at Dockercon last year. We need to keep updating base images and dependencies, and we're going to help you have the control and understanding about your images that you need to do this. And there's more. We're also working on the Notary V2 project in the CNCF to revamp container signing so you can tell where your software comes from. We're working on tooling to make updates easier and to help you understand and manage all the open source code you're using. Security is a growing concern for all of us. It's really important, and we're going to help you work with security. We can't achieve all our dreams, whether they're space travel or amazing developer productivity, without deep partnerships with our community. Code to cloud is our aim. The cloud providers are where most of you ship your code in production, and simple routes that take your work and deploy it easily, reliably, and securely are really important. Just get into production simply and easily and securely. And we've done a bunch of work on that, but we know there's more to do. The CNCF and the open source cloud native community are an amazing ecosystem of creators and lovely people, creating an amazing, strong community and supporting a huge amount of innovation, has its roots in the container ecosystem and its dreams beyond that. Much of the innovation is focused around operator experience so far, but developer experience is really a growing concern in that community as well. And we're really excited to work on that. We also use this operator tooling. We know you do, and we know that you want it to be easier to use in your environment. We just shifted Docker Hub to work on Kubernetes fully, and we're also using many of the other projects as Argo and Prometheus. We're spending a lot of time working with Microsoft and Amazon right now on getting Nature v2 ready to ship in the next few months. That's a really detailed piece of collaboration we've been working on for a long time. Is really important for our community, for the security of the containers and getting content for you. Working together makes us stronger. Our community is made up of all of you here. It's always amazing to be reminded of that at Dockercon. There's a huge open source community that we're really proud to work with. It's an amazing amount of innovation that you're all creating, and we're proud to work with you and share with you as well. Thank you very much, and thank you for being here.
Welcome, everybody. Really excited to talk to you today and share more about what Docker is doing to help make you faster, make your team faster, and turn your application delivery into something that makes you a 10x team. What we're hearing from you, the developers using Docker every day, fits across three common themes that we hear consistently over and over. We hear that your time is super important, it's critical, and you want to move faster, you want your tools to get out of your way and instead to enable you to accelerate and focus on the things you want to be doing. And part of that is that finding great content, great apps to move faster is really hard. It's hard to discover. It's hard to find high quality content that you can trust, that you know passes your tests, your configuration needs. And it's hard to create good content as well. And you're looking for more safety, more guardrails to help guide you along that way so that you can focus on creating value for your company. Secondly, you're telling us that it's really hard to collaborate effectively with your team, and you want to do more to work more effectively together to help your tools become more and more seamless, to help you stay in sync, both with yourself across all of your development environments, as well as with your teammates, so that you can more effectively collaborate together, review each other's work, maintain things, and keep them in sync. And finally, you want your applications to run consistently in every single environment, whether that's your local development environment, a cloud-based development environment, your CI pipeline, or the cloud for production. And you want that microservice to provide that consistent experience everywhere you go so that you have similar tools, similar environments, and you don't need to worry about things getting in your way, but instead things make it easy for you to focus on what you want to do. And what Docker is doing to help solve all of these problems for you and your colleagues is creating a collaborative app dev platform. And this collaborative application development platform consists of multiple different pieces. I'm not going to walk through all of them today, but the overall view is that we're providing all the tooling you need from the development environment to the container images, to the collaboration services, to the pipelines and integrations that enable you to focus on making your applications amazing and changing the world. If we start zooming in on one of those aspects, collaboration, what we hear from developers regularly is that they're challenged in synchronizing their own setups across environments. They want to be able to duplicate the setup of their teammates. Then they can easily get up and running with the same applications, the same tooling, the same versions, the same libraries, the same frameworks. And they want to know if their applications are good before they're ready to share them in an official space. They want to collaborate on things before they're done, rather than feeling like they have to officially publish something before they can effectively share it with others to work on it. To solve this, we're thrilled today to announce Docker Dev Environments. Docker Dev Environments transform how your team collaborates. They make creating and sharing standardized development environments as simple as a Docker pull. They make it easy to review your colleagues' work without affecting your own work. And they increase the reproducibility of your own work and decrease production issues in doing so because you've got consistent environments all the way through. Now I'm going to pass it off to our principal product manager, Ben Gotch, to walk you through more detail on Docker Dev Environments.
Hi, I'm Ben. I work as a principal product manager at Docker. One of the areas that Docker's been looking at to see what's hard today for developers is sharing changes that you make from the inner loop, where the inner loop is that bit of development where you write code, test it, build it, run it, and ultimately get feedback on those changes before you merge them and try and actually ship them out to production. Most developers build this flow in Git. This still leaves a lot of challenges. People need to jump between branches to look at each other's work, and dependencies can be different when you're doing that. And doing this in this new hybrid world of work isn't any easier either. The ability to just say to someone, hey, come and check this out, has become much harder. People can't come and sit down at your desk or take your laptop away for 10 minutes to just grab and look at what you're doing. A lot of the reason that development is hard when you're remote is that looking at changes and what's going on requires more than just code. It requires all the dependencies and everything you've got set up and that complete context of your development environment to understand what you're doing. And solving this in a remote first world is hard. We wanted to look at how we could make this better and to do that in a way that let you keep working the way you do today. We didn't want you to have to use a browser. We didn't want you to have to use a new IDE. And we wanted to do this in a way that was application centric. We wanted to let you work with all the rest of the application you're already using. So you've got all the services and all those dependencies you need as part of that. And with that, we're excited to talk more about Docker developer environments. Dev environments are a new part of the Docker experience that makes it easier for you to get started with your whole inner loop, working inside a container. They allow you to share and collaborate more than just the code. We want to enable you to share your whole modern development environment, your whole setup from Docker with your team on any operating system. We'll be launching a limited beta of dev environments in the coming month, and at GA, dev environments will be IDE agnostic and supporting Compose. This means that you'll be able to use and extend your existing Compose files to create your own development environment in whatever IDE you're working in. Dev environments are designed to be local first. They work with Docker Desktop and say your existing IDE and let you share that whole inner loop, that whole development context with all of your teammates in just one click. This means if you want to get feedback on a work in progress change or on a PR, it's as simple as opening another IDE instance and looking at what your team is working on. And because we're using Compose, you can just extend your existing Compose file, the one you're already working with, to actually create this whole application and have it all working in the context of the rest of the services. So it's actually the whole environment you're working with, not just that one service that doesn't really understand what it's doing alone. And with that, let's jump into a quick demo. So we can see here, we've got two dev environments up and running. The first one here is a single container dev environment. So if I want to go into that and see what's going on, hit the VS Code button, have that one open. I can get straight into my application and start making changes inside that dev container. I've got all my dependencies in here, so I can just run that straight in there. The second application I have here is one that's opened up in Compose, and I can see that I've also got my backend, my front end, and my database. So I've got all my services running here. So if I want, I can open one or more of these in a dev environment, meaning that that container has the context, that dev environment has the context of the whole application. So I can get back into and connect to all the other services that I need to test this application properly, all within one unit. And then when I've made my changes and I'm ready to share, I can hit my share button, type in the repo name I want to share that to, and then give that image to someone to get going, pick that up, and just start working with that code and all my dependencies, simple as pulling an image. Looking ahead, we're going to be expanding development environments for more of your dependencies for the whole developer workspace. We want to look at backing up and letting you share your volumes to make data science and database setups more repeatable. And we want to store all of this under a single workspace for your team, containing your images, your dev environments, your volumes, and more. We really want to allow you to create a fully portable Linux development environment for everyone you're working with on any operating system. As I said, our MVP will be coming next month, and that will support VS Code using their dev container primitive, and more support for other IDEs will soon follow. To find out more about what's happening and what's coming up next in the future of this, and to actually get a bit of a deeper dive in the experience, come and check out the talk I'm doing with Georgie and Guillaume later on today.
Thank you, Ben. Amazing story about how Docker is helping to make developer teams more collaborative. Now I'd like to talk more about applications. While the dev environment is like the workbench around what you're building, the application itself is all the different components, libraries, and frameworks and other code that make up the application itself. And we hear developers saying all the time, things like, how do they know if their images are good? How do they know if they're secure? How do they know if they're minimal? How do they make great images and great Docker files? And how do they keep their images secure and up to date? Every one of those ties into how do I create more trust? How do I know that I'm building high quality applications? To enable you to do this even more effectively than today, we are pleased to announce the Docker Verified Publisher program. This broadens trusted content by extending beyond Docker official images to give you more and more trusted building blocks that you can incorporate into your applications. It gives you confidence that you're getting what you expect because Docker verifies every single one of these publishers to make sure they are who they say they are. This improves our secure supply chain story. And finally, it simplifies your discovery of the best building blocks by making it easy for you to find things that you know you can trust so that you can incorporate them into your applications and move on. And on the right, you can see some examples of the publishers that are involved in Docker official images and our Docker Verified Publisher program. Now, I'm pleased to introduce you to Marina Kvitnitsky, our Senior Product Manager, who will walk you through more about what we're doing to create a better experience for you around trusted content.
Thank you, Donnie. Mario Andretti, who is a famous Italian sports car driver, once said that if everything feels under control, you're just not driving. You're not driving fast enough. Mario Andretti is not a software developer. And as software developers, we know that no matter how fast we need to go in order to drive our applications to spin out of control. And at Docker, as we continue talking to the developers, what we're realizing is that in order to reach that speed, the developers are the development community is looking for the building blocks and the tools that will enable them to drive at the speed that they need to go, and have the trust in those building blocks and in those tools that they will be able to maintain control over their applications. So as we think about some of the things that we can do to address those concerns, we're realizing that we can pursue them in a number of different venues, including creating reliable content, including creating partnerships that expands the options for the reliable content. We're looking at creating integrations. That of curated, actively maintained open source images that include operating systems and databases and programming languages, and have become immensely popular for creating the base layers of the different images and applications. And what we're realizing that many developers are, instead of creating something from scratch, basically start with one of the official images for their bases and then build on top of that. And this program has become so popular that it now makes up a quarter of all of the Docker pulls, which essentially ends up being several billion pulls every single month. As we look beyond what we can do for the open source, we're very beyond the open source spectrum. We are very excited to announce that we're launching the Docker Verified Publishers program, which is continuing providing the trust around the content, but now working with some of the industry leaders in multiple verticals across the entire technical spec, across entire high tech, in order to provide you with more options of the images that you can use for building your applications. And it still comes back to trust, that when you are searching for content in Docker Hub and you see the verified publisher badge, you know that this is the content that comes from one of our partners, and you're not running the risk of pulling a malicious image from an imposter source. As we look beyond what we can do for providing the reliable content, we're also looking at some of the tools and the infrastructure that we can do to create security around the content that you're creating. So last year at the last year's Dockercon, we announced partnership with Sneak. And later on last year, we launched Docker Desktop and Docker Hub vulnerability scans that allow you the options of running scans in them along multiple points in your dev cycle. And in addition to providing you with information on the vulnerability, on the vulnerabilities in your code, it also provides you with guidance on how to remediate those vulnerabilities. But as we look beyond the vulnerability scans, we're also looking at some of the other things that we can do in order to further ensure the integrity and the security around your images. And with that, later on this year, we're looking to launch the Scope personal access tokens. And instead of talking about them, I will simply show you what they look like. So if you can see here, this is my page in Docker Hub, where I've created for tokens, read, write, delete, read, write, read only, and public repo read only. So earlier today, I went in and I logged in with my read only token. And when you see, when I'm going to pull an image, it's going to allow me to pull an image, not a problem, success. And then when I do the next step, I'm going to ask to push an image into the same repo. What you see is that it's going to give me an error message saying that the access is denied because there is an additional authentication required. So these are the things that we're looking to add to our roadmap as we continue thinking about the things that we can do to provide additional building blocks, content building blocks, and tools to build the trust so that Docker developers can code faster than Mario Andretti could ever imagine. Thank you. Back to you, Donnie.
Thank you, Marina. It's amazing what you can do to improve the trusted content so that you can accelerate your development more and move more quickly, move more collaboratively, and build upon the great work of others. Finally, we hear over and over as developers are working on their applications that they're looking for environments that are consistent, that are the same as production, and that they want their applications to really run anywhere, any environment, any architecture, any cloud. One great example is the recent announcement of Apple Silicon. We heard from developers an uproar that they needed Docker to be available for that architecture before they could move to it and be successful. And we listened. And based on that, we are pleased to share with you Docker Desktop on Apple Silicon. This enables you to run your apps consistently anywhere, whether that's developing on your team's latest dev hardware, deploying in ARM-based cloud environments and having a consistent architecture across your development and production, or using multi-architecture support, which enables your whole team to collaborate on its application using private repositories on Docker Hub. And I'm thrilled to introduce you to Yui Kao, our Senior Director for Product Management, who will walk you through more of what we're doing to create a great developer experience.
Thanks, Donnie. I'm Yui Kao, Senior Director of Product Management at Docker, and I'd like to jump straight into a demo. This is the new Mac Mini with the Apple Silicon processor, and I want to show you how you can now do an end-to-end ARM workflow from my M1 Mac Mini to Raspberry Pi. As you can see, we have VS Code and Docker Desktop installed on my M1 Mac Mini. We have a small example here, and I have a Raspberry Pi 3 with an LED strip, and I want to turn those LEDs into a moving rainbow. This Docker file here builds the application. We build the image with the Docker buildx command to make the image compatible for all Raspberry Pis. With the ARM64 part of this build is built with the native power of the M1 chip. I also add the push option to easily share the image with my team so they can give it a try too. Now, Docker creates the local image with the application and uploads it to Docker Hub. After we've built and pushed the image, we can go to Docker Hub and see the new image. On Docker Hub, you can also explore a variety of images that are compatible with ARM processors. Now, let's go to the Raspberry Pi. I have Docker already installed, and it's running Ubuntu 64-bit. With the Docker run command, I can run the application, and let's see what will happen from there. You can see Docker is downloading the image automatically from Docker Hub. And when it's running, if it works right, there are some nice colors. And with that, if we have an end-to-end workflow for ARM. We're continuing to invest into providing you a great developer experience that's easy to install, easy to get started with. As you saw in the demo, if you're interested in the new Mac Mini or interested in developing for ARM platforms in general, we've got you covered with the same experience you've come to expect from Docker. With over 95,000 ARM images on Hub, including many Docker official images, we think you'll find what you're looking for. Thank you again to the community that helped us to test the tech previews. We're so delighted to hear when folks say that the new Docker desktop for Apple Silicon, it just works for them. But that's not all we've been working on. As Donnie mentioned, consistency of developer experience across environments.
I don't know what's going on. Let's see. Mm-hmm. I don't know. Oh, let's see. I don't know if that's just me or... Oh, let's see. Probably. I just wanted to see this, but just let me see if I can check this. I don't know if they just kicked me out or if they have some problems. Wait a second.
Help you create a secure supply chain, which only grows more and more important as time goes on. We're going to be optimizing your update experience to make sure that you can easily understand. We're going to be optimizing your update experience to make sure that you can easily understand without worrying about breaking everything. All components and keep them all current without worrying about breaking everything as you're doing so. We're going to make it easier for you to synchronize your work using cloud sync features. We're going to improve collaboration through dev environments and beyond. And we're going to make it easy for you to run your microservice in your environments without worrying about things like architecture or differences between those environments. Thank you so much. I'm thrilled about what we're able to do to help make your lives better. And now you're going to be hearing from one of our customers about what they're doing to launch their business with Docker.
Hi, everybody. I'm Matt Falk. I'm the head of engineering at Orbital Insight, and today I want to talk to you a little bit about data from space. So who am I? Like many of you, I'm a software developer. Been a software developer at about 7 companies so far, and now I'm a head of engineering, so I spend most of my time
No. Just one moment. Maybe we are there.
Chain intelligence. This is one of the use cases that we like to talk about a lot. It's one of our main primary verticals that we go after right now. And as Scott mentioned earlier, this had a huge impact last year when COVID hit. So specifically, supply chain intelligence is all about identifying movement patterns to and from operating facilities to identify changes in those supply chains. How do we do this? So for us, we can do things where we track the movement of trucks. So identifying trucks moving from one location to another in aggregate. Same thing we can do with foot traffic. We can do the same thing for looking at aggregate groups of people moving from one location to another and analyzing their patterns of life. We can look at two different locations and determine how people are moving from one location to another or going back and forth. All of this is extremely valuable for detecting how a supply chain operates and then identifying the changes to that supply chain. As I said, last year with COVID, everything changed. In particular, supply chains changed incredibly. And it was just hugely important for customers to know where their goods or their products were coming from and where they were going, where there were disruptions in their supply chain and how that's affecting their overall supply and demand. So to use our platform, our suite of tools, you can start to gain a much better picture of where your suppliers or your distributors are coming from or going to.
I don't know. Sorry for that.
System. Our platform engineering team, they produce these microservices. Our platform engineering team, they produce these images. They develop and they produce microservice Docker images. They develop Dockerized. They produce these Dockers, hand them over to infrastructure engineering to be deployed. Similarly, our product engineering team does the same thing. They develop and test with Docker locally. They also produce a suite of Docker images that the infrastructure.
I just wanted to see this. Let's see. Let's try to change the email. But I think I have some problem. Sorry for that, but that's not my fault. Country Italy. Let's see. Let's try to. Okay. Just give me 1 second. Sorry for that, of course. Thank you for your patience. Okay, so let's try.
Our platform where all teams are talking to each other and everything's kind of mishmashed in a monolithic application, we can now say, this team is only able to talk to this team by passing over a particular Docker image. That defines the interface of what needs to be built before it passes to the other team and really allows us to scale up our development and be much more efficient. We have about 30 open roles in our engineering team that we're looking to fill by the end of this year. So if any of this sounds really interesting to you, please reach out after the presentation. So what does our platform do? Really, our platform allows you to answer any geospatial question. And we do this with 3 different inputs. So first off, where do you want to look? So we do this with what we call an AOI, or an area of interest. Largely, you can think of this as a polygon drawn on the map. So we have a curated data set of almost 4 million AOIs, which you can go and you can search and use for your analysis, but you're also free to build your own. Second question is what you want to look for. We do this with the more interesting part of our platform of our machine learning and AI capabilities. So we have a suite of algorithms that automatically allow you to identify trucks, buildings, hundreds of different types of aircrafts, different types of land use.
So I don't know if this was just me, but
do you want to look for the next 3 hours? Do you want to look for the last week? Do you want to look every month for the past 2 years? Whatever the time cadence is, you decide that, you hit go, and out pops a time series. And that time series tells you specifically and how many or what percentage of the thing you're looking for appears in that area. Again, we do all of this to work towards patterns. So we use all this data to produce a time series. From there, we can look at it, determine the patterns, and then specifically identify the anomalies. As I mentioned with supply chain, this is extremely valuable to identify where things change. So we can answer these questions looking at a particular operating facility, looking at particular what is happening, what the level of activity is at that operating facility, where people are coming from, where they're going to after visiting that particular facility, and identify when and where that changes. Here you can just see it's a picture of our platform. It's actually showing all the devices in Manhattan over a period of time, and it's more of a heat map view, so you can actually see the hotspots in the area. So really, and this is the heart of the talk, but what happened in 2020? So for many, like many of you, 2020 was a difficult year. COVID hit, and that changed a lot of what we were doing, not from an engineering perspective, but also from an entire company perspective. For us, the motivation really became to make sure that we were lowering our costs and increasing innovation simultaneously. Now, those two things often compete with each other. A lot of times you want to increase innovation, that's going to increase your costs. But the challenge last year was how to do both simultaneously. So here's a few stats for you from our team. In Q1 of last year, we were spending almost $600,000 per month on compute costs. Prior to COVID happening, that wasn't hugely a concern for us. It was a lot of money, but it wasn't as critical as it was last year when we really needed to be much more efficient. Second one is flexibility. For us, we were deployed on a single cloud environment. And while we were cloud ready, and that was great, we wanted to be more flexible. We wanted to be on more cloud environments so that we could reach more customers and also eventually get onto classified networks, expanding the base of our customers as well. From a custom analytics perspective, this is where we get into our traction. So last year, over the entire year, we computed 54,000 custom analytics for different users. We wanted to make sure that this number was steadily increasing despite us trying to lower our costs. So we didn't want the lowering cost to come as the sacrifice of our user base. Lastly, a particular percentage here that I'll say definitely needs to be improved is 75% of our projects never fail. So this is where we start to get into a bit of stability of our platform. Now, I'm not saying that 25% of our projects fail. The way we measure this is if you have a particular project or computation that runs every day and any one of those runs fail, I count that as a failure because from an end user perspective, that's an issue. So this is something that we know we needed to improve on. We needed to grow and make our platform more stable. And it's something that we really, really focused on last year. So where are we now? So now coming out of the COVID valley, we are starting to soar again. We had back in April of last year, we had the entire engineering team. We actually paused all development for about 4 weeks. We had everyone focused on reducing our compute costs in the cloud. We got it down to 200K over the period of a few months. And for the next 12 months, we hit that number every month. This was huge for us. This is extremely important, like I said, in the COVID time period where cost and operating efficiency was everything. So for us to be able to do that, that was a huge accomplishment last year and something we'll keep going forward. One thing I would actually like to really highlight here too is what allowed us to do that. So first off, being in the cloud, being able to migrate things like that, that was one thing. We were able to use different cloud services in a more efficient way. We had a very detailed tracking of how we were spending things. We increased our data retention policies. We optimized our processing. However, one additional piece was switching to new technologies. In particular, we migrated to GitLab CI/CD. And this is something that, because we use Docker, was extremely, extremely easy. We didn't have to go build new code containers or repositories or change our code in order to do this. We were simply able to migrate the containers over and start using a new CI/CD tool. So much, in fact, that we were able to do that migration with 3 engineers in just 2 weeks. From a cloud environment and flexibility standpoint, we're now operating in 2 different clouds. We were able over the last 9 months to operate in the second cloud environment. And again, this is something that Docker helped with incredibly. We didn't have to go and build all new interfaces to all new different services or all different tools in the next cloud provider. All we had to do was build a base cloud infrastructure layer that agnosted away all the different details of the cloud provider. And then our Dockers just worked. We can move them to another environment, up and running, and our platform was ready to go. From a traction perspective, we're about 1/3 of the way through the year at this point. We've already exceeded the amount of custom analytics we produced last year. And this is thanks to a ton more algorithms, a whole suite of new analytics that we've been able to build over the past 12 months, and we'll continue to build going forward. So this is really, really great outcome for us because we were able to show that Our costs were staying down, but our analytics and our customer traction was still going up. Lastly, from a stability perspective, we improved from 75% to 86%. Not quite at 99 or 3 nines or 4 nines, but we are getting there. And this is actually thanks to really containerizing and modularizing different pieces of our platform so that we could scale up in different areas. This allowed us to increase that stability by saying, this piece of the code works over here, talks in an interface to the rest of the system. We can scale this piece up separately from the rest of the system. And that allowed us to much more easily identify issues in the system, fix those, and then correct the system overall. So basically, this is a summary of where we were last year, where we are now, and how much more successful we are now because of the issues that we went through last year and largely brought on by COVID. So with that, this is just a screenshot of our solution actually working on supply chain. So this in particular is showing traceability of a distribution warehouse in Salt Lake City. So right in the center of the screen here, you can see the nice kind of orange-red center. That's a distribution warehouse. And all the lines outside of that, all the dots outside of that are showing where people or where trucks are moving from that location. So this is really helpful for supply chain companies because they can start to identify where their suppliers are coming from or where their distributors are going to. So with that, I want to say thanks again for following along and enjoy the rest of Dockercon.
And we're back. I hope everyone enjoyed these keynotes. If you missed the opening welcoming message, let me reintroduce my co-hosts, Peter McKee, Head of Developer Relations at Docker, Docker Captain Extraordinaire, Brett Fisher, and I am William Quiviger, Head of Community at Docker. Guys, what do you think of the keynotes? Share your thoughts.
Yeah, fantastic. I'm super excited about dev environments, being a developer for 25 years, being able to share your environment, be able to easily can't speak, it's live, easily share your dev environments across your team, check out PRs, have everything inside of that image. Yeah, super exciting. Brett, what are you excited about?
Yeah, so first off, watching all the stuff in chat, seeing so many people in chat, also in the Brazil room evidently is killing it. So cheers to y'all. We've got a lot of different communities. If you check out the community rooms, that's a lot of fun. But so while the keynotes are happening, we're all chatting. It's a little distracting, but it's also fun to hang out with people. Compose version 2 is one of the most exciting things for me. I'm a huge Compose fanatic. I talk about it all the time. We didn't get to see a demo, but that is coming up later today. If you look at the schedule, there's several sessions on Compose, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But Compose v2 and ARM support, because I have a Mac M1. ARM is great. I'm a little bit late to the ARM bandwagon. I just got my first Raspberry Pi a couple years ago, and I love seeing the ARM support for M1 for Apple, because I think that's definitely the future of a lot of mobile chips and even desktop chips now that we've got all this stuff. So having that, I've been testing that as it's been in the beta, along with the Compose V2 beta. And now that these things are out and available for everyone, they're both two of my favorite new things in 2021. Yeah,
nice. Yeah, I'm excited about Compose also. Moving it into the Docker CLI, you get to stay right in your Docker command line. Don't have to jump around. All the commands are there. Super cool. The integrations into our cloud providers, into AWS, ECS, and ACI, Azure. Those are awesome too. And the Compose, we were talking a little bit earlier, getting excited about Compose because yes, it's Brett's one of his favorites. But yeah, we were talking about what is it? Service profiles. Super interesting.
Yeah, that service profile. I mean, there's a couple of little hidden gems, and you'll see it later in the sessions, but there's some hidden gems in there where Docker Compose, if you make sure you put a space in there, so Docker space Compose, when you do that, you get some new functionality. There's actually an ls command in there, and there's a profiles option that you add to your Compose files. It allows you to control in much more granular fashion how you spin things up. There's a lot of neat stuff in there. It's also faster. It's because it's written in Golang. And generally everything is better.
A lot of goodness in there. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we have the Verified Publisher program. Super excited about that. You know, we have the official images already where you can use those for your base images. Now we have official or Verified Publisher program where you can get, more content that you can trust, right? Through all the supply chain attacks that we're seeing nowadays, right? It's super important.
Yeah, I think that's a big deal too. I think a lot of us we when we start to trust things implicitly, we don't realize what's all behind the scenes to get that to work. And one of the most popular questions I get in my courses on Udemy, people talk about where does this software come from and how do I know it's safe? And, they have lots of questions about the origin of this stuff. And because when you start using Docker for the first time, the Docker pull and the Docker run, the software just shows up magically. And you don't think about the origin of it, the trust of it, the validation of it. And so the more layers that Docker's been putting in there in that program over the years, and now that this new launch is exciting because we need more trust in the secure pipeline.
Yeah. Yeah. And now I'm going to be doing a panel coming up here shortly, right after Brett's panel. We're going to talk all about that. We will definitely be talking about supply chain, securing that, right? And just everything that just Brett talked about. So make sure you check that out. Yeah, super excited about that. And scoped access tokens are excited for a lot of our CI/CD, right? You can create a token, scope it to the privileges, the exact privileges that it needs. I know the community has been really excited about that. It's been in our roadmap for a while. So yeah, I'm sure
we got to let the robots take over. You got to give them the proper keys. So
yeah. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of your customers are that's going to be a great feature for them. So
yeah, I mean, and you're seeing this trend across the industry too, right? We had API keys, and now we're having organizational keys and all these things that allow us to just connect all the parts together. And I'm already using it. People are already using it. Yeah. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. Before we used to create a dummy account with an email, right? And separate user account. But yeah, this is so much cleaner. Yeah. Very excited about that. And sticking along the security lines, we also have vulnerability scanning in the CLI and in Hub. So just adding more and more features there to help you scan your images, find the vulnerabilities, remediate them, right? Shifting left, pushing that, it's interesting, Brett. I'd love to get your thoughts on this, right? DevOps is interesting, right? It's that line is always blurred and has been a little bit blurry, but I think it's becoming more blurred now, right? With container images, right? Where the developer might own that OS, right? Owns that base image, where before, it was more of an ops feature, right?
Yeah, and unfortunately, we're asking more of the developer all the time, right? It seems like they're continuing to get more and more responsibilities around security, around operations that they maybe could have previously ignored. In order for them to do that, we have to give them better tooling in order for them to do those jobs with an easier workflow. And, because we're not necessarily going to be security experts just because we wrote code, and we're not going to spend our entire day analyzing code. So having the Docker scan command and having that checkbox in Docker Hub where you can enable the scans for all your images, especially in my courses, I'm always turning on that scan button and seeing Sneak automatically scan it in Hub, just so that students can see that and at least know that when they're taking courses that maybe they're not downloading a bunch of random stuff. At least they have a little bit more awareness of what vulnerabilities are already in those distributions and what they can, which they can make choices on Alpine versus Debian or whatever. So yeah, it's good stuff.
Yeah, and Matt Jarvis from Sneak, our partner, is going to give a great talk on that, which I love the title. It's something like 500 vulnerabilities, now what, right? Because, I got to be honest, right? That was me. It was like you run a scan and you think your image is secure, and then vulnerabilities just blow by the screen and you're going, what do I do now, right? So make sure you check that out. That's going to be a great talk.
That's a normal one, by the way. That talk honestly should be in everyone's list, because if you don't already have a process for scanning an image, seeing, by default in any new project you do in containers or any software, when you have all your dependencies in that tree, especially for things that are dynamically compiled languages. So you've got all these app dependencies and package dependencies, and you will get 300, 400, 500 vulnerabilities when you've just chosen all the easy defaults. And that's where the real work begins of learning about minimal images, getting deeper in your Docker knowledge. And that on almost every project I've been on is as natural state and workflow for the teams is to evolve to getting those hardened images. And one of the steps in that is figuring out, well, what do I do? I can't possibly deal manually with each individual of these vulnerabilities. It's hundreds of them. You need a team of people. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to that one, because that's going to be some quick tips in there on how to solve some of these problems in bulk, in mass, right? So you don't have to deal with each individual vulnerability at scale.
Yeah, 100%. And I'd be remiss if we don't point out Ben and team is going to do, we have a talk from them around Docker dev environments. They're going to do a more deep dive, show you all the features, how to use it, show you how to use it in your workflow. I'm super excited about that. We've been working on that internally. The captains have gotten previews and helped us with it. Yeah, that's really exciting. Go ahead, Brett, please.
Yeah, I was going to say it's an interesting one where a lot of us have that problem and didn't realize we had it because we're so used to the pain of all, you sharing code with me. We're using Git workflows where, I'm having a stash code and then get over to a different branch, download your thing, and sort of halt my work, or I can have a bunch of different copies of the same Git repo, and that's not easy either. And I like how Docker is trying to come up with a different workflow, not necessarily one that would replace Git, but an idea around how do we help the developer in a team where they're all working on separate, basically on separate PRs, right? Separate branches. And yet on a day-to-day basis, we're hopping around on all these things. And we're ideally, we're supposed to all be in one Git repo and we're branching and doing all these different things. But in day-to-day workflow, it's very tedious and troublesome. And this idea of being able to share the entire environment and being able to work quickly with each other just by sharing URLs and stuff, I'm excited to see where it's going to go, because there's a lot that could happen here, a lot of innovation that we could see out of this.
Yeah, I agree 100%. It's that context switching, right? That just kills your productivity. Yeah. 100%.
Yeah. Being able to run them concurrently, things side by side. That's always a big factor for me too, is like, can I run things in multiple different compose, shells or in VS Code or whatever I'm using, and be able to spin their stuff up next to my stuff, and I'd be able to look at the differences. And it's one thing to have the diff stuff and the shell automation, but it's another thing altogether, I think, to be able to share some of these objects outside of a Git repo, your database snapshots, stuff like that. And I know some of this is coming, like they talked about a little bit, that ideas for the future of it. So I'm hoping to be a part of that.
Keep an eye on the volume stuff. Is going to be cool for sure. And then we have Donnie and team, our VP of products, and his awesome team gives a great talk on the Docker platform, right? So starting all the way from left and going all the way to the right. So the CLI and the engine and Docker desktop, all the way through Hub, and lays out all the features we have in desktop and in Hub and how they all work together. So that's a really great talk. You mentioned the M1 talk. Well, I'm going to be checking that out by Tonis from Docker. That's going to be awesome. I know we get a lot of people in our Slack just raving about the M1s. You have an M1, right, Brett?
Yeah, I love it. It's silent, and I wish all my machines were as fast and as silent as that thing.
Yeah, just silent and like battery. Like you mentioned earlier, right? We're not all getting on planes anymore, but I don't know about you. I take my laptop with me all the time, right? Just to go to the coffee shop, just to sit on the couch, just to watch in bed. Oh, great. We have William back. I think he's ready to kick us off. Brett, we could probably chat all day.
Yeah, sorry about that. Guys, I love watching you chat, but I realize we just have a few more minutes before the breakouts and the live panels and the executive interviews start. So I wanted to do a little bit of housekeeping. There's a few important points I wanted to share with everyone. So we're monitoring the chat, and a lot of people are asking us for the slides for Docker keynotes. We will make them available very soon. So stay tuned for that. We also have had some comments about captioning. We're working on getting closed captioning up and ready for on-demand sessions. So again, stay tuned for that. Please, we'll be giving an update in a bit. Now, a few other points. We've got our breakout sessions starting, and they're all pre-recorded. And so if you miss a session, of course, you'll be able to watch it after. We have on-demand sessions. So as soon as the session ends, the video will be on demand. You can view it at your leisure. Now, the sessions have live chat, and you'll notice, you might have noticed already, we've got people appearing in blue and green. So people appearing in blue in the chat are your speakers, and the people appearing in green are your moderators. So just wanted to clarify that. Now, you also notice in the top navigation bar, we have Another thing that's very, very important is that we have session surveys. So we really want to gauge how people are reacting and appreciating, or the sessions that they're watching. So we have a quick survey. It will take you 30 seconds. We'll share a link at the end of each session. So please, please, please make sure to fill out the survey. And last but not least, we have a code of conduct at the bottom of the website. Please read it carefully. And should you, see any questionable behavior in a chat, please flag it to your moderator. And with that, on to the next segment of the program.
Okay, can you hear me? So I don't know how this works. Let's see if you can manage it. Okay, so 2 minutes. Thank you for stepping by. Be right back. I don't know what's going on. Let's try agenda. I think I'll go on the Brett Fisher session. But what's the problem here? Let's try to refresh the page. Maybe they just have problems streaming. Let's see. 7 hours to go. I don't know if I can make it. Maybe they need some time, yeah, to prepare this. Can you please tell me if it works on some links? Can you also show this here? But I think it's their problem. It's just loading. Let's see. By the way, thank you everyone for stopping by. It's their background music. By the way, I see some problem. Okay.
Guests and in 1 second.
Perfect.
And we're going to basically take your questions on the topic du jour of the day, that continuous integration and testing. Thank you so much to my guests welcoming into the panel. I've got Carlos, Nico, and Mandy. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
All right,
Hi.
let's go around the room and all pretend we don't know each other and that the internet didn't read below the video who we are. Hi, my name is Brett. I am a Docker captain, which means I'm supposed to know something about Docker. I'm coming from Virginia Beach. I'm streaming here from Virginia Beach, Virginia. And I make videos on the internet and courses on Udemy. Carlos.
Hey, what's up? I'm Carlos Nunez. I am a solutions architect at VMware. I do solution-y things with computers. It's fun. I live in Dallas, but I'm moving to Houston in a month, which is where I'm currently streaming. I've been all over the Northeast this whole week, so it's been fun. And I'm excited to meet with all of you and talk about CI and Docker.
Sure. Nico, you're next.
Nico.
Yeah.
Hey everyone, Nico Kabar here. I'm a solution engineer at HashiCorp. I am streaming to you from the beautiful Austin, Texas. Ignore the Golden Gate Bridge here. This is from my old apartment in San Francisco. Just keeping that to remember all the good days that I lived there. But anyway, I work at HashiCorp and I work on all things automation and cloud and DevOps. And I'm excited to be here.
And Mandy.
Hi, yeah, I'm Mandy Hubbard. I am streaming from Austin, Texas. I am currently a DX engineer at Ship Engine. I've worked in QA, and that's kind of where I got my my Docker experience. And I'm moving into DX to try and help developers better understand and use our products and be an advocate for them.
Nice. Well, thank you all for joining me. I really appreciate you taking the time out of your busy schedule to be here. And so for those of you in chat, the reason we're doing this live, because it's always harder to do things live, the reason we're here is to answer your questions. So we didn't come with a bunch of slides and demos or anything like that. We're here to talk amongst ourselves about ideas and really here for you. So we obviously this is about easy CI, so we're going to try to keep the conversation around testing and continuous integration and all the things that entails with containers. But we may go down rabbit holes. We may go veer off and start talking about other things, and that's totally fine. If it's in the realm of DevOps and containers and developer and ops workflows, like, hey, it's kind of game. And these people have a wide variety of expertise. They haven't done just testing, right? We live in a world where we all kind of have to wear many hats. So feel free to ask what you think is on the top of your mind, and we'll do our best to answer. It might not be the best answer or the correct answer, but we're going to do our best. Well, let's get it started off. Let's get a couple topics to start off with. The easy CI was one of my 3 ideas, because these are one of the things that I'm most excited about, is the innovation we're seeing around easier testing, faster testing, automated testing. Because as much as we've all been doing this stuff for, 15 years, 20 years since the sort of Jenkins early days, it seems like it's still really hard and it's still a lot of work. So let's go around the room real quick, and everybody can just kind of talk for a minute about like your experience with testing and maybe some of your pain points, like what you don't like about our testing world. And we could talk about some pains, because I think that will lead us to kind of talk about what are the things we're seeing now that might be better ideas about how to do this. I know for me, testing, obviously there's the code part, but just getting it automated, but mostly getting it in the hands of developers so that they can control their own testing and don't have to go talk to a person to run that test again, or the mysterious Jenkins platform somewhere. I keep mentioning Jenkins because it is still the dominant player out there. So for me, I don't like it when I'm walking into a room and there's only 1 or 2 people that know how the testing works or know how to make the new tests go into the testing platform and stuff like that. So I'm always trying to free those things so that any of the developers are enabled and empowered to do that stuff. So someone else, Carlos, anybody?
Sure. Go over, Mandy.
Oh, I have a lot of opinions on that, having been a QA engineer for most of my career. The shift that we're seeing is everyone is DevOps and everyone is QA. The issue I see is no one asked developers if they wanted to be QA. And so being the former QA on the team, when there's a problem, even though I'm a developer and we're all running QA, they always tend to come to one of the former QA engineers, and they're not really owning that responsibility and digging in. So that's kind of what I'm seeing, is that we're all expected to test now, and some people don't know how. It's for me, it was kind of an intuitive skill. It just kind of fit with my personality, but not knowing what to look for, not knowing what to automate, not even understanding how your API endpoints are used by your front end to know what to test when a change is made. It's really overwhelming for developers, and we're going to need to streamline that and hold their hands a little bit until they get their feet wet with also being QA.
Right. So, Carlos.
Yeah, testing is one of my favorite subjects to talk about when I'm pairing with developers. And a lot of it is because of what Mandy said, right? Like a lot of developers now who used to write a test and say, hey, QA, go, I wrote my unit test, now write the rest of the tests, essentially. Now developers are expected to be able to understand how testing methodologies work in their local environments, right? Like they're supposed to understand how to write an integration test, how to write an end-to-end test, a component test, and of course, how to write unit tests that aren't just, assert true is true, right? Like more comprehensive, more high touch unit tests, which include things like mocking and stubbing and spying and all that stuff. And, it's not so much getting those tests. Well, I've had a lot of challenges with developers getting those tests to run in Docker usually because of dependency hell. But getting developers to understand how to write tests that matter and mean something, it can be difficult, but it's also where I find a lot of the enjoyment of my work comes into play. So, yeah, I mean, that's a difficulty I've seen around testing. Big subject though. Lots to talk about there.
Yeah, we've already got so many questions coming in that we've already got an hour's worth of stuff. So, Nico, any first thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think definitely agree with other folks here on the panel. I think from the shift from a skill set perspective that's needed to adopt new technologies, but I think aside from the organizational and kind of key responsibilities that the new developers have to kind of adapt to and kind of inherit now, there's also from a technical perspective, as there's more developers are owning the full stack, including the infrastructure piece. So that adds a lot more to their plate in terms of also testing that component that they were not even responsible for before. And also the second challenge that I'm seeing is that on the long list of added tooling, and there's new tool every other day. And that kind of requires more customization to the testing that each individual team and each individual developer likes for CI and overall testing that developers are seeing in the market today.
Yeah, we've got a lot of questions about all the different parts of this. So let me just go straight to them, because that's why we're here, is for the people. A lot of people are asking about your favorite tools, and this is one of the challenges with integration, right? Is there are dominant players, but there is such a variety. I mean, every one of my customers seems like they're using a different workflow and a different set of tools. So, and hey, we're all here to just talk about what we're using. What are your favorite tools? So, like, a lot of the repeated questions are, what are your favorite CI tools? Like, if you could create it from scratch, what would you use? Pierre's asking, GitHub Actions. Sounds like they're a fan of GitHub Actions. Mentioning pushing the ECR and Docker Hub, and using versus code pipeline. I guess they're maybe talking about Azure pipelines. What's your preferred way? So does anyone have any thoughts on that? Anyone want to throw out their preferred pipeline of tooling?
Well, I have to throw out mine. Mine is Jenkins. I'm like kind of an honorary cloud bee at this point, having spoken a couple times there. All of the plugins just make the functionality. I don't love the UI, but I love that it's been around so long. It has so much community support, and there's so many plugins, so that if you want to do something, you don't have to write the code. It's already been tested. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to use Jenkins since I joined Ship Engine. Most of our monolithic core application uses Teamcity. It's a .NET application, and Teamcity plays really well with .NET. Didn't love it. Miss Jenkins, and we're just starting some new initiatives that are using GitHub Actions, and I'm really excited to learn those. I think they have a lot of the same functionality that you're looking for, but much more simplified, and it's right there in GitHub. So the integration is a lot more seamless. But I do have to go on record saying that my favorite CI/CD tool is Jenkins.
All right, you heard it here first, people. All right, anyone else?
You're muted.
I'm muted?
Carlos is muted.
Oh, Carlos is muted. His guest has muted themselves. So, Carlos, you got to unmute.
Yes, I did mute myself because I was typing a lot, trying to answer stuff in the chat. And there's a lot of really dirty stuff in there.
That's okay. It's only going to happen about 10 more times today. So, yeah, it's fine.
No problem. So, tooling is the best way to start a flame war. So, I'm just going to go ahead and light it up. For enterprise environments, I actually am a huge fan of Jenkins. It's a tool that people really understand. It stood the test of time, right? I mean, people were using Hudson, 15 years ago, maybe longer. And, the way it works hasn't really changed very much. I mean, Jenkins X is a little different, but the UI and the way it works internally is pretty familiar to a lot of enterprise environments, which is great. And also, I mean, the plugin ecosystem is amazing. There's so many plugins for everything. And you can make your own if you know Java or Groovy. I'm sure there's support for Kotlin in there, but I haven't tried it myself. But it's really great. It's also really easy to write CI as code, which is something I'm a big fan of. So Jenkins files have worked really well for me. I know that can get a little bit more complex as you start to build your own modules and such. But, for enterprise CI/CD, especially if you want to roll your own or own it yourself, Jenkins is the bellwether, and for very good reason. Now, for my personal projects, and I see a lot on the chat here, I think a lot of y'all are going to agree with me. GitHub Actions, 100% my favorite tool right now. I love GitHub Actions. It's customizable, it's modular. There's a lot of plugins already. I started using GitHub Actions maybe a week after it went GA, and there was no documentation or anything. and it was still my favorite CI tool even then. And the API is really great. There's a lot to love about GitHub Actions, and I use it as much as I can for my personal projects. Though I still have a soft spot for Travis CI, even though they got acquired and they're a little different now. Travis CI, I can't let it go. I just love it. But yeah, I mean, when it comes to CI, those are my tools. So light me up in the comments. I will respond or attempt to respond.
Yeah. I mean, I feel with you on the Travis CI thing, because I think that was my first time experiencing, early days GitHub, open source, and like a free CI tool that I could describe. I think it was YAML back then. I don't actually remember, but yeah, it was kind of an exciting time from my experience. There was like, oh, this is just there as a service, and I could just use it. It's like GitHub. It's free for my open source stuff, and so yeah, it does have a soft spot in my heart too. So
yeah.
All right, we've got questions around Cam. So I'm going to ask some questions. We don't have to have these answers because sometimes they're going to be specific, but I want to call them out because people in chat may have missed that question. And there's probably, we got smart people in chat too. So there's probably someone that knows the answer to these things if it's not us. They're asking about building Docker images in Kubernetes, which to me is always a sore spot because Kubernetes does not build images by default. It's not meant for that out of the gate. Nope. And what is the best way to do this without having to use privileged containers, which privileged containers just implying that, yeah, it probably has more privileges than by default as a container in Kubernetes. And that is a hard thing because I don't believe, I think Docker doesn't allow you to do that out of the gate. So I don't know if anyone has an immediate answer to that. That's a pretty technical one, but if you know the answer to that in chat, call it out.
I have done this, but I'm pretty sure I had to use a privileged container and install the Docker daemon on the Kubernetes cluster. And I can't give you a better solution. I've done the same. So
yeah, Shaban asks, back to the Jenkins thing, what's the easiest way to integrate Docker into a Jenkins CI/CD pipeline? And that's one of the challenges I find with Jenkins, because I don't claim to be the expert on Jenkins, is there are so many plugins because of this such a huge ecosystem. When you go searching for Docker, there's a lot that comes back, right? So yeah. I don't actually have a preferred way because every team I find uses it differently. I don't know. Do you know if there's a Jenkins preferred default plugin? I don't even know.
For Docker?
For images? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, for Docker and Jenkins. Sorry, Docker plugins for Jenkins. Someone's asking like the preferred or easy way to do that. And I don't know the back end of Jenkins that well, so.
Well, the new way that they're doing Docker builds with the pipeline, which is more declarative versus the Groovy, it's really simple, and their documentation is really good. They make it really easy to say run this in this image, so you can pull down public images and add your own layers. So I don't know the name of that plugin, but I can certainly take a minute after this session and go and get that. But if you really are overwhelmed by the plugins, you can just write your shell command in Jenkins. You could just start by, doing everything in Bash, calling the Docker daemon directly, and then getting it working just to see that end to end, and then start browsing for plugins to see if you even want to use those. The plugins will allow more integration from end to end. Some of the things that you input might be available later on in the process versus having to manage that yourself. But, you don't have to use any of the plugins. You can literally just, do a block where you write your shell command and get it working, and then decide if the plugin's for you. I think it's always important to understand what is going on under the hood before you adopt the magic of a plugin, because once you have a problem, if it's all black box to you, it's going to be more difficult to troubleshoot. It's kind of like learning Git command line versus like Git Kraken or something. Once you get in a bind, if you don't understand the underlying steps, it's really hard to get yourself out of a bind, versus if you understand what the plugin or the app is doing, then you can get out of situations a lot easier. So that's a good place. That's where I'd start.
Yeah. Thank you. Camden asks, better to build test environment images every commit in CI. So this is like one of those opinions that we're all going to have something different. Or build images on every commit, leveraging the cache, or build them once outside the test pipeline. What say you, people?
Well, I've seen both, and generally speaking, my preference is, I guess it's a consulting answer, right? I think it depends on what you're trying to do, right? So if you have a lot of small changes that are being made, and you're creating images for each of those commits, you're going to have a lot of images in your rate limits that they put in place. But that might be beneficial if being able to roll back between those small changes while you're testing is important. All you care about is being able to use Docker images, or being able to correlate versions to your Docker images, or if you're the type of team that doesn't even use versions in your image tags, then I would think that might be a little much. You might want to just have in your CI, you might want to have a stage that builds your Docker image and pushes it into your registry, being done for particular branches instead of having it be done on every commit regardless of branch.
Want to add 2 points here. Like, I've seen, the pattern has been with every commit, assuming that you have the right set of tests that would you would benefit from actually seeing the testing workflow go through and can detect any issue within the build or whatever you're trying to test against. But if you're just building without the appropriate set of tests, then you're just basically consuming and adding time, as well as all the image storage associated with it, without really reaping the benefit of this pattern. And the second point is, again, I think if you're going to end up doing per commit, definitely recommend having some type of image purging and garbage collection process to ensure that you're not just wasting all the storage needed, and also optimizing your build process, because that will end up being the most time consuming within your pipeline. So just my 2 cents on this.
Yeah, that's good stuff. I mean, both of those are conversations that could lead us into the rabbit hole for the rest of the day on storage management, CPU minutes for your build stuff. I mean, if you're in any size team, more than 1 or 2 people, you immediately run into headaches with cost of CI, because we have now the problem of tools, right? We have so many tools. We can have the CI system burning CPU cycles all day, every day, if we really wanted to. And so you very quickly, I think, especially if you're on every commit, on every branch, like that gets you into a world of cost mitigation. And you probably are going to have to settle somewhere in the middle on between the budget people that are saying you're spending way too much money on the CI platform because of all these CPU cycles, and then the developers who would love to have everything now, as fast as possible on the biggest CPUs and the biggest servers, and have the builds, because the builds can never go fast enough, right? There's no end to optimizing your build workflow. We have another question on this is another topic that we'll all probably have different takes on, is basically version tags, right? So on images, we have a very established workflow in Git for how we make commits. We have commit SHAs, we have we know Git tags, and there's all these things there. And then we go into images, and it's just this whole new world that's open up. Like, there's no real consensus. So what are your thoughts on the strategy for teams in their image tagging. Again, another culture thing. Mandy, what do you think?
I mean, I'm a fan of Simver when we have no other option. It's just clean, and I like the timestamp. You know exactly when it was built. I don't really see any reason to use another. There's just normal incremental, numbering, but I love the fact that you can pull any tag and know exactly, when it was created. So I'm a big fan of Simver if you can make that work for your organization.
Yep. People are mentioning that in chat. Simver.
So I like Simver as well. I'm a big fan of it. I think it's easy to be able to signify what a major change is versus a minor change versus just a hot fix or some kind of a bug fix. The problem that I found with having teams adopt Simver, though, becomes answering these questions and being able to really define what is a major change, what is a minor change, what is a patch, right? And this becomes a bit of an overhead, or not so much of an overhead, but a large concern for teams who have never done versioning before, or they've never been responsible for their own versioning. In fact, I'm running into that right now with a client that I'm working with, where I'm working with a lot of teams, helping them move their applications from a legacy production environment into a new one. And in doing so, versioning comes up because Docker images have tags, and usually the tags correlate to versions. But some teams that I'm working with are only maintaining a script, and others are maintaining a fully fledged 3-tier application, with lots of dependencies. So telling the team to maintain, or maybe using dates as your version. But for the team with the larger application, they probably already know the answers to those questions, in which case they're either already using Simver, or they might be using some other versioning strategy, and Simver might suit them better. So you're going to hear me say it depends a lot, and I'm just going to say here it depends, because it really does.
Yeah,
Carlos, I think you hit on something interesting beyond just how to version, but when to consider it a major release and who makes those decisions. And if you leave it to engineers to version, you're kind of pushing business decisions down the pipe. I think when it's a minor or a major should be a business decision, and someone else needs to make that call. Someone closer to the business should be making that call as to when we want to call it major.
That's a really good point, and I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree with that. And again, it really depends on the team and the scope of it. Depends on the scope that they're maintaining, right? And so if it's a business application, of course you're going to have a product manager, and you're going to have a product manager who's going to want to make that call, because that version is going to be out in marketing. People are going to use it. They're going to refer to it in support calls. They're going to need to make those decisions. Simver, again, works really, really well for that. But for a team that's maintaining a script, I don't know. Having them say, okay, you must tell me what a major version is. It can be a lot. But if they wanted to use Simver, it's great too, which is why I think, going back to what you originally said, Simver in the absence of other options, I think that's a good strategy.
Yeah, there's I'm catching up on chat. I'm not sure if I'm ever going to catch up, but there's a lot of people commenting on their favorite CI systems, and it just goes to show for the testing and deployment community, like how many tools there are out there, how many tools there are to support the tools that you're using. Like it can be a crazy wilderness, and I think that's part of the art of it, is that these things are allowing us to build our workflows to the team's culture. But I do think that, getting into like maybe what we hope to be or what's next, is I do hope that we get to try to figure out some of these harder problems of consistency. One of the things that led me to Docker to begin with was the fact that it created a consistent packaging solution for me to get my code, off of my CI, off my local system really, and into the server. And that whole workflow was, at least the thing that I was making at each step, was going to be the same thing used, right? And that that was huge. It also took us a long time to get there, right? We all had to, like, Docker was one of those once a decade kind of ideas of let's solidify and get the consensus of the community around this idea, and it's not perfect. The Docker file is not the most perfect way to describe how to make your app, but it is there, and we're all using it. And now I'm looking for that next piece, right? Hopefully the next step in that, that where we can all arrive at a consensus, so that once you hop teams, okay, we all knew Docker, and now we're all starting to get to know the manifest. But then there's this big gap in the middle where it's like it might be one of a dozen things, So
yeah. To that, Brett. I just maybe more of a shameless plug here, and want to kind of talk about one of the things that I'm personally also excited about.
Sure.
I work at HashiCorp. I don't know anyone, or I don't know if many people have heard of. We tend to focus a lot on workflows versus technologies, right? Because, as you can see, even just looking at the chat, there's, a ton of opinions around the different tooling, right? And imagine having, I work with clients that have 10,000 developers, right? So imagine taking the folks in the chat and being part of one organization or one company and having to make decisions on how to build software. But there's no way you can converge on one or one way or one tool, and that's what we're facing in the industry. So one of the things that I'm pretty excited about, and I don't know if it's getting as much traction as we've been focused on it, is Waypoint, which is an open source project I believe we released last year, which is it is aimed to address that really, Brett, around becoming the tool to make it extremely easy and simple, and to describe how you want to build, deploy, or release your application in a consistent way, regardless of the tool. So similar to how you can think of Terraform and having that pluggability to, say, Terraform apply or plan against any cloud infrastructure, without really having to know exactly the details of how to do it. This is what Waypoint's doing, and it can be applied with for the CI framework. So it has pluggability into Circle CI, it has pluggability into Docker, Helm, Kubernetes. So that's it's a hard problem to solve, but I'm hopeful that that's the path that we'll eventually get to. So hope you can see some of the information data around it on HashiCorp's site, but I'm personally excited about it.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to check that out, and I have to have you on my live show, man. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it for a whole hour. So there's another question here around. This is actually a little bit more detailed, but it is one that I think a lot of people deal with, and I deal with a lot too. Is essentially the question is from Cameron. Do you use Compose in your CI or not? Docker Compose, because
yes, I do.
Yeah, because it solves so many problems, and not every CI can. I don't know. There's some problems where the CI is trying to do it for me. So there are pros and cons, and I feel like I'm still on the fence about it because I use it all the time, but also it's not perfect. It's not always meant for CI, and CI sometimes tries to do things for you, like starting things up before you start other parts and having that whole ordering problem of things. Anyway, thoughts. Anyone have thoughts?
Yes, I love Compose. It's one of my favorite tools of all time. And the reason why is because what I often find when I'm working with teams trying to... Actually, let me walk that back, because Jacques on the chat asked a really interesting question about what the hardest thing about CI is for a lot of teams. And in my experience, the hardest thing is getting teams to build an app that is the same app as what's built in production. A lot of CI does things that are totally different than what you would do in your local dev, and as a result of that, you get this application that either doesn't work locally, or it does work, but it's a completely different animal than what you would get in production, right? So what I found in trying to get teams to bridge that gap by basically taking their CI, shifting the CI left. I hate the shift left term, but I'll use it. Shifting the CI left to your local development is trying to say, okay, how do we build an app? How do we build mocked dependencies of that app so that we can test our app? How do we run tests, right? How do we get test data? And what I found is that trying to get teams to do all this in Docker, which is normally a first for a lot of teams that I'm working with, trying to get them all to do all of this in Docker means you're running Docker build a lot. You're running Docker run a lot. You're running Docker RM a lot. You're running a lot of disparate Docker commands. And then on top of that, trying to bridge all of those containers together into a single network can be challenging without Compose. So I like using Compose to be able to really easily categorize and compartmentalize a lot of the things that are going to be done in CI, like building a Docker image, running tests, which is you're going to do it in CI anyway. So running tests, building the image, pushing it to the registry. Well, I wouldn't say pushing it to the registry, but doing all the things that you would do in local dev, but in the same network that you might have a mocked database or a mocked S3 instance or something else. So it's just easy to take all those Docker Compose commands and move them into your YAML file using GitHub Actions or your Jenkins file using Jenkins or what have you, right? It's really portable that way, but it doesn't work for every team. For example, if you're just a team that, going back to my script example, if it's a really simple script that does one thing on a somewhat routine basis, then that might be a lot of overhead. In that case, you can get away with just Docker commands. It's not a big deal. But the way I look at it is if I build something that's similar to a make file or a rake file or what have you, then I'm probably going to want to use Docker Compose if I'm working with Docker.
Right.
That's a philosophy that I use.
Right.
So I also am a fan of Docker Compose, and to your point, Carlos, I'm also a fan of shifting CI left and testing left. But if you put all of that logic in your CI, it changes the local development experience from the CI experience versus if you put everything in a Compose file so that what you build locally is the same as what you build in CI. You're going to have a better experience because you're going to be testing something more that's closer to what you're going to be releasing. And it's also very easy to look at a Compose file and kind of understand what the dependencies are and what's happening. It's very readable. And once you move that stuff to CI, I think a lot of developers, they're going to be intimidated by the CI, whatever the scripting language is. It's going to be something they're going to have to wrap their head around. But they're not going to be able to use it locally. You're going to have another local solution. So I love the idea of a Compose file used locally, especially if you can mount the local workspace so that they can do real-time development and see their changes in the exact same way as it's going to be built and tested in CI. It gives developers a high level of confidence, and then you're less likely to have issues because of discrepancies between how it was built in your local test environment versus how it's built in CI. And so Docker Compose really lets you do all of that in a way that makes your solution more portable between local dev and CI, and reduces the number of CI cycles to get the test data that you need. So that's why I like it for local dev.
It'll be interesting. I don't know if you all were able to see the keynote, but there was a little bit, not a whole lot, but a little bit talk of the Docker Compose v2, which is now built into the Docker command line. Mm-hmm. And so now we're shifting from the Python built Compose, which was a separate package. One of the challenges was getting it into your CI solution, mm-hmm. because if you don't have pip, and you got to download the binary, and the binary wasn't available for every platform, and it was a Py installer. This gets a little nerdy into how that works, but and the team is now being able to get unified with it now that it's in Golang and it's plugged right into the Docker command line. It hopefully will be easier to distribute, easier to use, and you won't have to necessarily have dependencies inside of where you're running it, since this will be a statically compiled binary. So I've been playing with that this year, and so like training myself to do Docker, going from Docker dash compose to Docker space compose is a thing. Yeah. I'm almost to the point of having to write a shell replacement. Alias. So alias that thing. But I'm excited to see where that's going, because there's already new features in it, and it uses BuildKit by default. Like there's all these things, and I love BuildKit. We could make a whole session on BuildKit. In fact, there's actually maybe going on right now or right around this time, there is a session on from Solomon Hykes, the co-founder of Docker, former CTO, on BuildKit using some other tooling on top of BuildKit or whatever. So that would be interesting for those of you that are not watching that one because you're here to go check that one out later.
All right. So another good question was caching. So another area where there is no wrong answers probably, and everyone has a different story. So the question is, what are your thoughts on CI build caching? There's often a debate between security. This is from Quentin. Thank you for this great question. There's often a debate between security, reproducibility, and build speeds. I haven't found a good answer so far. I will just throw my hat in the ring and say that the more times you want to build, like if you're trying to build every commit, if you're building many times a day, the more caching you need. So like the more times you're building, the more caching you're going to likely want. And in most cases, caching doesn't bite you in the butt, but that could be.
Can.
Yeah, we can debate about that. So yeah. That's mine.
I'm going to quote Carlos here and say it depends on how you what you're trying to build, and I'm quoting you, Carlos. It's gonna depend, because there are some instances where you definitely want to use that depends on the frequency that you're building and how you're building. You would want to actually take advantage of caching functionalities for the build itself. But if as you mentioned, there could be some instances where you would want to disable any caching because you actually want to either pull new packages, or there could be some security disadvantages related to security aspects that would using a cache version of an image layer, for example, could be problematic, because if you have a fleet of build engines, you don't have a good grasp of where they're being cached, so you would have to disable caching in those instances. So it would depend.
Yeah, it's funny. You have that problem on both sides of caching. Like there are things that, especially in Docker world, they will cache automatically, and then you maybe don't realize that some of that caching could be bad. It's actually using old assets, old artifacts. And then there's times where you would expect it to cache that it doesn't cache, and then you have to do something extra to enable that caching, especially when you're dealing with a cluster of CI servers, right? The whole clustering problem with caching is even more complex. But
go ahead. That's one area where ever since I actually started using BuildKit, enable BuildKit, between it's really robust in detecting where in the build process needs to cache, as well as the parallel build process. I don't think I've seen any other approach there that comes close to how efficient that process can become and how much time it can actually save. But again, I think that's, for me, that had been my default approach, unless I actually need something that I would intentionally need to disable caching for that purpose. But the benefits, at least for me, the benefits of how BuildKit actually been processing my builds, from the parallel builds, as well as using the cache up until how it detects the difference in the assets within the Docker file, had been pretty outweigh the disadvantages that it brings in. So take it each case by case, and based on that determine if you want to use it. But definitely recommend enabling BuildKit there.
Yeah, I agree. Sure. In the absence of a reason not to, I definitely think that it's a good approach in terms of speed. I say you cache until you have a good reason not to, personally.
Cache by default. There you go.
I think you cache by default.
Yeah. Yeah, and the trick is, well, one, it's not always enabled by default, especially when you're talking about cross-server. So that's a complexity for your sysadmins, or if you're on the cloud, it's usually just an option. I think it also is this veers into a little bit of the more you cache, in a lot of cases with Docker, like the from, like if your from image isn't checked every single time, if you're not pinning every single thing, if you're not pinning your apt version, your npm versions to the exact lock file definition, like there's a lot of these things where I get very grouchy with teams that sort of let it all, like, yeah, we'll just build two images and they're totally going to have different dependencies because someone happened to update that thing in apt or whatever, or npm, and so I get grouchy about that because I want to lock it all down, but I also know that that's going to create administrative burden. Like the team is now going to have to manage versions in a very much more granular way. Like, do we need to version? Do we need to care about curl? All that stuff. So that's kind of tricky, but when you get to certain version problems, caching problems, you don't want those caches to happen, because if your from image changes and you're not constantly checking for a new image, and if you're not pinning that version, then now you don't know whether you're getting the latest version of Debian or whatever. So I think that there's an art form to, the more you pin, the less you have to be worried about things changing, but the more you pin, all your versions of everything all the way down the stack, the more administrative stuff, because you're gonna have to manually change every one of those. So I think it's a balancing act for teams. And as you mature, I tend to find teams because you can get away with those minor or patch level version changes if you're thoroughly testing your app, because you're trusting your testing. This gets us into a whole nother rant, but
But talking about pinning
that.
versions, if you've got a lot of dependencies, isn't that when you would want to use the cache the most, to not have to rebuild all of those layers?
Yeah, but if you're not pinning to the exact patch version,
right,
and you are caching, then you're not technically getting the latest versions, because it's not checking for the right time. It's a weird, there's a lot of this subtle nuance that people don't realize until it's a problem. And that's part of the tricky part of a lot of this stuff, is it sometimes the Docker can be almost so much magic out of the box that you get this all and it all works, and then day 2 happens and you built it a second time and you've got a new version of OpenSSL in there, and suddenly it doesn't work. So anyway, that was a great question. Another question on this from Hebe. What do you where do you put testing in your pipeline? So testing the code, because there's lots of types of testing, because this pipeline gets longer and longer, and Docker building images is part of it. And so he says, before staging or after staging, but before production, where do you put it?
Oh man. Okay. So my main thought on this is, and of course, this is kind of religious flame bait, so I'm sure, people are going to go into the comments and say, but you're wrong, Carlos. Build, test, deploy is how I like to think about it. So pretty much in every stage or every environment that you're going to be deploying your app into, or that your application is going to touch, my idea is that there should be a build of a Docker image that has all your application's code in it, along with its dependencies. There's testing that tests your application, and then there's a deployment that happens into whatever infrastructure there is, right? So the testing bit can get tricky though, and the type of testing you do, I think, depends on the environment that you're in. So if let's say, for example, you're a team and you have a main branch, and then you have feature branches that merge into the main branch. You don't have like a pre-production branch or anything like that. So in those feature branches, whenever I'm doing CI, that way I know when I cut my pull request that I'm going to merge into main and everything's going to work. In my feature branches, I'm going to want to probably just run unit tests and maybe some component tests, which are just, testing that your app can talk to another component or another dependency, like maybe a database. Doing small tests like that don't take a lot of time, that are fast and that you can write a lot of, would be done at the feature branch level, in my opinion. But when you're going to merge that feature branch into main as part of a release, in that activity, you're going to want to be able to do an integration test to make sure that your app can actually talk to all the other dependencies that it talks to. You're going to want to do an end-to-end test or a smoke test, just to make sure that, someone that actually touches the application, if it's like a website, can actually use the website as intended and it meets the business cases and all that. And you might even have testing like performance testing, or performance and load testing, or security testing, compliance testing. That would want to happen, in my opinion, when you're about to go into production with the release, because those are going to take a long time. Those are very expensive. You're going to have to cut new infrastructure, run those tests. It can become quite arduous, and you're not going to want to run those all the time. You'll hog up resources. Builds will be slower. Release will be slower. It'll just become a mess. So I would want to save those for when I'm about to go into production, instead of doing those every time I make a commit or every time I'm merging a feature branch into a non-main branch. That's the way I look at it, but every team does it different. there's other philosophies around it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't disagree with your build, test, deploy. I think if you're going to deploy the code, it needs to be tested at some level. I mean, let's assume you've got, I hate the term smoke test because it gives a false sense of security, but you have some minimal amount of tests, and I would expect the developer on the feature branch to add new tests that tested that feature. And that would be part of the PR. Those tests will need to pass before you can merge it to master. So I agree that there are tests that you want to run at different stages, but the earlier you can run the test before going to production, the fewer issues you have, the easier it is to troubleshoot it. And I kind of agree with what you said, Carlos, about the longer running tests, like performance tests and things like that, waiting to the end. The only problem is when you wait till the end to run those performance tests, you kind of end up deploying with whatever performance you have. It's almost just an information gathering. So if you don't run your performance test early on, and I don't want to go down a rabbit hole, but performance tests can be really useless if you don't have a goal, where it's just information gathering.
Yes.
It's
100%.
This is the performance. Well, what did you expect it to be? Is it good? Is it bad? They can get really nebulous. So if performance is really important, you're going to need to come up with some expectations. Preferably, set at the business level, like what are our SLAs, what are our response times, and have something to shoot for. And then before you're getting to production, if you have targets, you can test before staging, and you can tweak the code before staging and move that performance initiative, sorry, Carlos, a little to the left. But if you don't have performance targets, then it's just a checkbox. So those are my thoughts.
Yeah,
I like to test before every deployment.
Right.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm glad that you brought up SLAs and performance because the definition of performance testing, because one of the things that I've seen when I work with teams is that oftentimes another team runs the P&L tests, and the development team doesn't really have too much insight into what's going on there. And usually when I go to the performance team and say, hey, how do you run your performance tests? It's usually just a generic solution for every single application that they support, which may or may not be applicable to the application team that I'm working with specifically. So I think it's a good, I'm not going to dig into the rabbit hole SRE, but it is a good bridge into SRE where you start trying to define what does reliability mean, right? Because the reason why you test performance is to test reliability, to make sure that when you cut that release, that customers who go to your site or use your application aren't going to see regressions in performance, and they're not going to either go to another website or, lodge an SLA violation or something like that. It does bridge really well with defining reliability and what SRE means. And when you start talking about that, that's when you start talking about how often do I test my reliability in my application, right? Like, do I have nightly tests in CI that ensure that my main branch or, some important branch that is not main is meeting SLO, so service level objectives. Or, do I run tests that ensure that my SLA is being met in production, like whenever? Like, do I do things like game days where I test, hey, if I turn something off, or if I deploy this small broken code to production, like what happens to my performance? What happens to my security and compliance? You can go really deep into into creating into creating really robust tests that cover a lot of different domains, but I like just using build, test, deploy as the overall answer to that, because I find that you're going to have to build your application first. You're going to have to test it after you build it, and then you're going to want to deploy it after you test it. And that order generally ensures that you're releasing software that works.
Right. I was going to ask one last question. It's going to have to be like a sentence answer, though, for each one of you. This is like... do you lint? And if you lint, do you lint all the things? If you do you fail the linters during your testing? Yes or no?
I think it's going to depend on the culture. How religious are we about our linting?
Okay.
And if we have a hook, on the git commit, then theoretically, the developer can't get code there without running the linter anyway. So
Right. True. Anyone else? Anyone thoughts on that linting? Flame wars.
No, I saw an additional question on linting in the chat. If you would introduce it in a multi-stage build, I'm wondering also what others think about that. Like typically, I've seen with multi-stage, it's the most common use case is just to produce the final, like to minimize the image size and produce a final thin layer or thin image. So if it's not for that, like I haven't seen a lot of teams or individuals who are actually within a multi-stage build. There's nothing really against that, but I think the number one purpose of doing multi-stage had been just producing the minimalist image. So just wanted to kind of combine those two answers in one for you, Brett.
Sure. Yeah, sure. And with that, thank you all for the great questions. We are going to have to wrap this up, and we could go for another hour if we all had the time, and if Dockercon was a 24-hour long event. And then sadly, it's not. So we've got to make room for the next live panel, which will be Peter coming on talking about security with some developer security experts. And I want to just thank you all three of you for being here. Real quick, go around the room. Where can people reach out to you? I am at Brett Fisher on Twitter. You can find me there. Carlos?
I'm at Dev Mandy with a Y, DEVMandy. That's me.
Easiest name ever on Twitter, Carlos and DFW on LinkedIn. And I also have a LinkedIn learning course. So if you check me out on LinkedIn, you will find it.
Nice.
LinkedIn learning. Thanks for being here.
Thanks so much.
And you all stay around. So if you're in the room with us chatting, you're gonna if you want to go to see the next live panel, you got to go back to the beginning and do that whole thing and find the next, because this one will end, but we'll still be in chat for a few minutes. I think the chat keeps going. I don't actually know. I haven't tried it yet, so we'll find out here in a minute. But thanks you all for being here. I will be back a little bit later, but coming up next on the live stuff is Peter with security. Ciao.
Bye.
Thanks.
Hey there. Just let me see if I can fix something. Thank you everyone for stepping by. I like this music.
Hello and welcome, everybody. Very excited to have everybody here. My name is Peter McKee. Hello and welcome, everybody. Very excited to have everybody here. Today we're going to be talking about my name is Peter McKee. I'm the head of developer relations at Docker. And today we're going to be talking about container first security and shifting left. But before we do that, I have a couple little housekeeping items. First of all, yes, we are live. We are not pre-recorded. I have a great panel with us, and please join in on the chat. If you've come just to the website and you're on the main page, you won't see the chat. So go ahead and click on the blue button. That'll deep dive you into our session so you can see the chat. Ask your questions. I'll be monitoring that. Yeah, so let's just jump right into it and meet our guest. Liz, how are you? Nice to see you. Do you mind telling everybody who you are and what you do?
Sure. Hi. Thanks for having me here, Peter. Yeah, so my name's Liz Rice. I am Chief Open Source Officer at Isovalent, which is the company behind the Cilium networking plugin. And I'm also the chair of the Technical Oversight Committee for the CNCF. And I guess relevant to this discussion, I wrote a book about container security. So there's my credentials.
Awesome. Yeah, I got a bunch of questions about the book, but no. Yeah, well, thank you. Awesome. Andrew, should I call you Andrew or Andy? Which do you prefer?
Andrew is the formal term, so Andy is just fine.
Okay, I didn't want to say Andrew and you look over your shoulder for maybe your mom and dad or something, but yeah.
Andy's well, his friends, right?
Yeah. Precisely. Well, awesome, man. Thanks for joining us. Can you tell everybody who you are and a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been messing with containers for getting off 7 or 8 years, which is kind of a crazy time to think of the journey we've all been through. I'm a co-founder and CEO at Control Plane, where we specialize in trying to secure cloud native and fast moving stuff, and generally kind of a developer background, but trying to bring software engineering rigor to security and operations.
Awesome. Glad to have you. Thanks you so much. Liren, how are you? Great to see you. Can you tell everybody who you are and what you do? And I have questions about that hat. I don't know if you'll answer them this time, but go ahead, please.
Cool. Thanks. Hi, everyone. My name is Liran Tal. I'm a developer advocate at Sneak, where we are on a mission to build, to help developers build securely. And basically what it means for me is I'm active on the Node in the JavaScript community and ecosystem. So for me, it's about building secure containers for your Node.js applications and, trying to help developers just do the right thing most of the time if we can. That's kind of like my life mission right now.
Yeah, most of the time, right?
As much as we can.
Yeah, as much as we can, right? Justin, how are you? Thanks.
I'm good.
For joining us. Yeah. Please introduce yourself, please.
Yeah, so I'm Justin Cormack. I'm the CTO at Docker. Like Liz, I'm on the CNCF Technical Oversight Committee. I've spent a lot of time working with Tag Security, as it now is, the Technical Advisory Group on Security at CNCF, where we've been really building a community of people working on cloud native security. And I'm also a maintainer of CNCF Project Notary, which is a container signing solution that kind of came out of Docker originally. And we're now working on V2 of that really across the community with lots of people to try and help containers become more secure through that. But so I've been working in the kind of security space for quite a long time now, I guess.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thanks everybody for joining me. Great to see you all. You guys know each other a little bit, so and if I slip into an odd American UK accent, please forgive me. Just look at me weird, and I'll come out of that. But yeah, super excited to have you all. But okay, so when I was trying to prepare for this, right, I'm not a security professional. I'm a developer, and that was always someone else's problem, right? Which is horrible, right? But things are changing with DevOps and DevSecOps, and we'll get to DevSecOps a little bit later. But I think the lines between the roles are blurring a little bit, and we're shifting left. And maybe we could talk a little bit about that. But yeah, I just want to kind of set a frame and ask twofold to the panel. What does shift left mean, right? And how does this impact the organization? So yeah, just a general question. I'd love to hear what you guys think about that.
Should I jump in?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so I think Andy mentioned having a developer background. I also have a developer background. That's really key to what shifting left is all about. Traditionally, you did development and you wrote some code, and then at some point you would sort of throw it over the wall or perhaps raise a ticket, and you'd really hope that the security team would let you run your code. But that would be the last stage before your software was allowed to run in production. But the idea of shift left is to say, let's start thinking about security way earlier in the process. Let's start thinking of it right at the development stage. So it's bringing an awareness of security much earlier in the life cycle, and hopefully making development folks and security folks and ops folks all work together in one big happy team.
Yeah.
Hopefully, yeah. I mean, I think, yeah, because sometimes it feels like sometimes it's just, well, developers, that's your problem as well. Security is your problem as well. Now it's like, along with all the other stuff you still have to do. And I think, we have to be supportive of developers when we do shift left, because they do have, all these things are complicated and hard to learn and hard to understand. And I think we really need to help developers do these things well and help them understand what security is about and how to think about it.
Yeah. And I'm just sorry for jumping in, but yeah, that's exactly how I think, right? I don't know where to start, right? I don't know how to think about it. So maybe we could talk more about that. But yeah, Liren, Andy, any thoughts around that, shifting left and how it affects the org?
Yeah, absolutely.
Put you on the spot, but yeah.
The developers, as Justin says, they have a tough time. First they get DevOps, and then the DevSecOps idea, just loading stuff on their plate. And obviously they're focused on delivering business value. One of the big things that I've always loved is having a local workflow that gives me as much production style behavior as possible. Obviously containers with the kind of initial partial panacea kind of taking away, because I was running really big heavyweight VM workflows that tried to do that before. Containers make that much easier, but then also packaging the production security tools with relevant configs that can be run as part of a local build. All of a sudden, that means that actually, instead of having to get to CI to have your changes batted back to you, or as Liz says, even in the traditional way things were done, you think you've got a production release and the thing's halted and acrimony builds between the teams because it's all people and communication problems. Getting access to the same tooling that they're running in a pre-production or even a local development environment just makes life acceptable, means that you can actually have a good workflow around it. So that's my favorite way of implementing shift left.
Yeah. It's I have a story, and I'll be quick. I was at a large computer manufacturing company here in the central Texas area, who shall go unnamed. But and yeah, we did this big project, and we were a lot waterfall back then. But yeah, we were at the go no go, right? And well, here comes the security team. Comes in and with they didn't have badges though. Maybe in the story I should have said they had badges, but and they squashed everything and said, we never got the security report. You have to go off and write these 40-page security report, TPS report, I call them. But yeah, it was kind of like, oh, well, that's, and of course back then I just complained, right? We all just complained about it. But yeah, I can definitely see integrating that more, right? Because that's a common story throughout the industry, I think. Okay, Liz, I'm gonna jump back to you, because I need help understanding. So first of all, you mentioned your book, which I have not read. Please forgive me. I did read some of it. I do have it, but I did not read it all. But this is where that question came in at the beginning of the book, right? You talk about risks and threat models and those type of things. And while I had heard those, right, tangentially, but I had never really thought about them. Can you just kind of walk through how you think about those things, what they are, right, and a good way to think about them?
Yeah, so everybody's applications are different. There's no single kind of approach to security to fit everyone's environment. So risks are things that can go wrong, and the risks will vary, depending on what it is that you're building. So a risk might be that somebody manages to steal your data, and the effect of that, the risk is much higher if you're a bank or you're holding health data than it is if it's just, a personal blog site. Right. So risks can vary. And then the threat is what's the path to that risk occurring? So it could be a malicious actor trying to steal that data, or it could be just, are there things that you could inadvertently get wrong that would end up revealing that data to the world? And then also we're thinking about mitigations, which is, okay, so I understand what my risks are, and I'm going to think through what the possible ways that those risks might occur, what the threats are. And then for each of the threats, what can I do to mitigate it? Ideally, more than one thing to mitigate against any given threat, because of the principle of defense in depth. You want to have as many layers of security as you can between the bad actor and the risk.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. So jumping in, so Liam, you more, well, Liz talks a lot, spends a lot of time at the system level and writing. Liz, I just have a quick side note. I really love your video. It's in our docs, I believe, where you actually show how to build containers. Now, you've given that talk a couple times. That's a fantastic talk.
Oh,
right?
Thank you very much.
Yeah. And in there, you talk about C groups and namespaces and those type of things. And I'm like, okay. I mean, I understand them, but when I first started, I was like, oh, wow, okay, this is a little over my head. But Liam, right, you talk a lot of JavaScript developers. And when you're at that application level, you're not thinking about at the core system level these operating constructs, right? How do you advise JavaScript developers, Python developers? How should they approach security holistically in a container kind of view, right?
Right. Yeah. I guess that's kind of like talking about and understanding what are the quick wins, what are the low hanging fruits, because as we've said, we want to shift left. And when we want to handle security, I think Justin mentioned that, right? This is, security is another cross-cutting concerns that developers need to handle, along with performance and accessibility and, countless other things. So how do we make it, they're not security experts, but how do we make it, I'd say, usable and actionable for them to actually fix security issues? So I'd say for application developers, they're probably not as close to kind of like the bare metal of a container from like the C groups and the namespaces levels, but they do care about, they choose maybe the Docker, base image. So choosing it correctly, building it, correctly is a good thing to kind of practice. You can take it a bit more. For example, the applications that I'm building, and like maybe I'm scanning, all of my, work, my project and my dependencies and things like that locally. But what happens on production, right? What's happening, there might be kind of, I'm calling it like this dependency parity drift, right? Where it's not the same what you are building and scanning and maybe fixing at the repository level is not actually what's right now deployed on like a running container, somewhere else being orchestrated. And you might be fixing what you have right now, but something else running in production is still actually, maybe vulnerable. So there's that. And I'd even like to, when I talk a lot about container security and the best practices of, building images in a secure way, for applications in Node or Python or something else, a lot of the time people still focus on the vulnerabilities, maybe present in a container image, which is okay. But I've seen that, what they're missing on is the runtime itself, right? And now, Peter, me and you have done this kind of like live hacks where we actually hack a running Node application just based on the fact that we are actually having a vulnerable Node.js runtime, right? That was a vulnerable Node.js version that we had running on a container. So even if we fixed everything else and even if our code is like amazingly flawlessly working, no security issues, the runtime itself is vulnerable, and people do not spend enough time thinking about that. They're thinking about the versions of the Node runtime from, supporting language features. But right. That point, is kind of like missed when we're talking about being up to date with security fixes. So to me, I try to take them towards, what impacts the app from those kind of layers, which is also the quick wins that they could understand and do, and the best practices that, as Liz was also saying that, as you want to have as many security layers, that principle as much as possible. So that's kind of like what I think is resonating and very helpful to mitigate those kind of security vulnerabilities on the app level.
Yeah, great. Anybody else's thoughts around securing it? Because I think, at the code level, application level, security to me is right authorization and authentication, right? That's how I think, like, and SQL injection and those type of things, which are still, hey, still do that, everybody. But yeah, if anybody has any thoughts there, I'm gonna look at the chat real quick, but maybe you guys can jump in. Oh, here's a great question though. Sorry, Liz, were you going to say something? Forgive me.
I was just going to say that the most common types of attack, or certainly from my experience, there's a lot of discussion in security about things that could theoretically happen, and not all of them are really happening in the field. The things that are happening in the field, a lot of them are people trying to exploit those known vulnerabilities, the known issues in the dependencies and in the runtimes that application developers can avoid by using the up-to-date patched versions. So things like scanning for vulnerabilities in your images is a very quick win in terms of actually improving your security posture. So I'm all for image scanning.
Yeah, because I think major kind of easily exploitable security vulnerabilities will just have automated attacks on them. People just trying to find them. I mean, I think that, those things, I think, Apache struts and those things that were, quite famous a few years ago, they were just automated attacks all over the place because like lots of people were vulnerable. It's worth attacking on an automated basis. So, I think it is important to fix those things just because like the attackers are automated. You should be too.
Yeah, that's a great point. I had another war story, but we were running MongoDB, right? And the default port is there, and we had it running in the out in the wild, and constantly getting scanned, right? And it got scanned, and luckily it was some test data. It wasn't live production data or confidential data. But yeah, hacker locked down our MongoDB and put like a new table in there with the first row, said, hey, pay me so many Bitcoin and we'll unlock it for you, right? Well, no, but yeah. And that was purely because I believe, they were just scanning ports across known AWS. I don't know how does that work? I would assume something like that, right? They're just running scripts against known IPs or something?
Against all
or against
IPs.
any IP.
Yeah, you can scan the entire IP space in a couple of hours.
If you stand up a new server and just watch the traffic, without putting any defense on it, you will see all manner of things coming and seeing
Peter,
what it can do very quickly.
I'll ping you later an account for Shodan. You'll have some fun with that one.
Cool. Okay. Here's a quick one. So James Amity, pardon me if I pronounced that wrong. Which is the biggest security threat, the code or the container? We have to make a lot of assumptions there, I think, to answer that, but assume away.
Do you mean your code or someone else's code, or do you mean?
Let's assume our code. Like, so I've written it. What's my biggest risk? Is it the container?
Can I throw in a third option?
Okay,
absolutely. The
absolutely.
configuration of the container.
There we go.
Where I'm going to put my bid in for saying configuring containers to run as root, which in itself isn't so, nothing goes bad just doing that. But as soon as you have any exploits that is successful, if you're running the container as root is the same inside the container, it's on the host, unless you're using user namespaces, which I hope we will get to later. But I feel like for some time I've been part of a sort of relentless campaign to try and stop people running containers as root.
Yeah. Okay, Justin, I think you had a thought. I don't want to move away from that, but I want to touch on rootless too. Anybody have any more to add there? Liren, you look like you're just chomping at the bit.
Rootless containers are kind of interesting because they've been around for a long time, and a lot of this technology has been around for a long time. I mean, I'm quite opinionated about, the fact is that the ecosystem could fix these problems very quickly if anyone wanted to, and there's some historical reasons why the defaults are where they are rootless containers didn't exist when we first built Docker, but it's very difficult to get people to change things now just because it's a little bit of an inconvenience. But there is an issue that the whole ecosystem can't decide who's responsibility this is? Is it the user's responsibility for not configuring their container to be rootless? Is it the runtime's responsibility for not, defaulting to that? Or is it, another part of the runtime's responsibility for never having to make anyone else choose? Why isn't it just secure by default? I think there is definitely a kind of lack of responsibility for who's going to fix these things and whose problem should it be. And I mean, my view is it shouldn't be the user's problem to configure their runtime to be secure. The runtime should be secure. So, I think lots of things are starting from the wrong assumption about whose problem it is.
Yeah.
I do want to take that one as well, Peter. It's an interesting one. And I mean, that question on whether, we should be more worried and concerned of the code or, the container itself dependencies or something else. And, try to think with me here, like, let's do a mental exercise. Like, you're leaving the house, right? And you forgot the door, forgot to lock the door, left the window a little bit open, left the other window a lot open. And now what are you most concerned of? The door unlocked, the window unlocked, the window a little bit open, and so on. So that's the thing, right? It's not one or the other. And it's, people will take, attackers, malicious, anyone trying to get in, they would take the least route to resistance, right? They would, whatever works, all the low hanging fruit, whatever they can weaponize and automate, they will go through that. They don't care about anything else. And that's what's going to get you in trouble. So you may have, as you might as well have everything, kind of like vulnerable, your code, your dependencies, your runtime, but whatever they can weaponize first, whatever they can find and exploit, run something with Metasploit or whatever, that's going to get you in trouble. So it's hard to say that it's one or the other, but rather trying to, again, holistically try to take the risk down. And I think when you think about it like that, you understand that the problem is a little bit more complicated than just fixing one thing.
Yeah.
I would add to that. Liz was talking about risk and threat. I mean, the risk is that we lose something, or we lose data, or we lose access, or our systems, or things are mined. Denial of wallet is a wonderful phrase. And the threat, well, what's the way somebody's going to get into your application? Well, the application sat on a network somewhere, so it's probably a web-facing socket. Maybe it's an HTTP server, something that's listening on the network. So the first question is, and Struts is a prime example, can I prevent somebody from getting remote code execution within my container just with the code that I've got? So we hope the answer is always yes. The great thing about containers is we have this new security boundary. And by that, I mean namespaces give us something to hang security modules and tighter container configuration on. So we can configure a web server differently to a batch processing thing or a Mongo server. They can all be tuned slightly differently in terms of security. And then if we just say, okay, well, we've got all this security configuration. We know that the threat is somebody trying to hit the public internet-facing applications we're running. Let's play the thought process out. Somebody's managed to exploit our container and they're inside the container. What's the next thing that they do? Well, as Liz is saying, we have to have the container configured correctly because we assume that people will, if it's a privileged container, just be straight out onto the host. So of course, we want to reduce those boundaries. Possibly they're going to run a CVE-based attack. Most of those attacks need root as a prerequisite, or they need cap sysadmin. So we've got a really effective kind of double tap of useful configurations to run there. And then we probably want to think, well, what's the network accessibility for other services based on any identity we've got in the container? And then you can just start to model the whole system in the most, frankly, paranoid way possible, assume everything's compromised, and then just increase the resilience. But the difference between that and, again, a traditional VM-based architecture is that we tend to pile everything and the kitchen sink into a VM. And with containers, we've just got this tight utility from our security configuration. Yeah. So everything's broken, assume everything's compromised, and maybe we won't get woken up on a Sunday morning.
I think that is a really interesting and valuable thing about containers in general. They give us a way of breaking down architectures into these small composable pieces, and they also give us a way of breaking down security into smaller composable pieces. We can think about how we want to protect each different container by things like what ports we're going to allow traffic, which container is allowed to speak to which other containers, and that gives us, again, it's that defense in depth idea. It's something that we can only do if we were running everything on a single VM or a set of VMs the way that Andy is describing. You don't have that extra security boundary around each different container.
Yeah. Okay. To me, man, that was awesome. There's a bunch of stuff there. Maybe we could take a step back, because I've heard namespaces and C groups a couple times. Yeah. What are those, right? How do those work? And maybe we can also talk within that context of, and I like to talk about this a little bit, of demystifying, and it's a little bit throwback to your video, Liz, right? Of what actual containers are. I think there's a misconception, especially folks coming new to containers. They probably come from VMs, right? And I used to thought that wasn't an issue anymore, so I kind of stopped talking about it, explaining the differences. But I think it's important, because I'm not sure everybody understands that. Okay, so so my question, I think, is, what are containers? Basically, if we can maybe demystify them a little bit, and then what are C groups and namespaces and other, operating system levers and pulleys? A very technical term I'll use there.
I could jump in on this since
awesome.
We referred to my video on this. Yeah. So basically, containers are just Linux processes. I'm just going to talk about Linux. I gather there are some other operating systems, but let's just concentrate on Linux.
Yeah, easy in the chat.
Yeah. So, when you create a container, there isn't really a concept in the Linux kernel of a container. You're creating a process, but you're restricting what that process can see and do. So namespaces are restricting what that has visibility of. So, for example, you might say, I'm going to give this process a process ID namespace, and that means it can only see the other processes and the process IDs inside that namespace, and not any of the other ones running on the host. There's like half a dozen different namespaces that all just limit what that process can see. And C groups is a similar kind of way of restricting a process. For C groups, it's about what resources can I use. So you might limit the amount of memory or the percentage of CPU that a given process can use. And you could do these things independently. You can have namespaces without C groups and C groups without namespaces. You also change the root file system for a container so that it can only see a subset of the host's file system. And when you bring all those as a process running on a machine or virtual machine, the host can see everything that's happening inside that container. The namespace is kind of, and the C groups are only sort of from the process's point of view, from the container's point of view. From the host perspective, they just look like normal processes.
Right.
I hope
right.
it helped.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Go ahead, Liam.
Just to confuse things, though, because you can run a container in a VM, and so it's like Fargate on AWS, or just containers running as VMs, and there's a bunch of open source projects for doing that as well. So it's a little bit kind of nuanced as well around what is a container. I mean, the container is the container the packaging format and the idea of running applications separately, or is it the runtime way of running those traditionally? And there's a lot of different ways of thinking about what it is.
Yeah. Okay. Liam, did you add something to add? I don't want to jump in and.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, and Liz, I think kind of distilled the idea, the concept of containers, and that last part of understanding now that privilege escalation from a container outside, like that is really significant and severe. And that is why, like if no one had realized that before, that this privilege escalation is basically compromising an entire set of other containers and the host and the network it's on and so on and so on. So this is why it's crucial to understand also this idea of like what we discussed before of rooted containers, or containers having the ability to run as root. Maybe it's a plug to create a stickers like friends don't let friends run root containers, right? We can try that movement and see if that works.
Yeah, with t-shirts. Andy, did you have anything to add to there? I didn't want to make sure.
I'd buy that t-shirt.
Yeah, me too. I wanted to throw in the canonical definition, and by that I mean the Lex C team at Canonical, who've been saying for years that containers are a user space fiction, which I think is the most beautiful encapsulation of the thing. And I like to think of it as a tower block with lots of different rooms, and the kernel has painted a picture onto every window. So you can look out, but you only see what the kernel wants you to see. Every time you turn off a namespace, a kitten dies. But secondarily, the picture starts getting chipped away as well, and you start getting a different perspective. You can start to actually see beyond what you've been initially constrained to. And does that matter? Well, again, it's a case of prerequisites for attacks. It's a case of the threat model for the system. Perhaps there is things that you don't want the container to see that you've inadvertently shared. Host networking is a great one because that gives you direct access to the host's network adapter, and all the other containers on the host are going from their own adapter inside the container to that host adapter, and suddenly you can sniff everyone else's traffic. Yeah. And process namespaces in the same way. You can start sneaking into other people's file systems. So really, each and every container namespace that's disabled just decreases the abstraction, and it increases the risk of other things compounding to produce a negative outcome, he says gently.
Yeah.
Andy, yeah. I just wanted to add to that as well. So, sorry,
yeah,
Peter. It all connects together where, just saying, someone would sniff the network. And I don't know, do you remember the days where, we were doing HTTPS, outside, but internally everything talks HTTP, right? Yep. Not anymore, right? This is no longer a best practice or, a practice at all, and why you shouldn't do it, because the perimeter is no longer something that, very easily protects you. And, just, connecting to what Andy was saying, this is understanding again now, having distilled that information, that you should always communicate securely. There's no, internal network. There's no internal boundary. There's no, test versus something else. This all needs to be secure. And that's kind of why this is the reason for it.
Yeah. Yeah, super interesting. I'll show my age a little bit. I remember we were building websites just on HTTP forever, right?
Go for it. I was thinking you're gonna say go for it because you're saying age and stuff like that. So I'll take HTTP. Yeah. No worries. So.
Yeah, I'm not that old. Jeez, no. Well, here's this is a great question. So, is it less secure to run containers in a managed environment like Fargate, where you don't have any control over the host?
So I think AWS would talk about the shared responsibility model if they were talking about this. So the idea is that by offering a managed service, the cloud provider, AWS in that example, they're taking responsibility for security up to a certain point. And beyond that, it's very clear what you're responsible for and what they're responsible for. So you can still do really insecure things in the part that you're responsible for. So, you still have some responsibility to take, but it does mean that the things that the cloud provider is looking after for you, which are typically going to be things like the network configuration, a lot of that is going to be taken care of for you. And the fact that, a giant multinational corporation with a lot of experience in network security is taking responsibility may provide better security than you, no disrespect to the person who asked the question, but maybe AWS know more about networking than you do. I don't know. You might be brilliant. But yeah, if it was me, I would want to have, that experience and the scale looking after. I think that can make things really more secure, but you can still mess it up.
That sounds directly related to the other issue you kind of brought up to begin with, the configuration side of things, right?
Yeah, I guess that's true. I mean, if the parts that you're configuring, you can still get wrong. Your application code could be horrendously, vulnerable. But at least there is a set of things that you don't have to worry about. Your job is hard enough as it is looking after the application side, the configuration side. The less you have to do.
Get you talking to my boss as well. saying, about how my job is hard enough, talk about some stuff related to it. It's the mid-year review right now, Please, let's chat afterwards.
You need a 360. You need help with your 360 review, Larry?
Probably, Peter. We should do it live as well.
Okay.
Okay, so I have a question because I hear all this, but walk me through how does a breakout, and I'm probably using the incorrect terms here, but so forgive me, but what is my risk, right? So I have a web app, and someone either in the base image, I have some piece of software that has a vulnerability and is attacked from the outside, or through my application. Once they get into a process, are they looking at spinning up their own processes within the container and then using that process to look at outside of the container and go from there? Like how does that, so maybe I'll jump back to the house analogy, right? They broke the front door and now they're inside, right? And how does that work? They start looking around, they're looking for the safe, right? They're starting to look for the safe. How does that work?
This house analogy has reminded me that for 6 months, I lived in a house where we went in and out the back door and locked it every day, and we had never locked the front door for the entire 6 months. It was wide open. It was like...
That's a great war story for this security panel. Come on.
Yes.
Anybody watching you just sees you go in and out the back door, so that's the only one they attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it'd be interesting to understand how does the actual attack work, and we don't have to go too deep. But is that how it actually works?
Basically, they'll attack your process. They'll take control of it. Then they can start running additional processes within the container, using whatever's in the container to run them, like the shell, or if you've got Python installed, they can use Python too, or they can find a way to download more stuff into the container. And you can make it a little more restrictive by having read-only container file system, and by having, limits on the amount of memory and processes. So it's more difficult to run anything in the container, but you should expect them to at least be able to, reach anything that the container could reach. If the container can talk to a database, then it can probably use the same credentials to talk to the database. So be careful. If it can write to the database, then there's an attacker able to write to your database. And then there's the question of can they reach anything that they shouldn't be able to reach? Can they start attacking other containers that they can reach and get inside those, or attack the host and all the other things that they potentially might be able to do? But the normal, the starting point is, what access does that container have? What can they do? What can you do in that container once you don't have the constraints of the program that's supposed to be running there?
Right. So that's why we always, don't put anything in that image that you don't need, right? Like a bunch of extra tools, dev tools.
Yeah, although remember that if the attacker's got control, they can probably download more things into the container, and people will, download tools for attacking the container more easily. So it doesn't protect you totally. You have to be, always expect that people can make use of what's there or download new stuff, and it's not a full protection.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Just in general for me, right, is you have to think differently, right? You have to put a security hat and think about all the things you probably wouldn't normally think as you're, pulling off the Jira ticket and writing some code, right? It's a different perspective to come and look at what you're building, putting in images, right?
I mean, having an attacker's mindset is a really important thing to get yourself in that zone. I think when I started working on security, I used to spend a bit of time every Monday trying to work out how I could attack our company's product. And I'd just allocate half an hour on Monday morning and see if I could do something. I had an idea. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. It's it gets you into that mindset of just practicing thinking in a way you don't normally do.
Yeah, I was worried that you might say that you spent 30 minutes hacking other people's.
That's what he did for the rest of Monday.
Yeah, that's the other. It's right. Awesome. Okay, so Andrew, let me ask you. So you do a lot of teaching and training and provide services. So DevSecOps is not too, rather. Oh yeah, you saw this question. You knew it was coming. Explain this to me. What do we do? Is this just another DevSecOps, or are we just doing another? What's the difference? What is this all about?
I think there's a couple of things. Fundamentally, DevSecOps, in my mind, is just putting acceptance criteria onto security tickets. You do that one thing and everything else follows, because you need the culture, you need the people, you need somebody embedded in the team, somebody has to sign that off at the end of the day, and you just start to inculcate that sensation of, I guess sensation is the wrong word, the sensation of actively securing stuff. But obviously the word's got a bit of history. We had the kind of DevOps portmanteau. DevSecOps is probably a little bit more application security focused, so more concerned with the libraries that we're shipping or like layer 7 behavior. And actually, DevSecOps, semantically, I don't think anybody really cares enough to die on either hill. But maybe you'd say that SecOps is focused on, I'm going to use the word holistically, non-ironically, for which I apologize in advance, but the holistic view of the system. So you actually care about everything from the operating system deployment. Like, have you got a latest patched kernel? Does it support the features that you want for your container runtime? The network security, how the thing is actually deployed, and then we're into infrastructure as code, the static analysis of configuration, frankly, all the way through. So in my mind, fundamentally what we need is solid DevOps, because then we know that the engineering is good. And again, we're overloading the developer question. But once the system can be automatically deployed, torn down, perhaps you could do blue-green releases to save the danger of upgrading stuff in place. If you have a security criteria that comes in Friday afternoon, you can probably ship that feature because your engineering team have proved themselves capable of doing something difficult, which is running a production system in an automated fashion. And then security is just tweaking things afterwards, but with the regression tests to make sure that you haven't just locked down public access to a cluster, other fanciful things that have probably never happened to me, just to be sure that actually you have a full view of what acceptance means for your organization, and security is just playing into that as a part of what keeps your business up and running.
Yeah, nice. Thank you. Anybody else have any thoughts around that? No. Okay, cool.
I'm just curious what system it was that Andrew brought down.
It's not a singular, Liz. I'm afraid it's. I think this is the nature of experience. Actually, when you talk about training, one of the things that I really credit with a huge amount for my personal development was getting access to production systems, being given responsibility, making mistakes that make my heart leave through the bottom of my feet, and the more and more abstractions that we get, and the more people use managed services as opposed to compiling their own kernels or other kind of self-flagellistic behaviors, then the more difficult it is to gain that experience. So that's a big part of what I think training and teaching should be for people, giving them as much coal-face time as possible.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, so this is a great question from the chat also too. At least I think so. Are distro list containers more secure?
Well, that comes back to that point I was making earlier, is that having less stuff in your container is an inconvenience for an attacker, but it's not necessarily a complete obstacle. There are some sort of scripted attacks that make assumptions about what you have in your container. It's like I'm gonna call this HTTP endpoint that's insecure with a shell command, and I'm gonna just assume that the shell is bash because it usually is, and it's usually installed in this place, and it'll just, those drive-by things will probably fail if you haven't got, if you're using distroless or something where you haven't got a shell or a from scratch container. That's great. If someone really wants to attack you, they can just probe and work out what you have got, and they'll find something they can use. So it's really a question of how determined the attacker is. And there are more drive-by attackers, so you will stop those. But if someone is trying to attack you, it's not enough, so it definitely, it does help with those drive-by attacks potentially.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'm going to connect to that because this is, we've got this demo where we ran that on one of the shows before, Peter, where we're showing how you could hack into the container itself. And I think one of the interesting parts in that was that we were using a remote reverse shell from the compromised container outside to a node, somewhere. And building that exploit, I didn't have, so we exploited image tragic on the container itself. And sadly for that Node 6 something image for me, we didn't have Netcat available. So I actually had to download it, be able to download it to that container, compile it, and then run it. And that's how we kind of like moved outside. So yeah, the fact that you're running, distroless, or, you do not have some of the capabilities, that's just like Justin said, that's an annoyance. That's not going to stop anyone from doing anything else. Plus, there are a ton of other, issues and vulnerabilities that's going to come in from other places. Like, hey, someone has access to now read your code, and they can't do anything else. This is still a, read-only file system on the container. That's fine. There are a lot of issues in your code that they can find out. Maybe you have hard-coded, API keys there. Maybe the Git directory is there. They can look at a history, but there's a ton of information that they could pivot the attack from going, laterally to any other places that they could, compromise. So that's why also like, application issues like path traversals seems like so insignificant. This isn't just traveling, the file system, looking for files. What could I actually do? Well, apparently if you could read a lot of the files, there's a lot of information in that. There's an entire code base. There's your node modules with all the the versions that you're using. There's a ton of information that people could actually use against you. So again, like this is, the principle of, I'd say, the weakest link, right? You want to close out all the doors and all the windows and not leave anything else for chance for someone else, because they would find it. You need to make, I love the way that we're sometimes saying this, in talks is, you need to make one single mistake, which is, the door for someone else to get in. One single mistake. You need to get everything right. If you mistake once, that's it.
Yeah. Thanks for scaring us.
Great.
Go ahead, Liz. Sorry.
Sorry, that was Liran mentioned, that there might be keys inside the container in the file system, and I think it's worth just emphasizing that once somebody's inside the container, they've got access to everything that the container can see, including secrets. Mm-hmm. So it's one reason for, if assuming you're in a we're not talking about a personal website here, we're talking about something kind of high risk. Right. Thinking about things like the restricting which containers have access to which secrets to on a least privilege basis can help you, so that if you do have one container that gets compromised, you want to restrict the effect of that, restrict how much damage the attacker is then going to be able to do. And things like only sharing a secret if it's absolutely necessary to that container will just help a bit.
Right. Minimizing the blast radius, basically.
Not giving containers access to the AWS metadata credentials, which is a common thing.
Great start.
Yeah.
I wanted to add on the end of that, because Bash has now been mentioned a sufficient number of times for me to be unable to not contribute. One of the things that Justin pointed out is any runtime is potentially exploitable. And if we think about, if we want to just pull down someone else's code, well, we probably need some certificate authority root certificates, but not if we're just going to ignore security and just pull down anything. So we just need something to make an HTTP call. Well, what can we do that with? More or less any runtime will let you do that straight out of the box. Bash, you can actually plug together in the most elegantly insane way, let's say. Bash gives you a virtual dev TCP file system. So you've suddenly got access to the network adapter through Bash's own addition to the dev file system, which, and this is what Liran just triggered the thought, if you're going to try and fire a reverse shell out of someone's container, the classic way to do it is just to pipe Bash to dev TCP and then the attacker's IP address and port. So you do get a slight security boost from just using SH over Bash, because you kind of get rid of that class of attacks. But any other runtime that's in the container, and the point about immutable file systems as well. Yes, it's really good for scripted attacks because they will just assume access to various places. But most containers, or the kernel mounts dev SHM as a shared memory point into most containers. A lot of applications need to drop log files or PID files. Temp directory is almost always writable. Even managed services, which go to extreme lengths to achieve this, I mean, they still make this available to you in some way because it's a utility question. It's not something you can uniform. I guess we're back to defense and secure by default. It's not something you can uniformly disable for everybody. And should you ask the user to turn on yes, I want my application to be able to drop a PID file. It seems like it's a lot to ask. So Distrolist specifically, if your programming language will drop if it will package its own libraries, basically. I mean, Golang builds static binaries because it packages its own system call interface. So you get that inside, and you don't need to then, well, you can just invoke it as a fully static binary. If you get remote code execution into that container, you can't really run anything. And the level of attack you're looking at to break out of the container is more like return-oriented programming. So you're actually messing with bytecode or offsets. You've probably got to deal with like address space randomization. And it just, again, as Justin said, it's all about just raising the bar. For a determined attacker, this stuff all becomes difficult because they may have access to systems in ways you don't expect or have interactions with people. But for the majority of the attacks that we're going to face, just taking those sort of minimum hygiene steps and container scanning and using something like Distrolist goes a huge, huge way.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you. Okay, I want to shift gears a little bit because I think it's an important topic that I wanted to touch on. That's the software supply chain attacks, right? I'm here in Austin. SolarWinds is here. I have friends that work there, so I'm not beating up SolarWinds. There's just another one happened recently. What is a supply chain attack? Why should we be concerned? What's going on there?
I mean, a supply chain attack basically is when some piece of software you use and trust, any piece of software you use, turns out that the version of it you downloaded was actually malicious. And there's been enormous numbers of these things. I mean, SolarWinds was an example where, this was commercial software that people were installing in their on-prem, but there's been malicious JavaScript modules that have targeted particular groups of people. There's been code in BIOSes and computers that's targeted specific computers. There's a lot of it is quite targeted because things get noticed if they attack everyone, especially with widely used software. But like, when you get a piece of software, do you read every line of the source code or decompile the binary and see what everything is doing? No, you don't. You tend to have some level of trust, but do you even know if it really came from where you thought it came from? Did you check a signature on it? All these question marks about it. And most of the time it's fine, but increasingly it's a way that people are attacking because so you've hardened your runtime environment, your containers are nice and hardened, you're not running as root, you've checked all your software, but if you then if someone can persuade you to run a piece of software that is vulnerable, then suddenly your production environment's vulnerable again. Or if someone can persuade you to run a bit of software that just reads the stuff out of your database without even going into production. I mean, there's so many, or just sends you all your passwords and keys from your laptop. I mean, it sends you your SSH keys, and then it doesn't need to even reach production. So there's so many ways of attacking before production that have suddenly become more important now that people have realized they're kind of easier to exploit, and production is often harder to exploit. So there's this big gap of things in that space.
Yeah. There was another interesting example of that recently with the CodeCov exploit. And the reason why I think it's interesting is because I don't know how many million times that might have been downloaded into somebody's GitHub Actions. A lot of people use CodeCov, and nobody had checked, verified that the version they had downloaded actually matched the published SHA, which, we all do this. We all go on the internet, we see something, we can see, oh, here's the hash, I should check that it matches. And maybe we don't always do that. Turns out, nobody does it.
Well, with CodeCov, it was also interesting because, again, the attacker only changed the code sometimes. So a lot of the time, if you looked, it was fine, and then they changed it for a bit, and then went back, reverted again. So again, there's this kind of the more people are wary about, people know that if you attack something constantly, someone might notice, but if you just do it sometimes or for some targeted individual, then it's less likely to be noticed, and you can attack for longer. So you always have to be kind of cautious with these things about I checked it once, it was fine on Wednesday.
Yeah, it's the same for the SolarWinds piece as well. Because they attacked the build system, they had a file watcher that waited for the source code to be checked out. They then switched one of the files for something that they had to decrypt and then dropped that into place, allowed the build to proceed, and then switched the file back in. So if people were hashing, as is, that's like things like in Toto, we'll check each build stage by checking the inputs and outputs. Because it was able to get in kind of I don't want to say intra-process, but in the flow of that CI build and then restore it, you then need to play what becomes a frequency game. Like, how many times a second can I check this before it hits the compile? And that doesn't make any sense. There's another way to do it is to actually have the thing generating the hash run the next stage of the build, which is the in toto angle on that. But yeah, in terms of sneaking in and just fixing or just changing that one thing, it becomes incredibly hard to track down and detect.
Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I've been guilty of this for sure, right? You're building a piece of software, and the package systems that are out there are incredible, right? And someone's built something that you need, right? A date formatter or something, right? Oh yeah, there looks, there's enough stars. Yeah, great, put it in, right? And you never check SHAs, you never do any of that, right? I know, Andrew's laughing at me. I know, it's the worst in the world.
Who needs SHAs if you got stars?
Yeah. And what
it's
are
another
those
t-shirt.
right. Yeah, and what do those even mean, right? Like, so why do people, like, they mean nothing, right? But it's the stars. Yeah,
you can buy them.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Andy, me and you should have a talk afterwards. I feel there's a lot of common ground there.
That's part of, well, no, I won't say it. Okay, awesome. Well, any closing thoughts? We're right here at the end of time. Man, this has been really fun. I've learned a ton. Thank you all for being here. Any closing thoughts? Do we, I mean, I hopefully we haven't conveyed to the audience, right, that it's all doom and gloom. It's just, these are serious things you should really think about. But yeah, anybody's have any parting thoughts?
I'd like to drop a shout for tag security. As Justin and Liz are involved with some oversight and a lot of the work. The group's recently generated a supply chain security white paper that goes to about 50 pages, and it goes into some serious depth. And
awesome.
There was a huge amount of excellent contributors involved. So there's lots of interesting stuff there if people are interested by that in a cloud native sense.
And if you want to get involved in security, it's a great place to start. I think that's one of the great things about that group is that it's very accessible and a good place to start learning about security if you're really interested.
Awesome. Well, thanks again, everybody. I really, really appreciate it. It was great chatting with you all. Hopefully we can see each other in person soon. But until then, please stay safe. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. The questions were great. Sorry we didn't get to all of them. Please find us on Twitter, ask your questions. These are wonderful people, and they interact with the community a ton. So again, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. Bye now.
Okay, can you hear me? Let's turn on the camera. Okay, so I think you have some minutes of pause. I hope you are enjoying this big event. I personally liking this a lot. Let's see some speakers. Fisher. Amazing. Let's see the next talks. You have. We could put out some music, but let's see if we can. AWS Lambda functions from container images. 500 vulnerabilities. I like this one. I love this, but let's see. If you want to propose something, just write in the chat. By the way, it's already 3.5 hours. Wait a moment. Let's put out some music. Come on. Speakers, not agenda.
It was really great. She talks a lot about CI/CD pipeline and what to do with GitHub. It was great. I also want to say that I was slipping back and forth between the community rooms and way to go, Brazil. Obrigado to all of the people who participate in the Brazil room. We had about 250 plus people in that room, and the chat window was just going crazy. And in the French community room, Vive la France, Vive les Francophonies, we had about 150 plus people in that room. So I just want to say that, we've been seeing a lot of participation, and I just want to thank everyone for attending and for participating. And people have been so kind in the chat rooms. We just want to remind you to stay kind. Presenters put a lot of effort into their presentations. So just, offer some positive and supportive critique to them. And the other thing I want to mention is all of the countries that we're seeing, all of the participation. So I'm just going to call out a few. We have people from the Netherlands, from Canada, from South Africa, Akron, Ohio, Belgium, Austria, Ecuador, New Zealand, Nicaragua, Westchester. It just goes, the list goes on and on and on. And I think this really speaks to the power of Docker community. And it's a real testimony to how people from all over the world are in love with Docker technology and are excited to be here. And so I just wanted to, thank everyone again, and want to remind you that we want to leverage the power of community. And we have a fundraising campaign going on to help people who are affected by COVID. And, some of our biggest communities, especially in India and Brazil, have been really affected by COVID. So we're asking you to contribute. And we'd really like you to participate. We have the link you can see here, Docker Donates. You can tweet about it, and would love to see the numbers go up for those donations because, I've personally been affected, had some family members pass away from COVID in India, and I'm sure other people may have stories firsthand or secondhand. So please do that, and let's show what the power of Docker community can do. And before I hand over to Peter, I'm just going to read out some of the tweets we've been getting. Okay, this, Brett and Peter, these are great. One of the tweets said, Dev Environments is one of the most exciting features in the past few years. Super excited to try this out. Right?
I agree.
Great tweet. Yeah, I agree too. Another
was that my
said,
tweet,
loving
though?
the content. That was not your tweet.
Okay.
You can slip me the $20 later. There's another tweet that says, loving the content from #Dockercon so far, fascinating use cases and interesting progress and future directions. Love that. And then there's another one. I'm trying to find it here. Been waiting for this so long. Docker builds now work on Intel and M1. So keep those tweets coming. We love getting this kind of feedback,
Yep.
and we love reading the chat room. So Peter, I attended your panel, and I love that we were talking about security and that moving it left. So how did that go for you?
It was extremely fun. And for those that I think my parents might be watching, so they probably watched it and are like, "This is the most boring thing I've ever seen." But you get a bunch of geeks, and Brett has told me I should use geek instead of nerd, but I like geeks. So you get a bunch of geeks talking about security and coding and what containers actually are, what vulnerabilities are. Yeah, it was extremely fun. The panel was fantastic. They were very engaging. The chat, I mean, I couldn't keep up with the chat, right? It just kept flying by. Luckily, I had a helper to pull off questions, but yeah, it's super exciting. I know we're all remote, but you can just feel that energy, right? It was great. It was great. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, super connected. I felt that with your panel too, Brett, as well. Sorry to talk over you there, but yeah, how did it go for you? There was a lot of engagement in your session.
Ditto. Like it was just there were so many questions. We only got to get a fraction of them. I tried to pick themes because when you talk about continuous testing and integration and all the things that take a part of that, you end up with lots of. Well, what I like is the discussion around opinions, because so much of these pipelines from code on your machine into production and everything in between, it's really it's a culture. It turns out to be the description of your culture and how you all perceive testing, what you value in testing. And so that really started to come out as a theme throughout that show. And we ran out of time. I was also watching Peter's and it was fantastic, but like you think an hour is enough time to cover a topic, but it's just tip of the iceberg kind of stuff. So I think it was super helpful. I learned some things. I enjoyed watching Peter's, and yeah, can't wait for the next one. There's more to come.
And likewise, Brett. I mean, I know we're maybe we patting each other's, but it was super exciting to watch your panel. They were Nico's one of my favorite people in the world. A fellow Austinite, but yeah, I love that too. How you were talking about opinions, right, and playing off each other. It's always interesting to hear smart people how they think, right?
Yeah.
I learn from how they think, right? Yeah. 100%.
So all right, so we're what's next? Like we got to keep this thing going. So I've got to remember that.
I want to talk a bit about some of the panels that are, or the sessions that are coming up, and just want to remind people that there's something happening this afternoon. I'm all about use cases. I was a developer for many decades, and it's great to hear how other developers are using the tools. But as a developer, I always wanted to know what are the end user applications. And so we have two exciting sessions at 1 p.m. We have Sneak and Red Ventures. And they're going to be talking about how they used Docker containers. The title of the session is great: An Ounce of Prevention Curing Insecure Container Images. So check that out. And we also have another one at 1:30 with Massimo from AWS and Dexter Legaspi from SiriusXM. They're going to be talking about a real-world application using Docker containers. So I really want you to encourage you to attend those.
Yeah. Right. Could I say one really quick? Because I'm super, and a shout out to Eric Smalling. He's giving the Red Ventures talk with their partners. He's awesome. Go check out his. But I'm really excited about Matt Jarvis's Sneak talk around, and I think we might have talked about it earlier. My container image has 500 vulnerabilities. Now what? Right. I mean, I think as developers, as we're coming into this, and DevOps and everybody, right? You scan and then you see all these vulnerabilities just shoot by, and you're like, well, what do I do? So Matt will be addressing that, and he is fantastic. I can go on. There's a bunch of them.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch coming up. And right up after this, I'm going to live stream with bunch of panels on GitOps. And then after that, Peter will be back. And so stay tuned. And thanks for watching during the intermission. We'll see you soon.
I'm also leading the Women in Tech panel.
And the Women in Tech panel later.
Attend that. Don't forget to do that.
Absolutely. Yep.
All right. Ciao.
See you guys. Ciao.
Bye, everyone.
For me, like my first, whoa, whoa, I get it about Docker was when I used a SQL Server container on my MacBook for the first time.
Being able to install Docker Desktop, which was the first thing that I did, and be able to build this project without worrying about any of my software versions that I currently had on my machine, it was awesome.
One of the things I love the most about Docker is because I write books and I do video training courses, I help a lot of people take their first steps with Docker and containers. And to get a connection with those people and for them to come back to me and say, do you know what? This is so cool and it's so easy and it's going to change both my job, but also my organization, my team, all of that kind of stuff. Change the experience that our customers have with our applications and with our business. Really puts a smile on my face.
If you want to use containers, then Docker is the first choice, especially with tools like Docker for Mac, Docker Compose. You can easily do your day-to-day job as a developer, or if you're an ops person, then there are tools to deploy to the cloud and other things. So yeah, Docker is the way to go.
The simplicity of converting one simple task at a time into a Docker image and make that reused as many times, that is one of the cool things I like about Docker.
My favorite part about Docker is using it as a developer tool, using Docker Desktop, really easy to install, really easy to run.
Every time I come back to Docker, I love the simplicity of the way that it works, especially on things like security, which I find frustrating and hard. It's just done so seamlessly. So my favorite thing about Docker is not just that it changed the world in the way that we develop and ship and build applications, but that it's just so easy that even a guy like I can do it.
I think it really is all about finding that aha moment, that hook where Docker really makes sense to you. Because once you have that moment, then all of a sudden you are on your way to being a Docker power user.
There is a need for people to understand this technology better before they can actually dive deep into that. And Docker makes it easier to explain things, to explain the concept of containers, to explain how containers will work, how you can split your environments, how you can standardize all your pipelines and so on.
It's important that we also take the time to help other people. And I think it's very important that we also give back. And that's part of the motto of open source is how do we give back to other people and how do we help other people learn? And I think that's what I'm really passionate about in this whole thing is continuing giving back to the community.
I just hope everyone has fun at Dockercon, and I know that there's a lot of great speakers coming, and I will be watching the talks even though they're happening at 3 a.m. in my local time zone. I'm pretty excited to watch and hopefully watch more of them later on streaming or YouTube or wherever they're going to be. So I hope everyone has fun and learns something. And yeah, I don't see how you couldn't have fun.
Hi Shaquille. Just one moment. Can you see me? You should. Perfect. Hi there. Okay, let's see. We have less than 5 hours to go. Wow. Let's see the agenda. Is 10 p.m. here almost? So let's see. I think that I'll go with this one. GitOps with Brett Fisher. And then let's see. I don't know if this is gonna last 1 hour. Oh, okay, perfect. And this one. Now in the future, Peter McKay. And this is 11 p.m. Okay. Great. So I think I'll go into this one.
Back.
Hello. Oh,
I've got my panel, and we are doing things real time here. So sorry for the delay, a few minutes late. So anyway, let's talk about things. The reason we're here, and we're going to go around the room and introduce everybody. Got 3 special guests here. I got my Ivor, my John, and my Nirmal, and we're going to talk about GitOps. I called it Future Ops just because I want to think about what's the next thing for. At the end, we're going to talk about what our ideas for what's next for GitOps, right? Because we're all starting to just get into GitOps now, but of course, a lot of us are always thinking about what's next, what's better, how can we make this thing better. So we're going to take your questions. That's the reason we're here, is to take your questions and answer them, or at least the best we can, for the next hour. And all right, so let's go around the room and introduce yourself. My name is Brett. I am streaming from Virginia Beach, in Virginia Beach, Virginia, United States. And I talk about things on the internet. I sell courses on Udemy that talk about Docker and Kubernetes. Ivor, introduce yourself.
Hey, how's it going, everyone? I'm a software engineer at Axel Springer, currently based in Berlin, and I happen to be Brett's teaching assistant.
All right, that's right. We're in our courses together almost every day. John.
Hey everyone, my name is John Harris. I used to work at Docker. I now work at VMware as a staff field engineer. So yeah.
And Nirmal.
Awesome. By the way, you are streaming from Brett.
I am streaming from Brett.
I'm Nirmal Metha. I'm a distinguished engineer with Booz Allen, and I'm also a Docker captain. And it's good to see Ivor in person, and it's good to see you again, John. It's been a little while.
It has. It was the pre-COVID times, right? You were up here in Seattle.
Yeah, that was long. Feels like an eternity ago.
Yeah, John's shirt looks red and reminds me of the Austin T-shirt. So I was So we all I have like this old limited edition Docker on ET.
Ooh, that's a classic.
Right? Yeah. I scored that one last year. Sometimes with these old conference shirts, you have to like go into people's closets. I'm not saying I did that, but you have to go steal stuff. You have to find ways to get the swag. But
post-COVID, if you ever come to my place, I'm going to have to lock the closets then.
That's right. So
I think it was the second floor of the Docker HQ in San Francisco was where they kept all the T-shirts, just boxes and boxes and boxes, floor to ceiling. So every time I went to HQ, you just as many as you could fit in your luggage. I think I have about 10 of these red shirts.
You bring an extra piece of luggage just for your your shirt grab. All right, so I'm going to start scanning questions. So that you don't have to. You can. You all are welcome to do that. And I'm going to start us off with a topic. So let's just define the parameters. Like we can talk about anything DevOps in here. We can go down plenty of rabbit holes. But the kind of the goal here is to talk about GitOps. And GitOps, if you haven't heard about it, is essentially using versioning systems like Git, like we've all been getting used to as developers, to track your infrastructure changes, not just your code changes, and then automate that with a bunch of tooling so that the robots take over, and essentially you have Git as a central source of truth, and then Git log as a central source of history, and then there's a bunch of magic little bits in the middle, and then supposedly everything's wonderful and it's all automatic. The reality is it's often quite messy, quite tricky to get everything working, and the edges of this are not perfect. So it is a relatively new thing. It's probably 3, maybe 4 years old as an official thing from Weave. So we're going to get into it, and let's go around the room in the same order we did before, and not to put you on the spot or anything, but what is one of the things you either like or either hate about GitOps that you've enjoyed either using it or whatever. For me, I really love that I can point people to a repo that basically is, hopefully, if they look at the log, a simplistic tracking of what might have changed in that part of the world or in the environment. I remember many years past where, if an executive or some mid-level manager wants to see what the changes were, or someone outside my team wanted to see what we just changed, it was, okay, they need access to this system and to that dashboard and to that spreadsheet and then this thing. And it was always so complicated. And now in a world where, if we're using GitHub or Bitbucket or whatever, where you can just say, hey, go look at that repo. If there was 3 commits today, probably 3 changes happened. I love that particular part about it. Of course, it's always more complicated than that. But Ivor, I know you've been getting into this stuff recently. So any thoughts?
Yeah, I think my favorite part about GitOps is reproducibility. The ability to just test something and get it up and running, and then just tear it down. And not being worried that, how did I configure it the first time? I think that's my favorite part about it.
I'm changing your background as we do this.
I was going to say, did you just do a GitOps push to like change his background?
I did.
Did it just
you can look at the Git log.
That
the Git log for that. Green screen equals false. Change background. Yeah, I mean, and
I like that.
I mean, I think last year was really my first year of actually using it on anything significant, like a real project. So I still feel like I'm very new too. John, anything?
Yeah, it's weird. GitOps is that thing which kind of crystallizes, maybe better than anything else, the like grizzled veteran life cycle of emotions with the technology. Because I think it's easy to get super excited about something new. And when I first looked into GitOps, and I think this was even before it was properly called GitOps, we were looking at like how to use Git as the source of truth. Like everything sounds great, right? You're like, wait, Git, everyone knows Git. Git's the source of truth. There's a load of robust tooling. This just makes a sense. Like if everything dies, we can just apply the Git again, and that would be great. And then you go through the trough of despair, right? We're like, oh no, none of this works. The application is super stateless, and this doesn't work. And what do we do with secrets? And how do we do this? And how do we get people access in the right place? And then you realize everything's terrible again. And then everything equalizes, and you kind of, I think, it sounds great on paper, and there are absolutely fantastic things about it. But I think just having that measured approach to it, like it's, I think when you put it best at the beginning, where you do A, and then there's some magic, and then you get C, right? Like it's the magic, which is the
the magic is the mystery,
right?
Magic can be good and bad in tech, so
very much so.
Yeah.
So concurrence with John and Ivor in terms of what I like about it is the potential to apply it to moving security to the left and getting closer to a more stable infrastructure as code with respect to the whole entire environment, and that reconciliation loop. It reminds me of what is old is new again, right? Well, quote unquote old, in terms of like Chef and Puppet and the reconciliation loop, but applied in a more in a cleaner interface and into the infrastructure that we're kind of used to already once you start really digging into Kubernetes. What I don't like, and just this is in concurrence with the other panelists, is it's relatively new. It has it has a learning curve, and it's still being, it's a very active environment and community, and that means that things are changing and constantly, and there's like new ways and new patterns as people are exploring how to use it. And I think that trough of despair is typically figuring out incrementally what it actually is doing for you and what it's not going to solve for you, right, John? So like that's that trough of despair for a bit, and then you realize, oh, okay, this is where it fits potentially in my architecture. And like anything, you have to make that trade-off, and you have to make that decision and accept the trade-offs for that. But I think it has a lot of promise for compliance and security and all that good stuff.
Yeah, it's like the potential. There's still a lot more potential than there is reality right now. I think it's like I feel like we're very early days in the idea of, especially when you start getting into tooling that doesn't appreciate GitOps. Like you're using a GitOps tool and you need to use it with something else, and that tool has no awareness of the concept, so it doesn't flow well with all of the things you're trying to do in Git. things that aren't state-based and all that. So this is going to lead me into our first question from Camden, asking, dumb question, by the way, no dumb questions here. How is GitOps not just another name for CD? Anybody want to take that as an answer, as a question? How is GitOps not just another name for CD? I have things, but we can talk about it.
I feel like we need Victor Farsick here to.
Yeah,
I'm sure he would have opinions.
Yeah, I think it's a very One person replied, said it's a very specific, it's an opinionated version of CD. That's a great answer. I like that.
Yeah, it's like an it's an implementation of deployment if you want to use it for that. I realize now it's kind of hard in terms of a physical panel and a virtual panel to figure out who on a panel is going to is ready to jump in to answer a question, but I'll take it. So I'll do my best inner Victor and say, it's an implementation of CD, and it's a choice, right? It's, one can just still do, Docker build and Docker pushes and Docker pulls, and that's fine, or use other technologies to deploy containers and pods and change your Kubernetes infrastructure. But GitOps is a different implementation, a different method of doing that same thing at the end of the day.
Yeah. I like it.
And I think that goes back to your point about, it's kind of early days still. I think, to me, what I like about GitOps in that respect is it's nice to see Kubernetes become a platform where people are experimenting with different ways of doing things, right? And so I think that encourages like lots of different patterns, and overall that's going to be a good thing for the community, because then more, and not everything needs to settle in terms of only one way of doing things, but a lot of different ways of doing things helps people fit the tooling to their needs, or helps fit Kubernetes to their needs, etc.
Yeah, I agree with that. So I'm gonna, since we're getting a load of good questions, so
yeah.
one of the I want to add to that real quick, that one of the from the Weave people themselves, because I've had some on the show, and one of the things that I look at it as distinguishing is with continuous deployment tools, I sort of think of that as almost like previous generation. And the continuous deployment tools can be anything. Like we would consider Jenkins CD, right? If you had it SSH into a server and do a Docker pull and Docker up, or Docker compose up rather, or if it did a kube control apply from inside an SSH tunnel or something, like that was considered CD. Well, GitOps is much more rigid, I think, in terms of you need to apply. You have a specific repo that's all about your deployments, and it depends on what tool you're using. And that your commit to a specific repo or in a specific branch in that repo, depending on how you're setting it up, that is what kicks off a workflow. And then secondly, there's an understanding of state. So a lot of these tools now have reconciliation, where they look at the cluster, and if things are changing, they will actually go back into Git, and the robots will take over and will commit that, hey, this thing has changed, and you human didn't change it. Something else might have changed it. So I think that's where GitOps is approaching it, is that we need to consider more than just a couple of commands that be run in a script. Like there needs to be more than that for a GitOps repo to happen. Anyway, that's just kind of the takeaway I took from a previous conversation with some people at Weave.
I think that last piece is really important, right? I think, like, for me, CD, like CI/CD, they're more philosophical ideas, right? A set of principles, right? Like getting an idea or a code change to environments, promoting it. It's very kind of pipeline driven, and it's very imperative driven, right? Like our existing CD tools are a lot of the ways that people think about CD. It would be triggered by an event, maybe a code push, and then these other things are happening in sequence until they either fail or pass, right? And then we're done. GitOps is very much sitting on the, like the reconciliation side. It's changing to a pull-based model of reconciliation, right? Like it's very declarative. It's just looking at the state and it's automatically pulling changes when they happen, rather than this imperative trigger-driven model. And that's not to say that there aren't CD tools which were doing pull-based, or you can do pull-based, or GitOps is doing anything crazily revolutionary here. But I think that's one of the main things the ideas that are being introduced into those like existing CD kind of tools and pipelines. Certainly the pull-based model and the reconciliation model, which has a lot in common with Kubernetes and how those kind of controllers work. But I think that's the key idea.
Yeah. This is a pretty specific one. Tori asks, does anyone have opinions about GitOps in a mono repo? This is getting into religion a little bit. How many repos are too many repos? Any thoughts on that, anyone? Before I rant.
Well, currently,
I've never done it.
Go for it. Go for it.
Yeah, how I'm using it right now in a mono repo. So I'm using GitHub, right? So you have a workflow, and then inside a workflow YAML file, I'll track the actual changes to the workflow itself, as well as a folder, which is basically some sort of service in a mono repo. So if any of those things changes, it'll trigger the actual pipeline to run. So that's like the simplest thing that I could figure out how to get it set up using GitHub's the workflow path feature.
Yep.
And it's worked for me for right as of yet.
Yeah, a lot of these things too, like the mono repo discussion, it's very tool specific. Each tool has various levels of support for branching and different repos and subdirectories or looking at the diffs to see if there's changes in that specific directory. Yeah. Sorry, John, you were going to say something?
I was just going to say, I've never really done it, but I imagine the same kind of downsides of, mono repo to multiple repo would exist there. I mean, you've got the blast radius issues. You've got, how big is the mono repo? Does the tool have to pull that or cache it every time it needs to determine diffs? What is the support for being able to just look at directories versus, I think we can get way down into a deeper conversation. Maybe we can save it for later on in the conversation about when we're doing GitOps, how do we structure our Git repos? Do we have super granular repo per environment, repo per app, repo per cluster, repo per whatever? Or do we have directories per environment or branches per environment? How is everything organized? I think it's, it's going to be one of those, there's never one size fits all. I'll give the classic consultant, like, it depends answer, right?
Yeah, for sure. It's very similar to the code struggle because
GitOps, it depends.
Right.
It's similar to the code problem of teams trying to figure out how many repos for their code. Should they microservice? Should they semi-microservice, macro service? Because too many repos means you're doing a bunch of repo management, a bunch of changes on your local system. You're constantly Git pulling all these different things, and but if you have one big repo, then it's a huge monolithic thing that you usually have to deal with path-based issues of tools that only need to look at a specific directory, and it's a culture. I feel again, like I keep going back to this. It's a culture thing. What does your team prefer? What do you like? What's painful for everyone, and what's the loudest pain that you need to deal with? Is it repo management that's the pain, or is it is it that everyone's in one place and it's really hard to keep too many cooks out of the kitchen, which is a mono repo problem, How do we handle security? So this is a great one from Tori. Again, another great question. Back to back. I think that's the first time we've done that. Security as it pertains to GitOps. Anyone who can commit can change the infrastructure. Yes.
Yes. So the tooling that you have for your Git repo and the authentication, authorization, and permissions that you apply to the Git repo using a Git server like GitHub or GitLab or whatever your flavor of the day is going to be how security is handled with respect to changes in your GitOps configuration repository. So that is completely specific to your implementation of that, or one's implementation of how they're handling the Git repositories that the GitOps tooling is looking at to reconcile changes. With respect to the permissions of the, for lack of a better term, robot itself, right? The GitOps tooling like Flux or Argo CD, one would create a user or a service account or other kind of authentication measures to limit the permissions for that service account that the GitOps tooling needs to be able to read the repos and send commits, etc. So that is well within the realm of what you have already for your GitHub, your Git repo.
Yeah. A related question is from AG. What they like about GitOps, if done nicely for a newbie, you can get stuff done easily. What they dislike about it is when you have too many Git repos, it becomes just too complicated. And I agree. I was making a joke with a team the other week that, the developer used to just make one commit and they would pass it on to a QA team that would then eventually merge it into master, but they made the commits to these feature branches or whatever. But now they make a commit, they make a PR there for their code. Then they go make a PR in the Helm chart to update the thing to do that. And then they go make a PR in the GitOps repo for Argo. And so we talked about that they're probably like 4 or 5 PRs just to get their code into production. But when we were talking about the negative of that, but the reality was it's just 4 or 5 PRs. Like it wasn't 5 different systems that had 5 different methodologies and tooling and that. So I looked at it and I was like, well, yeah, that's kind of a pain in the Git sense, but you're also dealing with one type. It's a repetitive action, but it's a one thing. I don't have to go to 5 different systems with 5 different ways of doing it, and one's in the web, and one's on the client, and one's a command line that I don't remember. Yeah, so it's got pros and cons.
I think when you get to the scale where those kind of issues are a problem, then you're probably at the scale where you can afford to invest some time into automation into that, right? Like when I've seen this in larger customers or larger organizations, if they're ever at that stage where, okay, apps are coming up all the time, there's a 10x, 100x developer to operations folks who are maybe creating GitHub repos, setting up permissions, then that stuff gets automated, right? Like, maybe ticket-based systems or whatever. GitHub developers say, I need a new app, and it templates things. Or more often, using the same model, right, of reconciliation and operators and the horrific abuse of CRDs that we're seeing in the Kubernetes community right now. Developers can create a CRD, which just says, hey, I'm creating a new app. It's called app A. And then a controller will pick up that app A definition. It will go create a GitHub repo programmatically. It will add the right definition. It will look up in LDAP the developers and the permissions that need to be able to get to that repo. It will create and template automatically some namespace in the clusters that it needs, in the environments that it needs, depending on, some metadata it might read. So I think, those are definite problems, and they're definitely like a teething, growing pain thing. But once you get to that scale, you kind of need to step back and say, well, look, we just need to invest some time into the operational aspect of this and automating this pain away, I think.
Yeah. And that ultimately ends in, custom tooling, which it's hard to avoid it at scale. I mean, there's almost 2 conversations here, right? There's what I call the solo admin, the solo DevOps. I bought that domain, solodevops.com. Because, whenever I'm talking at a Dockercon in the real world, it's like I ask people to raise hands. I don't know how we can raise hands here, but I would ask people to raise hands and say, how many of you here are the sole person responsible for deploying the app that your team makes? And like a quarter of the room would raise their hand. So I call that solo DevOps. Like that person can't make all the custom tooling in the world. So they really need Docker-like solutions where it's opinionated, the workflow is sort of built in, and they don't have to wrangle things together with a bunch of glue, in other words, bash. And so this kind of comes to a conversation, started this question from Lee. Lee's asking, how do you combine GitOps with CI/CD, especially the continuous bit? How do you avoid having a human, sort of the complaint the team I was working with has, how do you avoid a human editing and Git committing for every single deploy? They've settled on customized templates and a script for routine updates. So as a seed for this question, I'm going to ask you all, instead of that specific question, because it's a little open-ended, tell me whether you agree with this. I kind of look at the image artifact, because a Docker image or a container image in general is an artifact that I view it that way. And that thing going into the registry with the right label or right part of the label, that tag rather, not the label, but the tag, that to me is like one of the great demarc points of we're kind of done with CI and we're now into the deployment phase. And it doesn't necessarily mean the tooling is a clear cut there, but that artifact being shipped in a specific way or promoted, as we sometimes say. What do you think? Does anyone have opinions on that? I don't even know if that's the right opinion to have. So
So, I think what you're getting at is that GitOps models can trigger off of different events to trigger the reconciliation loop. And one way to do that is if it notices a image change in the registry. The other is if there's a commit event on a specific repo and branch. And it's up to you or up to the person that's implementing the GitOps model what event to trigger their that reconciliation loop off of. You can do both. You can do one or the other. And it also depends on the templating engine that you're using on top of Kubernetes, such as Helm or the other ones that are out there. Or if you're not even doing that, then straight YAML. So it kind of just depends, but those are typically the two options one has, and a combination of those to trigger that event. You can also just trigger it manually, right? You can go on the command line and force a scan or a new reconciliation loop to occur. So it kind of just I don't want to say this, but it depends on what you're trying to do and what makes sense in your pipeline, right?
Right.
So if you're set up where you are tagging, like if you're doing it based off of image tags, then you probably want to use GitOps in a way that you're using the image tags, right? And the pattern that you've established there. If you're not really doing that and you're more around like different branches are mapped to different environments, then trigger it off of the correct branch. And that's where the permissions also come into play, where if you don't want someone to touch production and you've got your GitOps for your production cluster based off of like, a main branch, then whoever can push a change to that main branch has the authority to push that change to production, right? So that's your authentication and permissions system. Same for the registry itself, right? So
yeah. Sorry, anyone else have any thoughts on that? I was about to go to the next topic.
I was going to say, I think certain tools dictate the approach. Like if you're using Argo CD, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the only way to use it right now is just through image modification, like the manifest changes. It looks at a specific directory and anything changes, then it will do its thing and synchronize the cluster with whatever's in Git.
Yeah, and Flux has both. Yeah, and Flux has both. So it kind of depends. I think you can make Argo do that too, but this is back to what we were saying in the beginning. These things are changing, right? So that might be what it is right now in terms of triggering the reconciliation loops and GitOps tooling, but there might be other events in the future that might trigger it. And it's not completely standalone because you still need your tooling to do any kind of testing or whatever you have in terms of like the specific pipeline. So oftentimes you're bolting in GitOps into some other part of broader CI/CD solution, if that makes sense.
Yeah. We've got a lot of questions about secrets, or people that are asking about secrets.
So my tongue-in-cheek answer to the secrets question was, what's the best practices for Kubernetes secrets? That's the same thing for secrets with GitOps. Like GitOps is not, last time I checked and last time I was running this stuff, GitOps has nothing to do with secrets in that sense. It's just there to get your stuff running on Kubernetes. So there's probably a really good session on secrets at Dockercon. So
I would agree with you. I'd agree with you. Yeah, I mean, GitOps tools. I mean, heck, every project I'm on handles secrets differently. And I think, I'm not sure if it was Ivor I was talking to, but talking to someone recently that I'm very bullish on GitHub Actions. I love GitHub Actions. It's not great for deployments yet, but we do have this new thing in GitHub, environments, I think as it's called. So it allows me at least to store secrets per environment, which it didn't have the concept of that before, which, if any of you run Kubernetes out there, you typically end up, when you start running Kubernetes, you end up with more than one Kubernetes. Like you're going to end up with a lot of clusters at some point, at least multiple, more than two. And so if you're trying to store secrets somewhere, you do have, and there's a discussion happening in chat right now where people are talking about sealed secrets, which if you haven't heard of that, go look that up and just be versed on what sealed secrets is, because it's a fantastic concept for how to store secrets in the public. I love it because I'm a big PKI nerd, but it's not the only way, and it doesn't fit all models. So I have clients that use AWS secrets because they're in AWS, and then they just have to use the Kubernetes external secret. But again, like Norm was saying, that doesn't really affect GitOps. GitOps is just applying whatever Helm charts or YAML or images that you're deploying. GitOps was more about the approach of when the changes happen and whether it's a push or pull model like we're talking about. And yeah,
I would say there's a bunch of prerequisites to GitOps, secrets being one of them, because the risk of you putting a secret into your Git repo if you haven't figured out your Kubernetes secrets architecture and start diving into GitOps is high, and removing secrets from Git repos is, could be its own industry.
Right. It's a thing. How do I hide this? How do I obscure this commit that's already now on a dozen machines?
So there are some prerequisites in terms of when you're ready to adopt GitOps, I think is the right way of saying the answer to that. Secrets being one of them.
I think that secrets was the thing that made me, like 2 or 3 years ago, made me kind of see the aha moment when it came to GitOps, which was that the premier thing that everyone used to say about GitOps, about why it was great, was it's the single source of truth. There's no state anywhere else. You just need to look at Git. And then secrets made me realize, along with a bunch of other things down the line, that is not true and will never be true. So as soon as you can lose the dogmatism about everything is going to be in Git, it's fantastic. As long as you've understood everything is not going to be in Git. There are things which will absolutely never be in Git. Some tools just don't deal with that. They need to own their own state, especially in Kubernetes. Some controllers own their own state. Sealed secrets and other projects like SOPs, and I think there are 2 or 3 others. That's a great way of dealing with secrets if you want to keep them in Git. But projects like Vault, more kind of like what I would say production grade secret strategies, right? And if you're in AWS or a cloud, you're more likely to be using their secrets. Your secret policy is maybe not dictated by you in larger organizations, might be dictated by a CSO or security org, right? Like I think if you're trying to adopt GitOps or you're thinking about it, get the dogmatism of Git as a single point of truth out of your mind and think about GitOps more as a philosophy and as a set of best practice principles, then you will be in much better stead.
Right.
Yep.
People are asking more questions in chat, like is infrastructure as code plus CD essentially GitOps, or CI rather? These are all great questions and a part of the debate. I'm actually just going to throw up on screen. I'm gonna put this in chat, but this is to me the source, right? So Weaveworks was the one that coined the term. A lot of us have been trying to get. If we talk about the history for a minute, and tell me if I'm getting this right. A lot of us were trying to automate all these different parts of the puzzle, but a lot of them, some things might have been infrastructure as code, some things weren't. Some things were sort of like settings as code. Like you would go into Jenkins and type in secrets and settings, or type in a certain thing in the settings of Jenkins, and then it wasn't really in Git. And so what we was trying to go for was a way to have almost like eventually a two-way state understanding where Git might change your infrastructure, but then your infrastructure might also change and needs to be reflected in the Git if the Git is trying to be the single source of truth. And like you're saying, the reality is that you're never going to have one repo that has all of your infrastructure in it. Like you'd have to have all your Terraform and anything else you're spinning up, right? But anyway, I'm going to put this link in chat. So this guide actually, one of the things they talk about is what it's not. So it's kind of great to read through the different requirements. And like we were saying a while ago, having CI, having infrastructure as code, and then trying a little bit of continuous deployment out is probably a prerequisite for GitOps. So it's hard to just jump into that when you don't already have infrastructure as code, because a machine doing stuff on your behalf, it means that you have to have things documented in somewhere in a Git repo. But let me put this in the chitty chat.
I would like to know if the other panelists agree, but I think GitOps is I would say it's a moderate level. It's not a beginner level Kubernetes thing. It's like a moderate level, advanced, a little bit more advanced level. One can start off using it, but you definitely have to have some prereqs in place or some understanding of like a pattern in place. So what do the other folks think about that opinion?
I think if you're trying to use GitOps before you know what problem you have, you're probably going to be in trouble, right? It's like having a solution to a problem you don't have yet, right? I mean, if you're just Evor and you're just typing kube control apply, and you're one person, right? GitOps doesn't seem like a big jump. Like, I mean, it doesn't, like, why would I do that? I'm just going to type instead of typing git commit, right? I'm typing kube control apply. But I think one of the rules from Weave is none of your developers and none of your admins can have kube control access to the cluster. Because if you do have access and you can just apply something, then that's just infrastructure as code. That's just continuous deployment. That's not really GitOps. GitOps implies that the only way things get into the cluster is through the Git automation that you're using with Flux, Argo. We haven't talked about what's the other one that Victor Farsik talks about? By the way, people are asking about Victor because Victor would love to talk about this stuff, but he's in my next live. So come back in an hour and a half or whatever, and Victor's going to be talking about sysadmin lists with me.
You got to ask him nothing but GitOps questions in the next.
confuse him. Yeah. But anyway, this is hard to understand, and without having tried it, I think conceptually it's a little challenging.
One thing with GitOps, especially based off of the Weaveworks blog post that you just put up on there, it's an opinionated way of doing something. It's an opinionated way of delivering changes to an environment, to your Kubernetes environment. So it's opinionated. We're often not used to seeing things that are very opinionated in this sense in the ecosystem, but GitOps is a opinionated thing. It's one way of doing it. There are ways to change it, and like there are options, like what we were talking about in terms of the events that trigger, but the way that it's structured is an opinionated way, both from a tooling perspective, like using Git, etc., but also from like a DevOps cultural perspective, right? Like you were talking about not having anyone access kube control and changing the cluster directly. That's a philosophical opinion that GitOps forces you to adopt. Otherwise, it kind of breaks the model. And I want everyone to just understand that is a very opinionated thing in that sense.
Yeah. Pulumi is another thing. Infrastructure as code. Someone's mentioning Pulumi in chat. I just had my live show, self-plug, Brett.live. Go there. I'm on YouTube every week. I do the same thing. These are my friends. And had Pulumi on 2 weeks ago, or last week? I don't even remember. And it was in the last couple of weeks. And we talked about their infrastructure as code solution where you're actually writing code instead of YAML. And that's an interesting take on a developer team sort of owning the infrastructure through code rather than YAML as a data language. I don't really have an opinion on it yet because I haven't used it in production or anything in real world. But I'm not sure how much they are trying to go towards the GitOps stuff. I will do a plug for Solomon Hykes, who has at the beginning of the day, it's already happened, so you can go back and watch it. It's a what's it called? Q Rethinking Application Delivery with Q and Build Kit. So go look this up. This is the co-founder of Docker and former CTO Solomon Hykes. At the beginning of the day, he has a tool called Dagger. I'm not sure why the title of the talk is Delivering with Q and Build Kit, but the tool he's showing off in there for an hour is called Dagger, and it's an interesting idea on how to apply a lot of this opinionated automated stuff to deployment, and it's GitOps based, and you use Q language. It's a graph language. I watched most of it, and it was a really interesting take. I'm excited to see if that takes off and if they try that, because it's another way that you can get a little bit more advanced with your your Git deployments, and without having to just stick everything in YAML, which is kind of what we're in today with Helm charts and whatnot. All right. More questions about secrets. I think we're not going to have a whole lot more about secrets. Basically, put secrets in your cluster to start with in the Kubernetes, an encrypted thing, and then as it gets harder, then you're gonna have to find another solution. When you have 5 clusters, you don't want to have to do it 5 times. That's when you have to go for Vault and AWS secrets and all that.
Write them on a Post-it note.
Yeah, there you go.
OCR them into the cluster. Just kidding.
Yes, there are recordings of this. Yes, they will be later. Kazmir, these are all going to be on YouTube later. Yeah, detect secrets. Cushion saying detect secrets or Git Guardian are absolute requirements. I think it's in reference to your secrets comment earlier. Kamel's asking about Kubernetes dropping support for Docker. This is not the place to ask for that, but it is basically it's a non-event. Mirantis has actually just created that same plugin available in a different repo. So if you want to keep using Docker and Kubernetes, you can do it. Like, it's no big deal. Most of us aren't using Docker in our Kubernetes anyway. So we're using like Containerd or whatever is provided to us by our provider. Thank you so much for all these comments. These are great. People are helping each other in chat. I feel like we're just here to make sure the chat's available so people can help each other.
I feel like I want to pick up on something when you mentioned Pulumi. I think there's a we're talking about GitOps, but I think there's and the original, like the origination of that, I guess, was deploying applications to clusters, right? Picking up deployment manifests. But I think with the Pulumi and obviously Terraform and things have been around a long time, folks are starting to apply this. I think I found one earlier, which was like KubeStack, the Terraform's GitOps framework. But also with the advent of things like Cluster API in the Kubernetes space, where you can declaratively build the infrastructure for your clusters and build the cluster, right? We're not just talking about deploying applications, but Cluster API will talk to AWS, spin up VPCs, spin up machines, it'll do the same kind of things that Terraform does and those other tools do. I think applying GitOps principles to the infrastructure spin up, right? The proper infrastructure as code stuff, constantly applying Terraform, plans and whatever, constantly applying Cluster API resources, spinning up stuff in those clouds. That's a super interesting, extension of this area. I'd be curious to see what the folks think about that.
Yeah. That's why I picked this topic as one of my 3, because I got to pick the topics. So I was like, the 3 things that are like the most bleeding edge, exciting. Most people haven't figured all this out yet. We as an industry. So I think we're going to see more ideas on it. What's the one with the popsicle as the icon? Victor talks about all the time. It's another GitOps like tool, but it's GitOps for. It uses Kubernetes. Now I'm gonna have to look it up.
You talking about Crossplane?
Thanks for that one. Thanks for that sound effect.
My wife is over here with the sound effects, and the first sound effect of the day that she chooses to use is one.
All right, can we pick it? Let's find another question, Brett.
No, I'm searching.
There's so many of them. All right, so I think one really quick one is GitOps only for Kubernetes. I think the main two tools that we're talking about are Argo CD and Flux, and they're mostly geared toward Kubernetes deployments, but it seems like they're organized in a way that there's a clean abstraction with respect to the agent that's doing the deployment and the tooling that can interact with. So I would imagine that in the future, and this might be true already right now, that GitOps could be applied to other types of deployments, at some point in the future. But right now it's mostly focused and treats Kubernetes as a first-class citizen, or the tooling on top of Kubernetes, let's say something like Helm, as a first-class citizen.
Yeah.
Back to you, Brett.
Back to me. In the field. Back to you, Brett. The thing I was looking for is Crossplane. So that's another tool. Victor's been sharing a lot about it in YouTube. Crossplane, and that is basically it runs inside of Kubernetes, but it handles your other infrastructure besides your app. So it allows you to like GitOps your AWS stuff by using the Kubernetes state engine as a way to manage that. And I have not used it yet, but he does some really great demos on YouTube. So people are liking this idea of GitOps. So they're trying to figure out how do we manage state, how do we iterate? Because the problem with Terraform is that, well, there's many problems, but it solves a lot of problems. But in the GitOps world, it's not quite the right fit yet. It might be, but you still it still largely is expected for people to like type the command, and it keeps state locally. And yes, there's cloud and all that, but the other thing is I'm now realizing that when I saw the demo from Solomon, I'm going back to the Solomon Hikes thing. He was using the demo and he was showing it deploying something on S3 buckets and deploying it on Netlify and deploying it on Google, like other things beyond Kubernetes, and saying that it's all GitOps approach. So I think we're just at the very beginning of seeing, because it all started with Kubernetes, and now there's a Swarm one. You can look up Swarm GitOps, and there's a Swarm, I can't think of the name of it, Swarm Sync, I think is what it's called, Swarm Sync on GitHub, which allows you to do Swarm-based GitOps-like things. And now we're seeing these other tools coming out that are saying, we're going to try to do the GitOps concepts, but not for Kubernetes specifically. And that's, I think, infrastructure as code started with certain areas of the world, and then now we all just assume that you're going to have an infrastructure as code way of doing whatever that is. And I think GitOps is going to have that same approach, where pretty soon, we'll have GitOps for all the cloud stuff, and it won't just be Flux or Argo. And then that's the weird thing is, will Flux and Argo support all those things, or will it just be focused on Kubernetes apps, Kubernetes stuff?
Yeah. There's also, I think this is what you're alluding to, there's a trend of using Kubernetes and CRDs to provision and control things that are outside of Kubernetes, like the cloud service providers' services, as if they were first-class entities within Kubernetes, so that you can use the Kubernetes focused tooling for things that are not Kubernetes through the Kubernetes interface. Kubernetes.
Yeah. Ivor, were you going to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to say that sounds like Crossplane.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that's there were, for the last couple of years, it's been Flux and Argo going back and forth. They're like frenemies, and they've been going back and forth with iterating on these ideas of how do we manage this complicated thing that is many Kubernetes clusters. Because like Argo, I don't know if the Flux V2 can do this, but Argo can manage multiple clusters now from one cluster. So you can manage other clusters, technically external things, from a single entity. Originally, Flux couldn't do that, but I'm gonna say that V2 can. I don't actually know.
I think all that is gonna. I think that's gonna consolidate in the future, like in terms of like the common feature set. What Ivor and John, what do you think?
I think it's already begun, right? I think didn't they collaborate on a common engine? I don't know whether it's finished yet, but I think they're working towards a common GitOps engine, and then they're just going to layer on features on top. But I think, I think that's interesting, right? Because where it runs and where it interacts with, if we're talking about a pull-based model, it's decentralized to a certain extent, right? We need Git and we need the agent which is pulling. If we're saying there's something else which is orchestrating something, then we start to like fuzzy the model even, right? Like, is there state living somewhere else then? I think that's just interesting as well. I thought Flux was completely decentralized, but I know you install Argo somewhere. Like Argo has a server as well, but it's been a while since I've looked in depth at them. But
right.
I think does that muddy the agent only pull model? But
I'm reading.
Yeah, I would say that there's like a process of natural selection going on as the CF landscape evolves and grows bigger. And it's a lot of divide and conquer right now. But I think as certain things kind of get more prominent and popular, I think it starts to trend and it inspires other things, and then it starts to aggregate and kind of get back into like a unified kind of like core, maybe like for instance Crossplane. I feel like it shouldn't even really exist. It should be like it's a Kubernetes add-on, but it should be built in. It should be built into Kubernetes. Like, why doesn't this exist already?
For like controlling a cloud?
Yeah, like just, having this interface with the cloud provider and being able to, yeah, exactly.
Right. Yeah. And it kind of, you're right. That kind of happens because you do, I mean, when you start talking about storage providers and networking providers, there's very specific implementations of operators or just individual controllers that do operate and control other resources in the cloud, but certainly not universally, right? Like not every feature of AWS is available to Kubernetes out of the box. And, one of the challenges of Crossplane is you got to have Kubernetes before you can deploy Kubernetes. Like there's a chicken and egg issue there where if you're going to use our Crossplane for your other infrastructure, but it has to run on Kubernetes, who creates that first Kubernetes in order for you to put that on there? And Victor talks about in one of his videos, the same problem with Flux and Argo, where like Argo, you can't deploy Argo itself with GitOps. That there has to be that initial, I did a thing with, I'm a human and I typed in some commands on a server and things happened. But they don't really have an easy deployment method for getting Argo up and running using simply nothing but a git push to an existing system or something like that. So it's an interesting problem of day one infrastructure, which is again only day one. I think day two is way more interesting and hard. But how can we spin these things up if they're all depending on each other, and who's the first one to get started?
I mean, it's true of everything, though. I mean, at the end of the day, you need some kind of Big Bang kind of function to,
I think you'll never run again.
Start everything. Yeah.
I think without going off on it. Sorry, without going off on a tangent, I was going to say there's if folks have heard of Kind, which is Kubernetes and Docker, which is a mini Kubernetes cluster that you can run in a Docker container, or each container will run as a node. That's been a really good way to spin up things like Cluster API, because they bootstrap a local Kind, install the manifests. It will go and spin up a fully sized cluster. It will transfer its resources over there, and then it will die itself, right? So that's kind of bootstrapping itself. And I think a couple of folks in the community, Jason to Tiberius, I think, who works for Equinix Metal, has experimented with like an even more minimal just API server. So we're really just leveraging the Kubernetes ideas of like a reconciliation loop and a controller. We just need something to bootstrap with those CRDs and get something going and then go away again. So I think that's going to be a pattern that comes up kind of more and more.
Yeah, for sure. And the next quick answer to the question Angel asked, what are your thoughts on GitOps being a niche to Git or versus other VCS tools? Well, if I knew anyone who was using anything other than Git, I would say no. GitOps is a horrible name. It should just be CVS Ops, but that doesn't, or VCS Ops or whatever like that. But that doesn't roll off the tongue. So someone had to come up with the GitOps phrase. But absolutely, it's all about version control solutions used for infrastructure, not code. Mike at Docker asks a great question. We're not going to have time for it, but maybe people can reply in chat and with what they think. But about infrastructure and code, the lines being blurred, and that how much of infrastructure do developers need to know? Essentially, they're having to know all the things. So unfortunately, we've had way more questions, like every panel here today with all the great community. We've got way more questions than we can handle in this time. So we're going to have to wrap it up and say goodbye. Go to the next live panel. I believe the next one is on developer-specific setups. That's going to be Peter running that panel. Something about development in containers. And I'm sure it's going to be great, just like this one. So let's go around the room. Where can people find you on the internet? I'm at Brett Fisher on Twitter. That's where you can usually find me most days. Ivor?
Yeah, I'm on Twitter too. I'll put it in the chat. It's kind of confusing because the T's are 7s.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. You can't just say it. You can also look at below the video, and like our faces are there. And if you click on them, it tells you our Twitter and our LinkedIn and stuff. John?
John Harris 85, pretty much everywhere. GitHub, Twitter, Slack, etc.
Yeah. And Normal.
Normal faults. Or just, living on YouTube Live with Brett.
Yeah. We're all on the Twitter, so go check us out there. And thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much to you all for being here. I really appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule to join me for a little chit chat. Yes, all the cheers. And
I think this GitOps loop has been declaratively reconciled.
Yeah. There we go. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I bid you adieu. We will see you in the next round. Coming up next with Peter.
Bye, y'all.
Okay, this was over. Kind of nice music. Okay, this was over. Now we should see. Maybe this one.
He's engaging in the chat. It's awesome to see. My name is Peter McKee. I'm the head of developer relations here at Docker. And today we're going to be talking about container first development now and in the future. But before we do that, a couple little housekeeping items. First of all, yes, we are live. So if you're in our session, you can go ahead and chat, ask us questions. We'd love to get all your questions and answer them. If you come to the main page on the website and you do not see the chat, go ahead and click on the blue button and that'll deep dive you into our session. You can interact with the chat there. Okay, without further ado, let's just jump right into it. Katie, how are you? Welcome. Do you mind telling everybody who you are and a little bit about yourself?
Absolutely. Hello, everyone. My name is Katie Gamanji, and currently I am the ecosystem advocate at Cloud Native Computing Foundation, or CNCF. My responsibility is to lead and represent the end user community. So these are all the practitioners within the cloud native space that are vendor neutral. So they use cloud native technologies to build their services, but they don't sell it. So this is quite an important characteristic. As well, my responsibility is to make sure to close the gap between these practitioners and the project maintainers to make sure that there is a feedback loop around. I have many roles within the community. I am on the advisory board for Captain, which is a sandbox project. I'm working with OpenUK to make sure that open standards are used fairly across data, hardware, and software. And I have been affiliated with Udacity to make sure that I'm distributing a cloud native fundamentals course to make cloud native ubiquitous for everyone. So looking forward to this panel and chatting with everyone.
Awesome. Yeah, welcome. Glad to have you here. Johannes, how are you? Can you tell everybody a little bit about yourself and who you are?
Yeah, sure. So hey, everybody. My name is Johannes. So I'm one of the co-founders at Gitpod, which, in case you don't know, is an open source container-based development platform, which is probably also the reason why you, Peter, reached out and invited me here. So pleasure to be here. Looking forward to the discussion. Yeah, though it is already a bit late here in Munich, and actually my girlfriend had a remote cocktail class with her colleagues tonight, and it took me some stamina to really say no to all the Moscow mules that were prepared just over there in my living room.
Oh, wow. You're way better than me. Yeah. Well, welcome. Thanks for joining us. Jerome, how are you? Good to see you. Can you tell everybody who you are and a little bit about yourself?
Hi, sure. Yeah, so I'm Jerome Petazzini. I used to work at Docker, and some probably would say I'm a container hipster because I was running containers in production before it was hype. I worked at Docker before it was even called Docker. And then since 2018, I'm now a freelancer doing training and consulting around Docker, containers, Kubernetes, all these things. So I used to help folks do stuff with Docker when I was there, and now I still help them with containers, more generally speaking. So kind of, how do we say, same team, different company or something like that?
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, good to see you. I'm glad you're on. Jacob, how are you? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
I'm good.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
Tell everybody a little bit about yourself, who you are.
Yeah, so I'm the creator of a tool called Mutagen, which is an open source development tool for doing high performance file synchronization and network forwarding to enable remote development. And so I come from like a physics background where I was sort of always doing remote developments, whether that was on big, central clusters or just like some sort of local machine that was a bit more powerful. And so I after I graduated, I built this tool called Mutagen for doing remote development. And then to my surprise, people just started using it to use with Docker containers. And that's kind of grown into its primary use case now. So I've gotten really involved with the Docker community and talked with a lot of great people. And now I'm one of the Docker captains, so I get to talk with even more and join these events. And but I'm kind of focused on doing remote development because I like having all my tools available on my local machine, but I also like being able to pull in a little bit more powerful hardware or maybe software that I can't run locally. And so that's sort of my interest in Docker containers.
Yeah, awesome. We're going to come back to that for sure. But yeah, thank you again. I really appreciate you all joining me. And yeah, so I've been thinking about container first development for a while. And what does that actually mean? So maybe we can define it in our own little way. So I just throw it out to the panel. When you think about container first development, what comes to mind? What are you kind of thinking about? Don't be shy. Go ahead, Jerome. You're never a loss for words.
Yeah, to me, like if I go back to the kind of the first, training engagements we did back at Docker, and we were kind of helping folks writing Docker files to start developing in containers. Often we were replacing a setup with a bunch of Vagrant boxes and other like dev VMs and combinations of local things. And very often they liked it a lot, and very soon they wanted to really like develop in containers, like run this microservice, this piece of code, this whatever, like run that in containers, because that meant they didn't have to maintain that thing on their own machine. So that's like 5-6 years ago. That's what it meant to me back then. However, today, if you say, okay, developing in containers, I'm thinking, of course, about things like Gitpod and I think it's called Thea or something like that, like this Thea, maybe that thing with VS Code that's going to run in a container, and you have this VS Code thing running in your browser. Well, obviously not in your browser, but in a container that you control from your browser, and many other things like that. That I think that's where we want to go today, and that's really interesting from all kind of perspectives, like pairing when we are not next to each other, but actually thousands of miles away, or having this little environment that I can put aside and come back to it later without it using resource on my machine. I don't know, having this dev service running somewhere in the cloud without needing something like ngrok, etc., etc. Like the possibilities are really endless.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I'm a little while ago, I was torn, right? Do I spin up containers? Do I develop inside of my containers, right? There's file syncing issues, that we've been working on at Docker for a while, and Jacob is very, very familiar with those, right? Sometimes it becomes hard, and I love developing in the cloud, but I also have this screaming, fast machine sitting on my desktop that I think I should take advantage of. So I guess another question is, should we be developing inside of containers? Is that a smart thing to do? I'd love to hear you guys' thoughts around that.
I think it's one of those things where it's, for me, container first development is really about considering containers as sort of a first-class citizen in terms of your development toolkit, right? I mean, there's not always that silver bullet that's like the one thing you should use for everything. You shouldn't use containers if they're not fitting in or adding value to your workflow. But I think there's a lot of scenarios that are like, super early on in the development process. Like as soon as you get the server kind of running and working, and you're able to access it, running on your local system. I think that's when the value comes in to add containers to what you're doing or to your project, right? I mean, for me, they're more of an orchestrational tool, right? So if I don't have to have 6 different browser tabs open with an API server running in one tab and a web server running in another tab and a database running in another tab, I can just kind of encapsulate those and use them as an automation thing. So I think even if you have a super powerful computer, I think there's still value in using containers as an orchestrational mechanism.
Yeah, for sure. I think one of my original aha moments with Docker was, I can spin up different versions of a database locally and not have to install it, not have to, you configure it and everything, but it just ran inside of a container, and that was although it might seem simple to some people, that's very, very powerful. Right. So I think being able to spin things up in containers very quickly is one of the super benefits. But yeah, I think developing in containers is hard right now, right? With, and how do you do that, right? Does anybody have any thoughts around how do you go about that, right? Should you use a container as just a development environment? So, creating an image and then running it just with your dev tools in it? Or do you just, and maybe with an editor all inside of it, and it's just this process that's almost like a VM? So I'll just kick it back to the panel. I'd love to hear your thoughts on, how do you set up and configure containers to develop in? Any thoughts around that?
Maybe one step back again to also answer your question, what kind of container first development mean? I think it doesn't mean by default that it has to be in the cloud, right? As you said, there are obvious benefits when it comes to the developer experience of containers, such as, consistency. We have standardized tools, dependencies for the dev side of things, but it also makes your dev environment more similar to all the pipeline that is somehow happening to the right? So CI/CD all the way to production. It is security, right? Which also somehow comes with standardization, but vulnerability scanning, tools like Sneak are doing a great job there. And for us at Gitpod, one of the key reasons why we created Gitpod was literally creating this peace of mind for devs. So from a developer's point of view, you do not need to take care anymore about all the hustle around setups and things that you need to install locally based on some outdated README on 3 operating systems in your company. Everybody has something different, leading to these works on my machine situations that really slow professional software developers down, right? back to your point, I mean, with Gitpod, we obviously have to package everything together in one container, because otherwise exactly the situation happens that you need to have 5 browser tabs open. So we try to leverage that. And I think a dev environment is not just the editor, right? So a dev environment includes your source code. It includes like a powerful shell. It includes file systems. It includes essentially all the tools you need in order to be productive, databases and so on. And yeah, we believe that should be encapsulated in a container.
Yeah, awesome. Katie, you talk to a lot of end users, right? And you talk to a lot of developers. What's your thoughts around container first development, right? Or what's the community out there screaming? Or screaming might be too hard, you know, too grand of a word, right? But yeah, I'd love to hear what your thoughts.
Absolutely. So I think when you're talking about container-driven development, the first thing that crosses my mind is the awareness of the infrastructure layer or the platform you're going to run your application on top of. Because usually when you develop your application, you'd like to replicate as much as possible the production or even the staging environment to make sure that when you deploy your application, you have as little inconsistencies as possible, but at the same time, you minimize the risk for something to go wrong as well. So when you're talking about the community, again, when you deploy an application using containers and Kubernetes, you have awareness of that, and probably you'll apply some of the best practices like introducing liveness and readiness probes to make sure that your application can restart in case it actually goes down, or there's like you're starving on CPU or something like that. So I think when it comes to deployment and development of an application, the main thing is to actually improve the end developer experience. I think there has been a lot of focus in the community to develop the tool, to actually give you the right tool to run your application in production, but that doesn't necessarily go back to how the end developer is actually enabling that application to run into that production system. So I think there has been this focus where the community identified now, and it's more or it's trying to build momentum on enhancing that developer experience. And we've seen this going through many, or with the introduction of many tools. Gitpod has been one of them, which actually can have this portable development environment if you choose so, and you can actually replicate them across different teams and different machines, which is actually quite handy. But at the same time, we had tools such as Docker Compose has been a great tool to run locally. We have tools such as Scaffold, which is absolutely great to automatically and dynamically upload any changes you have within your code. So I think all these kind of tools, they're getting more matured. And again, this is going back to, again, we need to enhance our developer experience. Coming back to what is the right way to do so, I think it really depends on the environment you have in production, because that's going to define some of the structures or the tooling you're going to have internally. But at the same time, I would like to say that it really depends on what you're actually developing. So I would like to see a bit more diversification in this area, because we might have these competitive solutions that is going to push us towards a new edge. So this is like what definitely developer experience. If we're talking about development, that's what we need to enhance, and that's what I see the momentum building at the moment.
Yeah, awesome. Jerome, I saw you shaking your head there in agreement, or maybe not. But what's your thoughts?
I was just reacting internally to it depends, thinking that when I do training, that's probably the answer that I give the most each time somebody asks, oh, should we do this or that? And I was also looking at some of the questions in the chat about, hey, should we like have an editor in the container, something like that? And folks can have pretty strong opinions one way or the other, but as always, it kind of depends what we do. It also depends of the team that we're working with. You could have teams, with like small teams with folks with lots of experience, and they all come with their own favorite tools and editors and plugins. So they're like, you're gonna pry Emacs out of my cold dead hands or something like that. Right. So of course, if you give them something else, they're going to be extremely unhappy or sad. On the other hand, you can have teams with folks who will be less opinionated on that. And even, I don't know, let's say suddenly you start working on some project with maybe a new programming language, or maybe you're targeting some embedded system or whatever, like something really new and different, and you come up with all the tools, even the IDE, the extensions, etc. Folks will often be extremely happy in that case that you're kind of giving them an editor and an IDE, even if that's not what they usually would use, because it will come with all the niceties, the completion, the debugger, the whatever, all these things. And I think there is also something interesting to do here with development in containers. Like, hey, you're going to start working on this extremely complex target or code base or whatever, and this is a container that has everything to get started. Okay, maybe it's not your favorite editor, but it has all the customization and the code server and whatever, so you can start working right away. And then maybe later you will want to, detach from the container in a way and have your own Emacs, Atom, Sublime, VS Code, etc., etc. But I think it's great for containers here as well. There is a pretty good opportunity, and I think like that's one thing where I see stuff like Gitpod being potentially super interesting. It's hard for me to gauge because I confess I was never a huge IDE kind of person. And sometimes that gives me this weird feeling like when I help someone debug some code and, they're like with their super nice IDE and everything is set up, but I feel kind of lost. And then at some point I'm like, okay, let's get VI and grep and let's navigate this code base. And that makes me feel a little bit, as this kind of old Kung Fu movies where you have the old like Kung Fu guy who knows Kung Fu, but at the end ends up still being obsolete because it's only Kung Fu movies that old Kung Fu masters end up winning, right? In real life, we don't have Kung Fu masters anymore, not much. So a part of me is like, yeah, I like having my old style editor, but when a modern editor, a modern IDE comes with everything set up and configured, that's just awesome. It's one thing that I'm not very good at setting up all these little things, but when somebody does it and I can use it, it's just amazing.
Yeah, I agree. I feel the same way too, right? I like the way I have my environment. I like the tools that I use. I like the way they're set up. But it's a big issue, right? If you're switching machines, like you said, if you're helping someone else out, they're not there. Your key bindings aren't there. You can't navigate their system, right? Yeah. So I think, talking about dev environments that Docker is coming out with, and there's a lot there. It's super complex, all these things we're talking about. And I think we're taking the approach of let's do something well first, right? And then we can add on to that, right? Because I think, setting up full development environments is hard, right? Especially in the cloud native world nowadays with microservices. Do you run a mono repo? Do you not have a mono repo? Maybe that would be interesting to talk about, I think. I always start out with the mono repos, right? And you have all your services in there and maybe you're using one Docker file, and then because that works fine because everything is JavaScript and Node, and then you throw a little Python in there, and then you throw a little Go, and now you start breaking things out, and then things get too complex. And you start pulling everything out into different Git repos, and now, right, not everything just fits into these little buckets, right? So how do you guys think maybe moving forward, how do we attack that, right? How do we attack these separate programming languages and environments and kind of bring them all together? I hesitate we solve that with Compose about running, right? About executing, running your containers. But developing with containers is different than running containers, right? It's a different way to think about it. So anyway, I'm rattling on a little bit, but yeah, it'd be interesting to look at a more complex setup, right? Of even just 10 microservices that are in different Git repos and different languages, right? Just some thoughts, and I'm not sure we all have this flushed out yet, but I would love to hear your guys' thoughts around that. Jacob, I'm going to ask you. You look.
Yeah.
You were getting ready to jump there.
I didn't want to interrupt, but I think for me the issue isn't even really like the language boundary or a subrepo boundary. I think it's really about the infrastructure, right? Because you're moving to an era where you have these cloud services, which some of them like S3 you can mock up locally or run something locally in a container. But at some point you're going to have cloud specific hardware, right? Like you got TPUs or something that maybe are forming some critical function in your application, and you just can't really replicate that locally. But you still want to be able to develop against that in some capacity. So my feeling about where it's going to go is you'll end up having parts of your application running locally, but then you also have containers or some other element that's sort of cohabitating with either staging or testing or production services that you're working with, so you can actually test against a realistic simulation or the actual service that you're running against in production. Because I think it's just going to become untenable to keep emulating all of that stuff locally, or to have to duplicate these, and I guess you can argue about whether or not it's a good thing that everything's moving to these kind of more closed off cloud services, but the reality of the situation is that's where it's going to go, and there's certain hardware that you're going to want in the cloud, especially if you're doing machine learning oriented stuff, that there's just no way you're going to be able to run locally, right? I mean, if you're in a dev team where you have maybe a central machine where you've got 10 or 20 GPUs in it, that's not something that you're going to be able to replicate locally. And so that's how I kind of see that containers easing that boundary between different application components is actually maybe more about co-location, or having different parts of your application run in different locations on a different hardware. Maybe some on your laptop, maybe some in AWS or Azure or somewhere.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to start seeing those boundaries blur, right? Working local and working in the cloud. And you might not even know where something exactly is running, right? Until you need to, that's when you really care. But yeah, Johannes, what's your thoughts around that? I mean, I think we've talked previously of hybrid kind of environments. But yeah, what's your thoughts around that?
So essentially, yeah, we believe that the lines between cloud and local will also potentially blur. And it's actually not really about that distinction. It's just packaging your dev environment in a way and provisioning your dev environment in a way that you are what we call always ready to code. So that literally you have that, what I previously described as peace of mind, that you can just start to be creative and start to be productive. And if that is a container potentially running locally, and containers are at the moment, I think, the vehicle that we use. 2 weeks ago or 1 week ago, actually, StackBlitz announced the web containers. So potentially some things will also run in the browser at some point. But currently, Docker is the standard that enables you to do that. And what we think will happen is that these cloud-based or local dev environments will be what we call ephemeral. So it will be similar to CI/CD that we are using right now. And it doesn't literally matter where they are running. At the end, it's just to reduce friction as much as possible and decrease and essentially avoid all the hassle that is currently involved in setting up and also managing dev environments going forward, which really slows down specifically larger teams.
Yeah. I'm going to shift gears a little bit here. We have a question from the audience in chat. And I think it's a little bit two parts, but so far as I can see, container first development have the challenges of where to get safe images. And I was going to answer it, but let me keep going. Where to get safe images and instrumentation, and knowing where exactly the problem is happening. How do we provide instrumentation to see exactly where a problem might be happening and why? So I think the gist of it is kind of, if everything is in a container and I'm sitting outside, the general thought around containers is isolation, right? So how do I get views into that, whether debugging or just general problems going on? Yeah. I think that's maybe a broader question around how you have your local host and then you're running everything containers, and what's the interplay there? What's your thoughts there?
Well, I tend to think that containers are underused interactively. I mean, I think, in production, you have this mindset that there's sort of this isolated environment, but it's very actually simple to drop into a shell inside of a container and use it like you would, your terminal. So if you want to install software that way, through an image rather than through like Homebrew or something, you can kind of treat containers in that way, and you can get a very, direct access to the space in which those are running in. So I think that's maybe the step one, is just like getting rid of that mindset that these are all, these completely encapsulated environments that you can't interact with, because it's actually, quite easy to just Docker exec into a container and then use it interactively.
Yeah, 100%. And maybe I'm going to pass this question to you, Jerome, but maybe demystify containers a little bit. And I talked about this on the last panel, because we have a question in the chat around what's why containers now. I have VMs, right? And I think there's a misunderstanding in the industry about what containers are. We think they're very packaged up. And I think Jacob was hitting on that, of what's underneath the hood. So maybe, Jerome, sorry if it's a long way to set up a question of what makes up a container? What is a container?
What is a container? Well, I think the shortest and most accurate and most articulate definition I heard was from Alice Goldfuss, and I will probably misquote her, but she said something like containers are a bunch of encapsulated processes, maybe running on a copy on write file system. I'm not sure about the exact definition, but I'm going to try and reconstitute that. Like, containers are just processes that run on a Linux machine, and we just happen to put a bunch of red tape or whatever around them so that they are kind of contained. But then the beauty of it is that we can contain them as much or as little as we want. We can go kind of all in and put some actual VM or something like Firecracker around that to give some pretty strong isolation. Or we can also kind of decontainerize some aspects. You can have a container that's actually using the network namespace of the host, so that gives it an entire wire speed access to the network of the host. And so to me, that's what's really interesting. Of course, there is all the thing about, containers are lightweight and I can pack more of them and they start fast and the images can be small, yada, yada, yada. But to me, with my background in infrastructure and building resilient things like that, what I find really exciting is the ability to, put the slider wherever I need it. The ability to have these very light containers, or very heavy, very, very secure, or very anything, and even the ability to have containers in containers, even if that sounds a little bit gimmicky at first, like, like you did the meme with like, I heard you like containers, so I put Docker in your Docker so you can run containers when you run containers. But that's actually extremely convenient, because as soon as you start building, especially something infrastructure related, a huge challenge is, how do you test that? Like when we were doing .cloud, we're like, okay, how do we provision, or even if you're Amazon, how do you provision the staging for US East? Or how do you provision a whole region which is actually staging? It kind of makes things complicated. And the fact that we can have containers within containers, that's actually pretty powerful. We're also moving to things where we have secure containers in containers now. So that's super interesting, like stuff like Sysbox, for instance. When I saw that, I was really excited, because one of the horrible things I did back in the days as Docker was privileged containers, precisely because we wanted to have Docker in Docker. And that was kind of opening Pandora's box, if that's the right metaphor, yes. Because privileged containers can do literally anything. They can completely wreck up the machine. But at the same time, they give you the ability to run VPNs and run Docker in Docker and all these cool things. You can run VM in containers, and then you can nest things. So when I saw that you could actually have kind of secure containers within containers, like, okay, there is something really powerful and interesting there. And I think for folks, well, precisely when you want to do development in containers, especially when you move that to the cloud, that kind of stuff becomes really important and interesting, because it's one thing to have my little dev thing on my local machine. It's another thing when I want to move that to a Swarm or Kubernetes cluster. And then suddenly, like very quickly, I hit the wall, which is, oh, I need to have containers in my containers. And then having a runtime like that gets really interesting.
Yeah. And jumping back a bit, at the heart, like you said, Jerome, at the base of it, a container is just a process with some operating constructs wrapped around it, C groups, namespaces, those type of things. But I think it's very important for our discussion, right, of developers really understanding that this is just a process, just like a normal process when I spin up my local bash in my term, and I'm just interacting with that. And a lot of the things we talk about are more for production, runtimes, for securing containers, for isolating them. Locally, I don't know, I'll throw the question out to the panel. Is that really relevant to us locally, right? Do we want to pull out all of those restrictions? What are the benefits of containers for development, right? And maybe that's a soft question, but I'd still love to hear your thoughts. Maybe I'll kick it over to you, Katie. Would you kick us off a little bit with that?
I'll try. So I think
Sorry for putting you on the spot.
No, at all. I was actually thinking of the previous answers because maybe I could do a transition here.
Please,
so
yeah.
Interesting about containers, a piece of trivia. The C groups and namespaces have been within the Linux kernel since 2008, I think, which is like more than 10 years ago. However, containers become popular in the last years. So I think it's the technology, but it's about the organization adopting this technology. So I think why it got more popular now is because it became the business differentiator. Organizations started to think, how can I deliver value to my customers as quickly as possible? So I think that there should be this kind of two-lane kind of progress. Is the technology, but it's at the same time organizational and cultural. Now, are these actually essential for us to develop our applications locally? Again, I think when it's a single application, if you have just one component, maybe it's easier for you to kind of run it locally, have a very simple testing environment that's sufficient. Is a container necessary? Probably not. However, I think it's more important when we think into the bigger picture, when we have an architecture that has myriads of microservices at the basis, when it's something that you have to expose, for example, an API, or you have to consume an API. These are kind of things where you might need to think about a lightweight setup within the containers on your local environment to make sure that you have at least a similar environment or configuration to make sure that you test some of the expected behavior. I think the real kind of test should start from the dev cluster or like the dev environment, and then like further you go to staging and production, you'll get more clear into what exactly that configuration should be in the end. However, at the same time, again, it's more about kind of understanding why you need containers. This is the thing, like I don't say that you definitely need containers at all times, but there are situations when you have like, again, multiple services and you need to replicate them. It's just a bliss to work with these kind of setups. So yeah, really depends on what you're trying to develop here. Nothing very specific, unfortunately, but again, your product and your requirements are going to define what you're going to work with.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great answer, right? I think one of the best answers in software engineering and engineering in general is, well, it depends, right? It's things are very specific when we start getting down to the details, but yeah, generally speaking, I think containers are good for development, but yeah, it depends, right? It really depends. Is it helping you? Then great. If it's hindering you, then okay, maybe think what's the hindrance, right? And are containers the right solution? I agree 110%.
And another thing I would like, just to hear as well, when we're talking about the development team, and now we have this culture where we have the platform and infrastructure team, and then you have your engineering team separately. Especially in big organizations, are going to be segregated. Mm-hmm. So it's quite important to understand that there might be a level of upskilling required. So pushing for someone to use containers because this is the right way for you to develop your application might not be the most efficient way to actually develop a product, because you need to spend some time to make sure that the engineering team has the skills to do so. So I think it's again, going back to my answers here, is like truly be aware of how you're trying to develop, how you actually collaborate, and having that awareness of your platform can be quite helpful in developing your application. But more importantly, having less maybe blockers pushing it to a production system.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, the cultural issue is within the organization, right? is a very interesting thing. And I would submit that it's very hard from top down, right? Pushing down tools and processes down to the dev team, we'll just rebel. It usually comes from the bottom up, right? What's working for us, we're going to do, right? And whether we do it in the shadows and don't let IT know, or we conform, right? Yeah, 100%. Interesting. I would like to think a little bit in the future, right? Like, let's say, I don't know, 2-3 years from now, if y'all could wave and I'm from Texas, so I say y'all. If you all could wave a magic wand, what would that bring about, right? What would be the best scenario? And we just don't have to say containers, right? But what's the best development environment? And I'm going to kick it over to you, Jacob, because I think you hinted at some of that with some hybrid type of stuff. But yeah, and plus I need to keep you awake. You're almost on the other side of the world for me. But yeah, please.
I think. It's interesting because you have this technology that's been brought from production, so it's not necessarily like the right orthonormal basis for development. So I think there's going to be some sort of realignment or renormalization in terms of what the basis and the abstractions that we're using on a daily basis are, right? Like images and containers as they exist now are really designed for production use cases, and in terms of like even the ergonomics of opening a shell inside a container, I think is something that's not as polished or not as smooth as it could be because they've come from production. And so I think it's important, like not to have people look at the technology as it exists now and say like, okay, this is slightly rough around the edges or it wasn't designed for this use case, and think, oh, there's never any way I could use this for my development workflows. I think it's something Docker is exploring now with the dev containers. It's a new and it's an experimental paradigm, and it may not be what the final picture looks like. As you were saying, there's going to be kind of a baseline, and you'll add features to that or iterate on that. But I think that's what's interesting about it, right? Because there's not a lot of things as developers that you get to play with that are sort of the new technology. Like if you're talking about things you're building to ship, you want to kind of use tried or true components that are gonna be reliable. But I think containers are at that interesting point where it's like this is an established technology, but it's also being used in a way now that's completely different than what it was designed for. And as hackers, I think that's kind of an interesting opportunity to play with it. But I think that's what's going to happen is you're just going to see kind of those production designed knobs that kind of sanded down or redesigned for development. So that's kind of where I see it going.
Yeah. And I think that's what I was trying to hint out earlier is like, just because all these things are there, does it actually mean we need them locally, right? Do they make sense? I agree 100%. Anybody else? Jerome, what are your thoughts around that? And then I'll probably just ask all of you. I'd love to hear each of your thoughts of the future.
I had a thought that was maybe unrelated, but I was kind of wondering if we would see something on the side of like energy efficiency in some way. And maybe it's just because I've been thinking a lot about like climate change and things like that recently, and trying to reduce like the energy use and things like that. Perhaps it's also because I recently got a new laptop, which on paper is super awesome, but in practice, as soon as you try to have like 2 Slack tabs and a Zoom call, it's super fast for 30 seconds. And after 30 seconds, it blows its thermal budget and it like slows down to a crawl. And I started to think, maybe, like before we were thinking about, okay, I don't have that much CPU available, so I have to be kind of mindful about that. And now I wonder, are we going to get in something similar to that, but where you try to save CPU cycles, not just because you don't have that many CPU cycles, but more because you know that you can't go super fast for super long when you are on one of these like small laptops or tablets or phones, like you have this thermal budget to take into account. And I wonder if and how, like, is there something where containers can do something here? I guess it can be really interesting if I can do the equivalent of like Docker top and Docker stats, and if I could see like how much watts are these containers using. I can already do that with PowerTop on Linux, for instance, like process by process. So I'm thinking I could see what's the power usage of some containers. And I wonder if down the line, is this going to be something useful, or is this just silly because we can just masquerade CPU usage for watts and forget about it?
Yeah, it was super interesting perspective for sure. I'm going to shut up because I want to make sure I give Johannes and Katie time. What are your thoughts of the future around, let's just say, container development in general, right?
Katie, you want to start?
Absolutely. Oh, I have
Johannes wants more time.
I'll try not to kind of be too extensive here. But so one of the things that we've touched upon earlier in the panel was multi-cloud strategy. And I was reading one of the data reports it was about the state of Kubernetes from VMware Tanzu. But what is importantly to see there is that more and more organizations are thinking about multi-cloud strategy, which means that you need to develop an application or need an infrastructure or a component which will allow you to run this application, be it on a public cloud, be it like locally in a data center and so forth. And here, when it comes to this kind of maybe problems, we come across open standards. This is where we require something which will allow us to execute our application or to run our platform in different environments. So when you're talking about the application or development of the application, one of the things that came out in 2019 at KubeCon NA was the open, which was kubevela, which is an open application model, based application, which allows you to describe the way you would like your service to be executed in different environments. It doesn't need to be, kubevela is specifically for Kubernetes. However, the open application model is specialized, it's not specialized, tries to cover multiple platforms. So you'll be able to execute your application anywhere you want. So I think that's actually quite important because it completely abstracts what is happening underneath. It completely abstracts notions such as containers or processes. It's just, I want this application and I want it to have this kind of behavior. So example, to scale in these conditions or to be exposed for this endpoint and so forth. Another thing that I would like to mention here is that maybe this transcends, again, the logistic of the application development, but it definitely will impact the way we run our applications. So one of the new trends that is kind of gaining momentum now has been around WASM. And this is, again, something which is trying to transcend what we have beyond containers. It's focusing on it's kind of a cyclical action movement that we have here. When we moved from the VMs to containers, it was smaller footprint. We want better execution. We want this agnosticism of the platforms. We have the same thing happening here with WASM, but again, it transcends a new it reaches a new climax here where, again, we shrink the footprint in the cluster. We have a better isolation of our services. We have a better portability of our services and so forth. So there is a great potential out there. And again, why I'm saying this is some of these technologies are going to define the way we're going to do our development of the application on our local environment. That's why it's important to kind of maybe have an eye there and maybe see if some of those principles or some of those technologies we can bring internally as well. Yeah. And just as a final thought here, yes, security has been mentioned as well. I think it's something which has been at the forefront, especially when it comes to containers, especially when it comes to enterprise organizations and those who are regulated, which I feel very comfortable to run their application within a VM, where you have the full isolation you can do, where you have complete control of what's happening inside that compute. So again, security has been at the forefront at the moment. So I know it has been mentioned in the panel before. I would like to mention that we have the security white paper, which has been published. We have the software supply chain white paper as well, which tries to figure out or define some of these good practices as well. Again, which you can already apply from your development environment and then propagate them to production. So I'm just going to leave all of these bits and tools.
That's awesome. And yeah, WASM is very, very interesting. I saw the other day that, and I forget who it was, maybe y'all can remember, running the node engine inside of, in WASM inside of a browser, right? And at first glance, I said, well, we already have a JavaScript execution engine, right? And it's kind of like Docker and Docker. So you have, you have the browser, then you have WASM, and then you have a node, a JavaScript runtime. And I didn't understand was WASM, actually executing is JavaScript, and it's not. But yeah, it's super interesting, super powerful. I always felt that the browser was Java's write once, run anywhere kind of solution, right? That never came about. They were thinking of set-top TV boxes and stuff like that, which is interesting. I don't know if you know some of the history of Java, but yeah, WASM is very WASM. I'm not sure how to correctly pronounce it, but yeah, it's extremely interesting because of that isolation and that boxing, right? And running powerful languages that we're used to inside of a more isolated environment, right? And it's almost yeah, it's kind of, I think I mentioned it before, the containers inside of containers, right? Yeah. So Johannes, hopefully I gave you enough time. I delayed as much as I could, my friend. You better just kid. No, I'm just kidding. Please go ahead.
It was, by the way, Stack Blitz, and they worked together with Google and with Vercel, developing the web containers. It's called. There's in GitHub. Yes. It's quite interesting, the research they're doing there.
Yeah.
I mean, what we believe, and I also believe, is that probably somebody is doing to dev environments what Docker did to servers, and at least at Gitpod we hope that somebody will be us. So what we mean by that is that we think today we're still somehow emotionally attached to our dev environments, right? We give them names, we massage them over time, which can also have its benefits, but they're still pets in some way, right? Mm-hmm. And we believe that environments in the future will be treated similar, like servers today, as automated resources that you can just spin up and close down whenever you need them, right? And this trend, essentially, that you also see in serverless, if you look at what kind of Netlify is doing a bit with preview environments, what Vercel is doing, we believe will also arrive at dev environments. It probably won't be there tomorrow, so it will take some time because there's also emotion involved in that transition. But ultimately, we really believe that provisioning dev environments also in the cloud allows you to leverage the power of the cloud and to essentially build all that stuff that you need in order to work in advance, right? So that it's literally either a command or a button. So either, I don't know, a command that spins up your local VS Code and SSH into a container, or you do it in a browser, will be the way that professional development teams will develop in the future. Probably, let's see, in our direction document, we say it's 2023. Let's see if that holds true.
Okay, can we no, okay, I was to say, let's have a friendly bet. I don't know, that's gonna be close. No, but yeah, I agree. It's, my thought around is it's hard, right? These are hard. And what problems do you tackle first, right? Do you tackle the day one of, of development, right? I join a team. Hey, here's your machine and you have Docker installed and there you go. Pull down your environment, right? Is that necessarily just an image? What exactly is that? Sure, containers are involved, right? But that's, I mean, you've probably all gone through it. You join a team, new project, even open source project, right? There's a huge hurdle just to get everything configured, to get everything installed, to get it up and running. Set aside all understanding the code base, because that's a different issue, right? But just getting everything running locally. And to your point earlier, Jacob, of around recreating local production queues and environments and GPUs or anything like that, right? It's extremely hard. You can't do a lot of that locally, right? So I think that's one of the things I'd love to see tackled. And I think that's where we're tackling in dev environments with Docker. But then now, how do you become productive, right? And where do we go from there? And I would love to see this kind of hybrid, and you guys have all been talking about it, where I can, yes, I have it configured, everything locally on my nice, M1 Apple notebook, right? And then, I go with the family and we go on vacation. Well, I don't want to drag this, 16-inch, Mac laptop with me. And I want to take my nice iPad with the Magic Keyboard and all the whiz bang stuff, right? And I just want to fire up and I pick up where I left off, right? And I keep coding. And the environment feels, as much as it can, that I'm still working back at my desktop. I think those are very interesting to me. And I think reproducing the production runtime environments as close as possible when I develop, right? I think that's extremely powerful, extremely powerful. I think that's one of the hardest things, right? It's we used to say we debug in production, right? We would launch, right? We would do as much performance testing as possible but until you flip that switch on a big site, that's where you really understand what is going to break, right? Well, awesome. I think we're just about at time. I really, really appreciate everybody joining me. It's been a pleasure talking to all of you. We have to do this again. If I, hopefully, you know, I'm in here in America. We seem to be doing okay with COVID, but I know around the world, others are not. So my heart goes out to them, but I would love to be able to get out of here and come see all of you and meet you in person, maybe break some bread together. But again, it was a pleasure talking to you all, and I really appreciate you taking the time. Have a good evening.
Cool. Thanks for having us.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very
Thanks
much
for
for
having
having
us.
us.
Yes.
Okay, cool. I see that there are still almost 20 people watching. Thank you so much. And I like this music. Can you hear me? Let's check the agenda. No. Let's see.
And our live demo is successful. Now let's switch back to the screenshots. As a last step, to clean up the deployments, we run the stop script. The ECS task is deregistered and the cluster is deleted. The batch job.
The quality was bad. But is this over? No, live 3 hours. Still have 3 hours. Let's check what we have here. If you have any question, I'm here. Docker events. Let's see. Okay. I needed to change the day. Peter Wilson. Oh. Let's see this. Brett Fisher, Peter McKee. Okay. It should come soon. Okay. Oh, we still have 5 minutes left for this, so let's check the agenda.
great. We have our namespace, and yeah. So now let's push this up to GitHub. But first, when we run that bootstrap process, Flux is going to add a couple of files to our repository. We can pull those down and merge them in. And then we'll be able to push our changes. And we could run Flux, but let's just run this part again. This command is idempotent, so it will give us the same result even if we run it multiple times.
Problem of something working over there because they're running npm start and with a certain version of Node and I have a different version of Node. That problem should be. Number two is that there is much less DevOps pain. Right? If you are
previous steps. Now, when I say the previous steps, I want to show also another extension, which is X CloudFormation console. Now, because of any reason, if you realize that there are a few resources which are not natively available and not natively baked into the Compose CLI, you can use the AWS CloudFormation plugin for Docker Compose application and write your specific CloudFormation templates also. And in this case, we are creating the MySQL database and applying as a overlay file so that it can be used to cut over the database when the database has been created. All right. So with that, I will wrap up my demo and time for quick next steps. So AWS partnered with Docker to create a self-paced workshop, which is now live available at docker.awsworkshop.io. All the code base that we reviewed today in this session is also available in the workshop along with the entire instructions end to end. Please identify the specific business units of your organizations whose use cases are pretty similar to what we discussed today, and see those challenges can be solved by using this specific.
Okay, let's see if we have the intermission. Should be live soon. And then let's see what there is after that. So there is after that we have this one, sysadmin-less, running containers without servers. Interesting. 1 hour. And then maybe something to close. Women in tech. Probably this one. Women in tech. This one maybe. Probably. Event wrap up at the end. Nice. Perfect. So let's go check the Intermission. What is intermission 2? Thank you for being here.
Welcome back, everyone. We're back to intermission. I'm Hema, in case you forgot. And here I'm with Brett and Peter. So what a great morning, afternoon we've had. Like, we're now in the home stretch. And, you know, I really want to give a shout out to all of you who are sticking with us, especially if you're in different time zone than Pacific. So I then jumped into the community rooms, the Spanish one, the Brazilian one, the French one. Everybody's just going strong. So again, so gratitude for that. Thank you for being so involved and, you know, really participating. The chat rooms and the community, the chat windows in the community rooms are just going nuts. So it's really good to see that. And as usual, Peter and Brett had some great, very interactive panels, and it was very exciting to watch. But, you know, since they were on the panels, I decided to go and see some other things. And I actually attended the last mile of containerization. That was actually a very good session. We had a lot of good interactivity there. Yep. And then we also talked about the container security in a cloud native world. So that was, I think that was your panel, Peter. That was very exciting. And I want to share with everybody the numbers that we've been seeing for DockerCon Live.
Yeah.
So
as
of I'm sorry, say it again.
We need a drum roll.
We do need a drum roll. Can you do a drum roll for me?
No, I'll just embarrass myself.
Yeah, that's not a drum roll, but it's close.
That was a symbol. Okay, good go. We're at over 22,000 attendees today.
Right.
So that's amazing.
But we do have the reggae
That's great.
horn.
I love the sound effect. That's a great sound effect. The community rooms continue to be really engaged. We're still seeing hundreds of people in those rooms. So again, a shout out to everyone who's participating. And I felt, again, like a kid in a candy store, didn't know which sessions to attend. They were all very interesting. And, you know, we're getting some good feedback on Twitter. I want to read out some more tweets that we got. And one in particular, I don't know whether to feel happy for this person or sad for this person, but it's, well, the initials are PW, and he said that he was up at 2 a.m. to watch the keynotes. So again, I'll let you decide whether it's a good thing or not, but we're happy to have you, PW. It's awesome. As well, there was someone who said that these features are so needed, the things that Docker announced this morning in the keynotes, and that Docker has reacted to our pains. And I think they mean has addressed their pains. So that was really gratifying to read. Nice. Yeah, really wonderful.
Yeah.
Some other countries that I didn't shout out before, this just tells you what the breadth and scope of our community is. Indonesia, La Paz, Bolivia, Greece, Munich, Ukraine, Oxford, UK, Australia, Philippines, and there's just more. And I'm going to do a special shout out to Montreal because that's where I'm from. So yes,
nice.
Applause for that. It was really great. And so I just want to thank all of you. I want to encourage you, when we talked about the power of community, Remember, we're doing a fundraiser. So to combat COVID, for COVID relief, we're actually, all that money is going to go to UNICEF. Docker is contributing 10,000 and we're doing a GoFundMe, and the link is there on the screen. So please donate, just $1. If one person, each of you donates $1 US, we would have raised like over $22,000. So please find it within you to contribute, because again, our communities that are the most affected are India and Brazil, which are our very active Docker communities. So please give back. Brazil, I should go in the Brazil room and get them all to donate. Exactly. I also want to encourage you, if you're interested in participating in our roadmap, our public roadmap is on GitHub. So it's github.com/docker/roadmap. And that's something that you can participate in and vote up features that you want to see. We love to get the community involved in participating in our roadmap. So make sure to check that out. And I also wanted to highlight
Hema, can I jump in real quick? I'm sorry. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I talk about our roadmap all the time, but honestly, folks out there, our PMs are in there. Our CEO is in there. We do watch that. That is our roadmap. It is extremely, extremely important to us. So any features, complaints, right? Join in the conversation. That's a great way to get to interact with Docker in our products, right? We really highly value the roadmap. Okay, back to you, Hema. Sorry.
Oh, absolutely. And if you want to see us, be even more responsive to what you need, participate in that roadmap discussion. That's really great. A couple of things coming up. Just want to put the spotlight on. We have at 3:15, what's new with desktop from our own Yui Kao. So I highly recommend that you attend that session. And of course, there's the Woman in Tech live panel. So this is very exciting, moderated by yours truly. And it has putting a spotlight on our women captains and our women developers. So that's very exciting. But I also hear that we're doing, there's a session with JFrog coming up. So Peter, why don't you talk about that a little bit?
Yep, we have a session coming up from our partners from JFrog around DevOps patterns and anti-patterns for continuous software updates. And another one that I'm extremely excited about is our M1 talk from our very own Tonis from Docker. So if you have an M1 and you're interested in multi-arc architecture builds, check that out. It's going to be a great talk. And then we have Melissa McKay, also from JFrog, talking about Docker and the container ecosystem. And last but definitely not least, well, check them all out. They're going to be great. But Brett is going to be doing, I think, the best panel that I'm going to go watch. And he made up a new word. It's called sysadminless.
I'm all about the trending new words today. Sysadminless.
What's your panel about? This is going to be awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to have the battle of the panels.
Yeah. Yeah. And mine's before yours, so we're not competing. So yeah, we have two excellent panels in a row. To finish off the day, and just sysadminless is basically how can we run containers without managing servers. So doesn't mean you don't actually have infrastructure. Just let's not manage servers. Yeah, and we need to wrap it up and.
Before we do that, I just want to tell everyone that we actually have a promotion going on. So we, for those that sign up for a pro or team subscription, we're offering a 20% off. So there's the URL where you can check out what the promotion is. And this is for new and returning users. So you can use the promo code Dockercon21. And all the information is on the website. I really encourage you to check that out. Promotion for 20% off. Join us for our panels. And we're doing a wrap up at 5 p.m. where we'll have our own CEO on that wrap up portion. Look forward to seeing you there.
All right.
Awesome.
Well, thank you too. All right, everyone. We'll see you on the next go around. Coming up next, me and some other people.
Awesome.
And go.
Okay, let's check. So I'll watch. Where is Brett Fisher? This one. And then where is this one? Okay. Two hours to go. Okay, let's check what we could watch. So this should last 1 hour, I think. So this one, then this one, which is live, and probably, and I want to check this one also. Okay, perfect. Thank you everyone for joining. Here we go.
1. Hello, I am Brett, and I'm your host yet again for another live panel. And I'm joined by 3 special guests today. We're going to do the same little magic quadrant thing going on here. I got Victor, Anais, and Jeff. We're going to go around the room and you introduce yourselves and tell everybody where you're from, streaming from, and what you do for work. My name is Brett. I make videos on the internet, and I sell courses on Udemy. And I'm in Virginia Beach, Virginia. Victor.
So what for the question? Sorry, who am I? You said it, Victor. Where I'm from? Yes, Barcelona.
Mm-hmm.
And what do I do for a living? I'm not sure, and I don't think that my boss knows either. So let's keep it that way.
Okay, you get paid to talk. You get paid to talk.
I get paid. I'm not sure for what, but I get paid. Yes.
All right, Anais.
Yeah, I'm a site reliability engineer by title right now at Civo, which is a cloud computing company that's based on Kubernetes. But I'm working towards becoming their chief meme officer, so we'll see how that goes.
Chief
meme officer.
CMO.
Yeah.
Can you say it again? What office?
A chief meme officer.
Okay, what is meme? Sorry, this is
a meme is everybody in the chat, explain your definition of a meme.
Yeah.
And then we can go from there. I think that would be helpful for Victor, yeah.
And then post links to your favorite memes. I'm sure that'll go well. I'm sure we'll have a great time.
No, don't do that.
And finally, we have Jeff down the corner. Well, thank you so much. And Jeff down the corner, hello. Tell us who you are and where
Jeff
you're from.
Nickloff. Yeah, I'm in Phoenix, Arizona right now. Originally in Oregon. Long time Docker user, early 2013 origins, wrote a book on Docker. I've been using it every day ever since.
Yes. And Jeff is very humble because he is a recipient of the Moby Hacks Award. Is that correct?
Yeah, I got a couple of trophies at previous Dockercons. So yeah.
No big deal. Yes. Hey. So you have an award winner on the show, and we're all going to try to keep up, basically. So what is this panel? Why are we here? Why are you all in chat? Well, one of the reasons we're doing this is, one, to answer your questions. So you see the title, you see the description. I made that up. It's just a thing with words. And we're going to answer your questions around something related to servers, running containers, or maybe not having servers. We'll see. So it's all, the show will be entirely dependent upon the quality of your questions. Go. We will wait.
Should you have some elevator music?
Well, that didn't go so well. So until the great questions come in, and I'm sure they will, because the last 2 sessions we couldn't even, we basically got through a third of them. I'm going to start us off with a couple of questions that I prepped for this audience. And just so you all know, watching out there, I in no way prep these people. They don't even know why they're here. So be kind to them, because I did not ask them to do homework. Let's talk about where essentially we this container idea happened. Jeff was around. The rest of us didn't know what was going on. And this container idea happened, and it just basically allowed us to ship code faster and faster and faster, and in a more reproducible way. And then at some point, we all got whiny and complained about the fact that we still got to SSH into servers, and we still have to manually create EC2 instances. And these other tools started to show up. We started to see things like ECS and then Fargate. And then now we're up to things like, GitHub Autobot, or whatever it's called, Auto Deployer, or Auto Manager. What is this this Google tool that Google has?
I could never keep up with Google. The big thing that I've seen over the last decade and a half of real rapid innovation in the space is like we're doing more things more often. We're raising the bar for, and everybody, right? Everybody expects better infra, better deployment tooling, better CI, a more consistent CI, more repeatable builds. There's more people doing more work all the time, and it's really we've seen like a massive boom, especially post microservice boom, with respect to the logistics associated with operations and software engineering, and that's just kind of like created all sorts of new prompts for new tooling, and it's faster and faster and faster. Docker and containers certainly played a huge role in that, beginning of the last decade, and continue to do so, continue to be a very, very important component right at the core of so many new paradigms. And so that's really, the big takeaway here. It's we're doing more and suffering the paperwork for doing more.
Can never get rid of the paperwork.
All right.
Yeah. So, I mean, we've all had experiences with automating this infrastructure, and I'm going to pick on Anais for a second, because I believe you're the newest person to this area, and one of the reasons I wanted to talk to you today about it was because a lot of some of us that have this gray hair thingy, we carry baggage. We carry baggage, right? Bad habits of 20 years gone by, and I'm very interested in perspectives around someone who doesn't have all that history, that's just seeing this with a fresh set of eyes, and they're like, this makes sense to me. This is exactly how I would do it if I made it from scratch. Or this is dumb, and we should do this should be easier, and this should be better. And you've been detailing this on YouTube for a while. So what is your general consensus on this whole managing infrastructure, code, all that stuff?
So right now, I feel like we are touching a lot of labels to what we are doing, what we are not doing. And to be honest, I started learning about Docker 10 months ago after having worked for several years in the blockchain space, but not really doing small demos, but it had little to do with actual deployments and managing deployments. So it's all like I'm learning about this as like this is the technology and the new stuff and everything like from here onwards and how it's supposed to be. This is I am really fortunate to work with some amazing companies since I got started in the space who have really advanced workflows or workflows that are called quite advanced within the space, but I can't judge that. So when you're asking me in comparison to what, I don't have a comparison because I'm only living in the Docker Kubernetes world where deployments happen in a certain way depending on my needs. And depending on what I want to deploy, I have to do more or I have to do less. And then I just take it from there. But it's quite difficult for me to judge of like, this is a new way, a new strategy of deploying something. For me, there's more something like a more standardized strategy that's widely adopted versus a strategy that's experimented with. Or, for example, GitOps. That's something for me that's more experimented with. That seems to have amazing benefits. And I can't really judge why companies would not deploy it or what they are doing instead, because I haven't experienced that, if that makes sense. So that's kind of the perspective where I'm coming from to all of this. Yeah.
Totally. Yeah. And going back to the chat real quick, before Jeff goes in on an excellent comment, I'm sure, the sysadmin list, the title here is whatever you think it means, honestly. For me, it meant that I didn't have to administrate specific servers. Some people in development are thinking it means I don't need a sysadmin, which may be true. Like you may be able to get away with not having someone like me. I come from that ops background, so but you're going to have some of those skills, obviously. But there's plenty of teams that are doing without a lot of the operations people they used to, because we have better tooling and we have better processes that maybe alleviate some of the need for manual human intervention. But that's the debate today, right? Is I like the lack of infrastructure management in terms of specifically, if I don't have to SSH into a server again, I will be just as fine. Like I will be happy and I'll have a job and I'll do something else. But that's kind of where we're at now. Is we're getting into the days where people keep wanting to deploy servers when they don't have to, and some of that maybe we need to talk about. Like, why is that? How can we avoid that? So
it's not really that sysadmin role is now becoming less. It's more about us constantly doing different things, right? Some things become easy, some things become much faster, and then that same role needs to jump on a layer higher or lower, depending on how you look at it, and do some different things. Like, yes, If you define sysadmin as a person who SSHs into a server, then that role doesn't exist anymore. Now, if you define a sysadmin as a person who manages the whole system, and that work now is different than SSHing into servers, then it very much exists. And it exists just as much as now as it existed before, right? And it's also kind of, hey, we have companies without any sysadmin. Of course we do. I mean, but we had them 20 years ago as well. I managed, I was never a sysadmin, and I managed my own servers out of necessity. But that's not really something that is new, kind of, that there are small teams without sysadmin, of course. Just the same thing, there are small teams that don't know intricacies of JVM, for example. They just write code, of course.
I think one of the biggest transitions that's happened, and I really, really hope continues happening, as a person who, with 20 years in industry, like, one thing that you used to see a lot of is, systems groups dictating operational environments that could never be realized locally, or it could never be shifted left, to use some security marketing terminology. So you can really never push that left. And so you always had this tension between that gave way to, like, the works on my machine sort of excuses and interactions between distinct groups. Whereas now we're moving, like, we really want to get to the point where our engineer, like our software developers, are stating the constraints that the environment has to fulfill. The operating environment has much more to do with the software that is running there than anything else now, especially with given the cloud and the untold flexibility with which we can create any kind of infrastructure and environment you can dream. And so it's no longer, we've got this specific blade system with running this specific JVM with these specific Perl modules loaded and these versions of those things. You must write your software to that. Now we've gone all the way to the other side, where our challenge is continuously realizing the environment dictated by the application. And that's good and bad. The biggest challenge that I've seen is a lot of developers a lot of people just don't recognize it, and or a lot of people don't recognize that that's something that they have control over, and so we don't see that as kind of like a first class concern when we're designing our software. And that's something that is one of, like, the lingering pain points in Docker to a certain extent. For the last, I don't even know what, like 7 years, when I see Docker files that need work, 9 times out of 10, it's because they were unintentionally created, right? Like, someone said, these roughly are the things that I need, but the people who wrote the Docker file, for one reason, either because they don't really think about how to run their software in a first-class way, or because they don't know what the software needs in a first-class way. And so they end up putting way too much in, or they end up not quite setting up the environment the way that is appropriate. And it's that kind of decoupling of skill sets and not quite realizing, like, that, like, the reality of, like, that responsibility shift. It's causing a lot of lingering UX concerns, honestly. And whether you're talking about containers, or you're talking about realized infrastructure, or you're talking about other cloud resources, it really is, we need to find some way of, like, really driving home to the developers, like, early in the dev lifecycle, like, hey, you can run whatever environment you want, and just tell us, like, here's the tools to tell us what you need, and here's the tools to create it. And, like, here's a whole universe of things that you can use instead of writing the software. Just tell us, right? Like, use the application services.
Yeah. The I'm just laughing at this comment. Someone, a great comment from Duck that says, if you don't have a sysadmin, then you're the sysadmin. Which is true.
Truth.
This is true. Yeah, and this whole topic really, I was inspired by over the last year and a half. Kelsey Hightower has been shifting his conversations to a lot of talking about that. The cloud removed the power, it removed the cabling and the care about racking servers, right? It got removed our concerns from that, and we can just use these resources. But it hasn't really removed the OS, right? I don't know if you remember back, this is going back a little bit, but in Azure, when Azure first launched, you could not create a VM, and you couldn't create a Linux VM, you couldn't create anything Linux, but you could only do Windows, and you could only deploy websites. So they had a website deployer for Azure on day one. And then people were like, I can't have a server. This isn't a real cloud. And even though they had these services, which are today like the newest, hottest thing, but in 2009 or whatever it was, 2010, when they launched, they didn't have the bare metal OS that you could RDP into instead of SSH. And yet now here it is a decade later, and it seems like everything we're doing is to get rid of that OS as much as possible. And Kelsey just talks a lot about how we need to figure out ways to stop caring about that OS so that we can move higher up the stack. Because one of the conversations that's been common all day today is that developers are expected to know way more things than they used to have to know, especially now that we're getting things from the ops stack easier for them to use, and now they have to use them. We talked about GitOps earlier, and like these are the tools they have to learn when they maybe previously just had to throw the code over the wall. And in order to do that, we have to take away that OS concern maybe and work at higher abstractions, I guess is my point there.
I'm not sure that anybody has to know less than they used to know, but they definitely need to know different things, right? Like there's a whole lot about the OS that I don't need to know as like a user space and higher software engineer, right? There's a whole lot about the user space that web front end engineers just don't need to know. So it kind of depends, I'd say.
Depends. That's been a steady answer all day.
You can also argue that it's not that operating system is disappearing; it's just that we are moving operating systems on a cluster level. I mean, Kubernetes is effectively an operating system. Just that it operates across multiple servers instead of being focused on a single server.
Yeah, what was the 2015 Mesosphere parlance? It was the data center operating system, right? It's that next higher level abstraction.
The DOS. I liked it. It was a good branding term. I'm not sure if we realized it. I'm looking for some good questions here to feed you all.
I think, like we all, platforming is important. I think there's a couple challenges in this space specifically related to the last question / statement. We need to really always remember to focus on our efforts on things that deliver value for whatever we're working on. And so generally speaking, if you don't need to do something, then, if you can find a more effective way to accomplish a mission than DIYing it, then you should do that. And whether that means platforming on a major cloud and grabbing every application service you can get that gets you like 80% of your value, or ditching custom software altogether and just using some, like a spreadsheet to accomplish the core of a mission. If that works for your business, then that's really what you should do. Minimum solution to drive the value. And the problem that I've seen though, and the thing that just really kills me is where we get into rolling hype, like just really like off the wall abstractions that either feel ultra niche or niche to a company, like a very specific service provider, or things that are almost impossible to learn or don't have some other analog. Virtual machines made a lot of sense to people who are used to dealing with hardware machines, right? Like there's a very, very thin boundary between those ideas. And, for the same reason that even today in the last panel, people were saying, what is a container? And having to drive that whole conversation again, like I can't even count the number of, thousands and thousands of times I've heard that discussed over like the last 7 or 8 years. And still, like 90% of the time, if you're talking to someone who's new to Docker, they equate it to a virtual machine because of the similarities to how you use them operationally. It's a nice analog. It makes them easier for people to understand when you have that close proximity. But when you go from like, and this is nothing against Google, but like generally speaking, like those geniuses over at Google, they tend to like leapfrog anything close when they roll new abstractions out. And some people love it and they get into it and they see it. And to everyone else, it's hard to understand like why you would go there, right? Like you end up having it's a hard messaging problem for the solution if it looks like something that's hard to learn. I back in the day, I was like super critical of Kubernetes because when you went to learn it, it would be like, hey, great, let's get started with Kubernetes. Before you get started, before you can even click around, I need you to read this 3-page YAML primer. And this is like impossible, right? Like I was up and running and running a payload with Docker in the first 30 seconds that I touched it. And that was amazing to me. Like that blew me away. And so when you're talking about like Kubernetes, like it was very, very different kind of adoption story. The vision was there. And for those of us who are working at like big corporate infrastructure where people had already kind of gone through the workload orchestration world, we could see it. We already kind of knew it, but it was for everybody else, it's still a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, for sure.
I think there are a bunch of, like several different parts that you touched upon and that I think we could maybe elaborate on. But one of them is when you mentioned that a lot of people ask, what is Docker? Why do we use Docker in the first place? Why do you use container? I think this is a conversation that we will have for the next 10 years at least, because it's not part of any traditional education, I would say. Like as part of a sysadmin apprenticeship in Germany, it wouldn't necessarily be part of as part of my computer science degree. That's nothing that you learn, right? It's something that you touch upon maybe if you land in the right job. And then you get the first experience with it. But until then, it's nothing that you necessarily are in contact with. So I think there are lots and lots of people who they're not in a natural pathway where they would have to learn it or where they're in a position to learn it. And I think that shapes kind of the process on how we are moving from how we're moving our workflows and processes and how we are talking about the technologies ultimately. And maybe the gap even widens more between what is happening in the direction that like the ideal deployment workflow versus where the knowledge is at.
Yeah.
And eventually, it will eventually disappear as well, right? Kind of containers will become something so transparent that, again, nobody will know about them, right? Just as Kubernetes will disappear as well. And when I say disappear, I don't mean not being used. Containers will continue being used for a long time, but majority of people will not even know that they are running containers, just as majority of people will not know that they are using Kubernetes, because it will become so stable and so used and so transparent and with some layers on top that simply it will become irrelevant. Just like majority of people don't know what is a kernel or how to compile a kernel, right? Mm-hmm. And 20 years ago, I had to compile a kernel at least once a week, right? But it just becomes implementation detail you don't care about. Yeah. And that's the place where we want to be, right?
Yeah.
Here's a question to you three, from my perspective that I'm curious about. Maybe I can go ahead. So when we're talking about it will move into a certain direction, like containers, Kubernetes will be abstracted away from different platforms. Do you think it will be like a process where different companies over time shape that abstraction, what it looks like, or that first comers in the space who are right now providing platforms where you need to have little to no knowledge about the underlying technology, will ultimately then like define for the longer term how this abstraction will work?
I mean, it depends whether we're talking about containers or Kubernetes, because I think that they're in quite different
Containers.
states
Let's
right
stay with
now.
containers.
Containers. I mean, we must be getting close to saying, hey, this is my code, run it, and that just happens to be a container, and I don't really care that it's container. We are there, kind of like we are almost touching that point where you just say, whatever the tool is, this is my code, run it. I mean, it's not that different from, let's say, Azure Container Instances, right? Or Google Cloud Run, right? Here's my code, run it.
Yeah.
Why would they know about containers?
Lambda is the same thing, right? Like, I mean, you can deploy a Docker image.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's Lambda.
DigitalOcean apps or whatever that DigitalOcean thing is. Yeah. Heroku. Yeah.
Yep.
All these things just you take an object. Yeah. Go ahead.
I think there's a couple of hard interfaces to iterate on, and you kind of end up seeing the same thing pop up over and over and over and over again. And kind of no matter what the implementing technology is, like you see the exact same patterns over and over and over again. Every time I work on a Lambda, and like I click a button in a console and it deploys the new thing instantaneously in prod, I cannot help but feel like I'm moving a file into a Perl executable into a CGI bin in the late 90s, right? Like it's the exact same thing. The invocation mechanism is almost the exact same thing. And like, sure, we should have been building chroot jails back in the day. Even then, we should have been using like lightweight containers, but nobody did. You know, Docker and containers represented a massive improvement in UX that delivered a whole bunch of other tangential improvements, but UX around a lot of those lower level primitives. And I think that there's a lot of value in specifically remembering not to dismiss lower layers. Like you end up having to understand the broader and more difficult the problems you're tackling. You almost always need to dive in and understand those lower layers at some point. So it's not like these things will ever become truly transparent. You will have to figure out a problem, especially if you end up working in secure code. If you end up working in highly regulated environments, you need to be able to prove controls. You need to be able to prove, not quite correctness, but you need to be able to demonstrate a high confidence that your software works as intended, and that it is safe. And so, like Docker was a beautiful stroke of insight into how to provide great UX around a whole bunch of lower level things that had been around for a while. There wasn't a whole lot of invention with regard to those low level mechanics. I mean, we've all seen or run through, maybe not all of us have run through Jerome's, how to build container the hard way, article back in the day. Really, really great content. I know I learned a huge amount. In fact, like getting into Docker was impetus for me to, basically the same time I got into Docker, I left Amazon and did a huge deep dive into a lot of those lower level primitives that, when you're learning how to program, when you're first getting into it, your first 5 years in industry, you're focused more on application stuff. And you really don't need it's not obvious why you would need to dive deep and learn a lot of those things. But I kind of took the dive with Docker, learned a lot from Jerome's posts, learned a lot from Kelsey Hightower's posts, learned a lot from a lot of that early chatter in 2014, 2015. And I feel like my application engineering game is way stronger on the other end for knowing it. So, we see things like containers and and like the process interface. But when we also talk about forget about that for a minute. Like, let's think about silly, extremely high level abstractions like Lambda. If you actually look at the Lambda interface, it's almost exactly like every other request processor interface there is. It's basically the servlet spec with less verbose names. And that spec is just like every other spec that came before it that was like process this request. So again, relatively new abstraction, definitely, modern best of breed type abstraction, but it's the same abstraction. It just has a new name and a new implementation. So I'm not really sure like what the future looks like. How could we get closer? How could we abstract more away than what we do with those functions as a service type implementations, right? Like, I don't really know what that looks like.
You're kind of giving me the answer to the question I'm about to ask you. So it's actually, I was going to go around the room. Stephanie has a question. What emerging technology excites you the most in the context of the discussion? So it was, I guess, more about these higher level abstractions. And Jeff and I have had this conversation before. Victor and I have also had that, where we just talk about, obviously Kubernetes is not the end. It's just it's a stop in the road. And I feel like Docker, like Kubernetes Kubernetes wouldn't exist without Docker, and Docker, the feeding frenzy of using Docker on so many things was what created the need for Kubernetes. So it's almost like Kubernetes was the answer to a problem that Docker created. And now Kubernetes is creating its own problems of complexity, of the thing almost like having too much power in one thing that's doing all the things for you, and it needs more tight controls and easier management and all these different things. So if you have one thing, I'm going to try to keep our answers short because we're coming up on near the end, but if we're going around the room, if you can think of a thing or a good example of where you see where, like, if Kubernetes is the now, and maybe things like the tip of the spear are things like Fargate and Autopilot was what I was thinking of a while ago. Google Autopilot for GKE. These are the things where we don't even have to care about necessarily having servers anymore, and we're just running our workloads. But we do have the complexity, unlike Google Cloud Run. We do have this complexity. We have, because to me, and maybe help me if I'm wrong, Google Cloud Run can't do the complexity that some people need. Why they would need Kubernetes on top of that, or they would need to be able to control Kubernetes more than just Google Cloud Run. Anyway, I'm rambling a bunch of ideas together, but Victor, you go. Take it from there.
No, but yeah, there are those two sides in Kubernetes that you were mentioning, right? Operational and applications. And operational side, that's going away. GKE Autopilot is to me a clear example how little we can care about managing Kubernetes. Now, there will always be companies and always be cases where you need to go down deep. But hey, it's more or less a solved problem how to run Kubernetes cluster, especially if you compare it, like 5 years ago when we were trying kubeadm and then ripping our hair off because how complicated it was. And now it's relatively breeze. The next step is to do the same thing for applications. That's why I was previously mentioning containers and Kubernetes and this and that. It really kind of, while I do think, and I agree with previous comments, that it makes us real experts when we know a lot of things. But for majority of people, it's just kind of like, let's put it this way. Majority of people should not care about Kubernetes. Kubernetes is too complex for 95% of people to care about it, or they will not be able to do their job. That complexity needs to go away, simply. Not go away. It needs to stay, but become invisible. So if there is one thing that I'm looking forward in next year or something, is that removing Kubernetes.
Yeah. Anais,
I forgot the question. I don't know whether I'm answering it.
No, it was perfect. Thank you. Anais, I was thinking, like, from your eyes, going back to the whole fresh perspective thing, like, do you see, what speaks to you when it comes to like the next thing, or the thing that you like the most out of all this stuff you're learning? Is there something out there that you feel like that's the thing that everybody should be doing, that's, if it's not just Docker in general?
I mean, Docker is for me more like the fundamentals, the starting point, and then from there, it depends where you branch off of. But my focus has been learning Kubernetes mainly on really being able to dive into those nitty-gritty details, and not having somebody who's like, oh, you don't need to know about that. Just use this platform and deploy with one click, because that, like, you all had this experience of learning about it, right? Seeing the technology grow up or evolve, right? I didn't have that, right? So I kind of have to work myself backwards before I can actually think about, okay, what am I really excited about? I'm really excited about edge cases that Kubernetes and containers can be used for. But I think those are only possible if we can emphasize or trace back of like, okay, how did we end up here? And then obviously the most people, like Victor just mentioned, probably will never need those, right? But it's really exciting to hear cases where those technologies are used to manage the infrastructure of bridges and similar, right? So that's like, those are really edge cases. That's like, it's great that that's possible with the technology of like enabling us to do something new, easier, different with it. But I think, yeah, I'm more excited about the process of how everything will get easier and more abstracted and more automated versus actually it being automated, if that makes sense. So who's gonna influence that? Who's gonna be part of the, like, be a key player and shape that in a way? I think that's really exciting.
Yeah, there's that's a great perspective, and I'm glad you shared that, because it's hard to forget what you already know in order to learn the next thing. So you're always, I have no idea what it's like to learn Kubernetes. Even though I teach it, I don't have any idea what it's like to learn Kubernetes when it's 120, right? Or 121, or I think Jeff and I, like, we days gone by, we would joke about how horrible Kubernetes was, and I'm sure Victor was in some of those conversations, because we were in it such early days that we were like, man, this thing is such a mess and things are changing rapidly. But it was like critiquing the cooks in the kitchen, right? And of course, Kubernetes is never going to be done. So but it's done enough. It's done-ish. So we're at the point now where the big announcements are like, we added a new feature. So instead of we changed everything and nothing you have will currently work in the next version, like that was the early days. So this comes to a question that Ivor actually from an earlier conversation had. He was in my earlier chat, and he says, what will we be left with? Right. And all I can think about is when we started, I can't remember if it was, I think it might have been Jeff or if it might have been Victor. I'm confusing the two of you. That it was, I think it was, Jeff was saying, it was all about being faster and faster, right? Like, I think that was one of the things you were mentioning. And that is, when I start talking about Docker for the last few years, I have changed my tune a little bit to say that this has all happened before and it will happen again, because it's about speed. And ever since I got started in the early 90s, every major evolution and revolution in tech has been about changing the speed at which a person can do things with tech. And so I used to work in a team where it was 4 or 5 DevOps people. That team shrinks to 3. That team shrinks to 1, all because we have better tooling, we have better systems, and Docker did that, Kubernetes is doing that, and the next thing is going to do that too. So for Ivor's answer to that question, I think what is left? Well, the left is you as a person will do more. You will have more things, and you will have to do more.
There's more to it though. Like ultimately, at the end of the day, I think what I've seen a lot over the last few years is we're bumping into some very raw, primitive ideas that are going to be limiting factors. Distributed systems, I mean, there's not a whole lot you can do about distributed systems problems and distributed failure modes and distributed state. At the end of the day, like, we still have failure modes in our software, and like to give Kubernetes, the Kubernetes crew, like, a lot of credit. Like, they didn't just decide to make the thing complicated. At the end of the day, it helps you address a whole universe of failure modes, and that is complicated. It's complicated business. The experience will become simpler if we write simpler software that has fewer failure modes, that we handle those failure modes in more consistent ways. And so if we're going to get better, if we're going to get simpler interfaces, or to be able to use simpler interfaces without risking tragedy, we need to get better. We need to write better software is really what it comes down to. We need to be ruthless in tackling our failure modes as aggressively as we do thinking about making the software work in the first place.
Yeah, is that more about because when I come back to Docker and I think about one of the things that made Docker work, right? It was those reasonable defaults. It was the batteries included but swappable or whatever.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, like half, I would roughly estimate like half of the Kubernetes features are like how to deal with different sorts of broken software.
Yeah,
and like
it's true.
And
or software that wasn't written to the way we kind of expect modern software to be written, maybe.
Right.
And it's in a way, I hear often those statements like Kubernetes is more complicated than X, which to me is silly. Kubernetes is not more complicated than other things. It is doing more things than other things. Right? If you would compare the same feature set of whatever you want to compare Kubernetes with, then Kubernetes is that easy, right? Kind of like, hey, yes, remove service mesh, remove service discovery, remove fault tolerance, and all the things that you didn't have before, and then suddenly it's easy. The problem is that every next generation of something is always more complicated, not necessarily because it is poorly designed, but because it is doing things that mortals couldn't do before, right? So Google could do what Kubernetes does 10 years ago, but 99% of us couldn't do what Google was doing 10 years ago, right? And now we can.
Yeah.
And that's the complexity. It's simply doing more.
Right. And it sort of guilts you into feeling like you have to do more. Which is, if you're staring down, a deployment spec and it's like, here's 50 questions that you need to answer in order to consider it done. Like you feel like you have to answer all 50. And most like mortals, like you said so perfectly, they don't understand how to answer 45 of those questions. Right. Their software is in an image and like they want to run it. They don't know how to handle, they don't necessarily have an opinion on deployment rollout strategy. So like, how can we ask them to answer that before they've ever deployed it the first time?
Well, for majority of people, you don't need to ask, right? Kind of like, hey, for many people, Azure container instances are perfectly okay, right? Small teams. Now, just let me clarify that from the very beginning. But
small teams.
Hey, it's perfectly fine. You don't need to go to Kubernetes. You can use Azure container instances. And I'm using them as an example, right? Or ECS or Docker, whatever is the command to run it in ECS. And off you go, right? You don't, if you don't need the problem is that it's the coolness factor, right? Kind of, I need to have service mesh. I absolutely need to have service mesh because if I don't, I cannot check it. Kind of like, hey, checked.
Because Victor and Anis on the internet told me on YouTube I need service mesh. That's what happened. They searched YouTube and both of you told them service mesh.
Now, what is challenging is that you need to be, and probably more than in the past, you need to be well informed, right?
Yeah.
So you need to understand what service mesh is for you to say, I don't need it.
Yeah.
Because until you understand what it is, how do you know whether you need it or not? Maybe you desperately don't need it, right?
But that's also the dangerous part. Like, I am learning about this since nearly a year now, and I would not trust myself to just make decisions completely by myself around what I exactly need in a more complex setup versus what I don't need. And I think most people are in a similar position. That makes it so, I guess,
Not most people, everybody. There is no person who knows everything about, if you take medium to big size system, there is no person who will ever understand how the whole system works, right?
Yeah.
It's more about, you have people who have general understanding a bit of everything and people who can deep dive into something. It's more about, if you go back to the story of sysadmins, the role of sysadmins is actually more to help today, and that's the difference compared to the past, is to help the developers make the right decisions.
Yeah.
Not to expect developers to kind of learn service mesh. I mean, come on, it takes a year to understand what service mesh does. I still don't know what it's doing, right?
Yeah, I think getting, there was a comment I wanted to make a few minutes ago, but you guys were on such a good riff, I didn't want to interrupt that conversation. But I we eventually talk about this higher levels of abstraction thing over and over and over again, right? Like because we just keep doing it, and because it's happening so much more rapidly now, we just kind of expect it. Like, okay, we've had Kubernetes 5 years now. Why are we still talking about it? Like, we should be on to the next thing, right? A higher level. And I know there's been some attempts. We've talked about that on my YouTube live show, Brett.live. You can go check that out. And I have smart people like this that come on and talk with me about it. And we don't really have any consensus, but it seems like there is a desire for us to make it even easier than essentially the Kubernetes manifest, right? This is what the conversation usually evolves into, is like, okay, how do we deal with that? And it usually involves making some other tool or using some other tool that will turn that thing into the Kubernetes manifest that it needs. But recently I started to see a few things that I felt like maybe I'm not going to make a bunch of plugs or anything, but when I know, Victor, you talked about Pulumi a lot recently, and I finally had them on the show a couple of weeks ago. And a simple little thing, just a simple little thing that it would be the kind of thing that Docker would have done, is they decided that when you make a service, it's probably for a deployment. So let's just call this thing, I think they call it like a service deployment or deployment service. And it's a single object. Instead of having to create two resources, just create one. Like, we'll do it for you in the background, because most of the time you need a deployment behind the service. Yeah, we know that there's these things where you can have endpoints and without services behind them or whatever. But they just decided that in their tool, and they weren't labeling themselves as like, we make Kubernetes easier. Like, that's not really, I feel like that's not really their thing. So anyway, I'm wondering if eventually what the thing is that these other tools that we all are going to start using anyway are just going to they're going to be in front of Kubernetes anyway for us, and they're just going to make it easier, and it'll all get better over time. So that's my theory.
So Kubernetes manifests are evil. They need to disappear.
Yeah.
No, seriously, because they're absolutely necessary, but they need to disappear from the eyes of people for a simple reason, because Kubernetes manifests are closer to being something that defines infrastructure and not something that defines application, right? But nobody can convince me that definition of an application is to have ingress and service mesh and Istio and HPA and VPA and all those things. That's just silly, right? Those are infrastructure kind of type of definitions. They need to go away.
I might push back on that a little bit.
Huh?
I mean, I might push back on that a little bit. It's not. I agree with you that like service mesh is not application, but all those things that, I mean, at some point we decided we wanted to start building smart pipes again and relive the mid 2000s, and so we started pushing a whole universe of very much so first-class application concerns into the service mesh or into those north-south gateway technologies or API gateways, right? Like, and so it might not be that the service mesh is application, but like 90% of the value that the service mesh adds is absolutely application level. It's authentication, authorization, encryption. It is load balancing. It is rate limiting. It's all of those things is why people pick up a service mesh. It's not just because, well, I mean, in the early days, it was because someone wanted to get promoted, so they would pick up service mesh. But these days, go ahead.
Can I just correct myself, because I think that I did not explain myself well. I'm in no way saying that service mesh is not part of application, shouldn't exist, and all those things. I'm just saying that from the developer perspective, the way how we define service mesh is not that useful, right? I'm a huge fan of open application model. I don't know if anybody's familiar here, right? So behind the scenes, yes, open application model will do the service mesh and this and that. That's all okay. But there must be a better way for us to define what an application is. And behind the scenes, we create service mesh, virtual services, gateways, whatever that needs to be.
Yeah. Yeah, and the hard part, I go back to Compose, one of my favorite tools of all time, and over the years we've talked about how Compose has tried many times to deploy to Kubernetes, and there's a little secret that the Docker Compose tool today, I think if you build it a certain way, it'll actually be able to deploy to Kubernetes. That's supposedly a coming alpha feature at some point. I may be leaking that too soon, but hey, We're at Dockercon, so you're supposed to learn something new that you maybe didn't know. So yeah, we're gonna try it again, supposedly at some point, and I'm looking forward to that because I think we need more ideas on it. It would be nice if the tools we had would support Kubernetes rather than new tools that we have to learn on top of Kubernetes after we've already learned Kubernetes to learn yet another tool to manage Kubernetes. Like wouldn't it be nice if just the things we maybe had would already work? I guess it doesn't matter if you don't know those tools, but for a lot of us, we're at tool exhaustion. In fact, one of my rules with teams nowadays is I can't give you a new tool unless we can get rid of a tool. Like that's just going to force us. That's going to force us to like deal with I don't know what. Debt, maybe you would call that tech debt of tools, because if you keep leaving the old tools around, pretty soon we're going to end up with, that one script is actually a little mixture of, we got the Go in there now, and it's got some little Python, and then we got some batch from the original things, some bash files, yeah, and then you end up with 5 technologies to do the thing that one does. And so anyway, I just tend to prevent that from happening by saying, nope, can't have that until we get, what can it replace? Because usually you can replace something. Anyway. For those of you that are in the Q&A, we only have a few minutes left. So if you have any burning questions that I did not answer, please repeat them. And because the chat is heavy and I may have missed you. So apologies. There are some questions in there, by the way, that I didn't specifically address because they're not on topic. So we can't help you lock down.
Right.
We can't help you lock down your serverless environment that you didn't name because every serverless product is different completely. Not that wasn't a great question, just not a great question for this particular moment. Cognitive load. Mike mentions
that's
cognitive
super
load.
relevant though, right? Like,
yeah.
Like if you want to go out on a limb and make the bold statement that every serverless environment is totally different, in that world, like how is anyone supposed to develop transferable skill sets, right? Like how am I supposed to like confidently invest in learning Lambda primitives when the next job that a person might take is in GKE or is Azure specific, right? And so there's a little bit of it, people have to know, they have to be confident enough to invest in their education, and whether it's like by literally funding education and going to school or paying for courses or just with their time. And that's when we have such radically different systems between major providers, it doesn't lend well to people wanting to study it.
Yeah. It seems we've answered all their questions because people are not blowing us away with of course we are 30 seconds behind real time, so maybe I need to give them a couple more seconds. What is the airspeed velocity of the unladen swallow? I did not wear my proper clothing today for a Holy Grail joke. The Knights Who Say Knee. Transferable skill sets.
That's going back a ways.
Yeah.
Serverless, transferable
more
skill
serverless
sets,
questions. Yeah, and that's the thing is, that's one of the things about Docker is that now when I walk into a room and someone's saying they're using Docker, I automatically, it's like a kinship, right? It's like, okay, I understand that you probably know some of these basic things. I used to think that about 12-factor, but I'm actually finding that it's almost like we need another round of everybody talking about 12-factor for a while because it got lost in the zeitgeist of container land, and then people stopped, like, I continue to find teams that are never made that jump. Never made that jump. So they're pre 12-factor, so they're not storing things in environment variables. They're not making things in isolation. They're bundling it all in, multiple programming languages in the same repo with a whole bunch of stuff. And but they're now trying to use Docker and Kubernetes. And this is what goes back to the YAML that has every configuration option because we got to deal with old apps that people aren't designing well. And I don't know. I think we're doing maybe a disservice sometimes when we're always talking about the newest thing instead of saying, hey, let's learn about this new hotness called 12-factor. Maybe you should go back to Heroku's original statement of a cloud distributed system. Anyway.
But the only way for that to succeed is actually for you to come up with a new name for the same thing. That's what we do continuously, right?
But what I'm saying is if you call it 12-factor,
microservices are not different. Yeah, I mean, anything, 13 factor apps or whatever. It needs to be different, right?
13 factor.
It's not CGI, Ben. It's serverless, right? It's Lambda. It's not a servlet, right? I think, yeah, it's the problem with 12 factor and the problem with a lot of these things is that people actually don't care. People want to get things done. They want to build their project. I would prefer that they not care. I would prefer that they get things done and build their project. You certainly do not need to build a 12-factor app in order to ship software. You certainly don't need to I would anticipate a lot of pushback on 12-factor app for the same reason there's pushback on microservices. Like you don't need a 12-factor app for most applications. You can get away just fine with doing things the way before we started the 12-factor, sort of pseudo religion. And so like 12-factor being non-12-factor works exactly for the same reasons. You can roll monoliths all day long today.
Yeah.
They might not work with the rest of the ecosystem that depends on state isolation and, unified log streaming and environment agnosticism. But at the end of the day, I don't know. People just want to they want to move the little card from left to right and have their software done and ship their product and
get the
start
dopamine
selling
hit. You got to get the dopamine hit when you move that thing and you're like, task finished. And you got the little.
And don't get me wrong.
And we get the little meme, the baby meme when he's got the fist, because we got to end with memes.
Yeah,
that's what I want.
And get and deliver value. Like it's good. Don't get me wrong. Like this is not a bad thing. I'm not slighting anyone. This is please just deliver the value. I don't care if it's 12-factor until we will care at some point when we have to scale it.
Yeah. All right. This is a great conversation, but we are out of time, and I'm going to have to apologize to cut you all short. But I do appreciate you all from coming. So quick, let's go all the way around the room. Where can people find you on the internet? I'm at Brett Fisher on Twitter.
At VFarsik, Twitter.
Or you can look
at
below.
Ulrich Anais, URLICHS Anais, and then you will find everything.
Well, and they're below the video too.
Yeah, I'm at All In Geek on Twitter.
All In Geek. All right. Well, thank you so much, friends, to be on this show and take some time out of your busy schedule to be here. And coming up next, we've got another live panel. This is actually going to be the Women in Tech panel, and we will see you over there. I will see you after that panel at the end of the day. Ciao, everyone.
Bye.
Cheers.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. We're at the kind of tail end of the day, but I think the most important panel is now happening, a Women in Tech panel. So I'm Hema Ganapathy. I'm one of the moderators for today's panel, and my co-moderator is Yui Kao. So I'll just have her say hi.
Hi, I'm Yui Kao, Senior Director of Product Management at Docker.
And yes, I'm also at Docker. And Yui, I was so excited when you agreed to do this today. it was really exciting for me that you wanted to co-lead a Women in Tech panel. And for me, this is something that is really important. I was a coder for many decades and didn't really have the opportunity to interface with other women who are also developers. And I'm wondering, was that something similar for you, Yui? Like how, how was it for you?
I started out in certainly in school, not so many women there, but I started out in QA, and the QA team I was on was majority women actually, but the development crew, the software developers, mostly men. So I had a good mix of women support in my early career. And then I joined Pivotal later on, and they made a big point of diversity, and that's one of the things that's important to me as I look for jobs in the future.
Yeah, I agree. Diversity is really important. And, at Docker, we're also very supportive and really believe and support diversity in all its forms. You saw the community rooms, the different language support that we're trying to foster. And it really was very heartening for me to see that there were other women presenters, lots of women presenters. So that was really great. We want to actually place the focus on some of our women captains and developers that we have in our community. And so I'm going to ask our panel members to introduce themselves, but I have a question for you first. As you introduce yourself, I'd like you to give your name and where you work and how many years you've been developing, and let's add a personal touch to it. What's your favorite dish to eat? Your favorite food or your favorite dish? So I'm going to introduce myself. I'll just model that. So I'm Hema Ganapathy. I'm at Docker, product marketing. I've been in tech way too long, probably over 35 years. I started coding on a PDP-8. So if anyone knows what a PDP-8 is, well, I'll give you 5 points. And I love developing actually. And one of my favorite languages to program in is assembler, although I programmed in all kinds of other things as well, Python and Java and C++, but I'm hardcore kind of assembler girl. And my favorite dish right now, I'm really feeling like a paella. So, and I'm going to hand it over to Yui. And let's not forget to answer what your favorite language is to program in as well.
Yes. I messed up and did this earlier, but yes, I'm Yui Kao, Senior Director of Product Management at Docker. Been developing I guess in tech for about 20 years now. My favorite dish is a creme brulee for dessert. And favorite language to code in, I'd say Python.
Awesome, thank you. I'm going to hand it over to Julie. Please introduce yourself and favorite dish, years of experience, and what's your favorite language to program in?
Sure. Hi, I'm Julie Lerman. I'm a software coach. I'm independent. I've been writing software for about 35 years. And probably the bulk of that I've been independent. I do a lot of .NET development these days. So, C# is where I'm at. You had me at creme brulee, but I was actually thinking about coconut curry because my husband doesn't like it. So whenever he goes away, I just empty out the refrigerator and put coconut curry in the pan, and I'm just so happy.
Thank you, Julie. I'm going to ask Melissa to answer the questions and introduce herself.
Hi, I'm Melissa McKay. Currently, I'm a developer advocate for JFrog and have been for almost a year and a half now. Prior to that, I have about 20 plus years of experience in development, various levels, various organizations. Assembler was a required class when I went to school. I enjoyed it, but certainly not for production. In my job, I really liked Java. That was my language. So Java server-side was the majority of my career. Obviously, you can't just do one language anymore, right? I mean, there's all of these things that come down the line. So I've done front-end development as well, and Python and JavaScript and all of that good stuff as well. Rust is my next move. I really want to start looking at that and see what can be done there. It's a pretty cool language. My favorite dish, I say this changes every day, and I think the last time we talked, Hema, I have the same answer today. It is domo tequillas, stuffed olive leaves. And there's a really cool Mediterranean bar at my local grocery store. I'm going to head there right after this, I think.
Yes, no, you're making me hungry. I think I might do the same. Thank you, Melissa. Jocelyn.
Hi, I'm Jocelyn Matthews. I work at Storage. I'm the community manager there. And prior to that, I was an engineer for many, many years. So it's a bit hard to quantify how long I've been doing this. It is decades for sure. I would say that my favorite food and my favorite language are the same in that they both change constantly. So I'm a sucker for anything Korean, anything Korean for sure. And languages, I will always have a soft spot for skiing.
Great answer. I want to encourage people in the chat rooms to ask questions. So we do have, you and I, some canned questions, but we want to get some interaction going. And so please ask any questions that you'd like to the panelists. And if you want to direct it to a specific panelist, please let us know. I'm checking the chat all the time. So we'd love to get that participation. But, some of the people, the comments that are coming through the panel is that they're very excited to see us all talking together and they really like it. There's people from Austin and Denmark. So we have a good engagement going on. One of the other questions I wanted to ask you, we can't ignore the fact that, of course, we're women developers in a male-oriented, male-centric, dominated profession. I want to know what experiences led you to a career as a developer, and what has your experience been as a woman developer? And I'm going to actually ask Julie to answer that first.
Well, I took a basic class in college. I had all this mathy background, and I definitely, it came pretty naturally to me, right? It just made sense. Maybe I didn't realize back then what a control freak I was, which has a lot to do with coding and controlling the computers. I also had no idea I was a nerd, but I think in high school people did know that. Looking back on it, all makes sense now. So that really was my introduction, although I never really thought of it as a career. I had my eyes set on a completely different kind of career, but I moved to New York City after I graduated college, and I really just fell into it, and it was back in the days when there weren't computers everywhere. I was in a company with 1,000 people, and there was one computer, and it was on my boss's desk, and within a couple of weeks it was on mine because I was figuring everything out. And it just kind of all went from there. And it's really interesting. I know there's so many women have varied experiences as women in IT and tech, and I've been really fortunate. I think, some of that has to do with the fact that I did go to an all-women's college. And I grew up with a mother who was, doing all kinds of stuff and traveling and everything, and just never stopped to question if I belonged somewhere that I was, so it was kind of a privileged position that I was in, I think. And I also had some really wonderful women mentors in the community that I was in, the Foxborough community back in the 80s in New York. There were 3 women who were really leaders in the community. And I was the only other woman there of everybody. And they really took me under their wings. And I think I got kind of a head start, and never really felt like I didn't, I shouldn't be where I was. And also being independent, I think for so many years, also I wasn't in, kind of a toxic environment because I had a lot of street cred for my clients and everything. So
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Julie. Aaliyah says that that's awesome at Julie, so that's great. There was a question as to whether we can elaborate on our career path. So I think that's part of my question is kind of what led you to be a developer. So I want to highlight that Julie and Melissa are both Docker captains. So I'm actually going to hand it over to Melissa right now.
Yeah, so I didn't know computer science or programming or coding of any sort existed until my freshman year of college. So I really felt immediately behind. The only reason I got into it was because I started heading toward an electrical engineering degree. And one of the required classes for the first year was to take a beginner's computer science course. The very first thing I learned was, math and binary, and I just fell in love. I couldn't do it anymore. I went to the records department and I changed my major right then and there within that first semester. So I changed my major to computer science. I was also very fortunate when I started getting employed. I got an internship at a company. The CEO was a woman at the time. There were very small teams. It was a small company to begin with, but I think every team I've been on, there was at least one other woman. So I've also had good experience with mentors, and it was never really strange. Every now and then I'll get the offhanded comment like, you don't look like a developer, something like that. But, those things are just funny. You just brush them off. And once you prove yourself and, you get out there, I really felt like I've been supported along the way. And there may be some generational differences there. I think maybe in my generation, we're standing on the shoulders of others that have paved the way. So it's a little bit easier for us now, more acceptable, I guess. But yeah, that was my experience of becoming a software developer.
Thank you, Melissa. What about you, Jocelyn?
So my path was I moved out and started living by myself early, and I had a job in a call center. And I had a fear that I was going to get promoted. And the problem with getting promoted was that then I would have to stay in that job because it would pay more money. And then I just saw this lifetime stretching out for me where I was like managing stuff that I had no interest in. And around this time, I also began to teach myself how to code. So I'd come home every night and I'd start coding, and I'd code till, 2 or 3 in the morning, and then, get up a few hours later and go back to work. And I made a proof of concept, which work was not interested in. And so I said, well, I'm going to shop this around. And that was really the point that I entered the industry. My path was very non-traditional, and I'm putting that out there because I know that there are many vectors into what we do, and every vector is valid. So if you came through a computer science program, if you came from a family where you grew up coding, if you came from a self-taught background, all of these things can get you to where you need to be. I eventually did go to college many years later and do computer science-y stuff. But my real learning came from when I took the bull by the horns and decided that I was going to make that change in my life. And then, I actually taught programming at the college level for a couple of years in the California system. And then I decided that I really wanted to work more people-facing. And what I'm really striving for is a landscape where people don't have to say, oh, first you prove yourself and then you're accepted, and just jump directly to that thing where you show up and you don't have to waste your energy. It's such a waste, right? Like, use your energy to do interesting stuff, solve interesting problems, make interesting projects, and don't spend on something boring like trying to convince somebody that you deserve something that is your right by nature anyway. So that's what I do now, and that's what I'm probably going to continue to do for the foreseeable future.
Thank you, Jocelyn. I would love to hear from Yui. What kind of led you to be a developer, and what has your experience been as a woman?
Yeah. It was about junior year in college at UC Davis, go Aggies, when I realized, biochemistry was not for me. It was probably a little bit to do with the 7 a.m. Class and me not wanting to wake up for that. But then I started to look around at what are my other interests? I'd always been kind of tech support for my family at that point. back in the early 2000s, I was the one who was always figuring out how does the printer work and how to fix these things. And so I started exploring computer science, and then I just fell in love with like building things. And then when I graduated, I started out as a QA engineer, got really interested in building QA automation or software automation around testing back in the very early days of Selenium, where you're like recording stuff and the test scripts and tons of VMs sitting under my desk running lots of tests all in parallel. And did that for several years. And then I joined a different company, started out in QA, but then I was persuaded over to manage a backlog because one of the leaders in the companies thought that I understood the system better than one of the other product managers, and thought, hey, would you be interested in doing this? And at first, I was quite terrified of doing it because I didn't really like talking to customers. I had a lot of empathy for customers and trying to understand what they were doing. But I had a lot of great support from my manager at the time, slowly letting me work my way up towards that, getting involved, shadowing, that kind of thing. So I had a really good experience from there. Being supported by my manager. But overall, I've definitely had those experiences of, being a woman in tech and being a little bit that leadership can look a little bit different. It can be more supportive. And doesn't have to be so loud and bombastic.
Thank you, Yui. I'll share a little bit about myself, and then I want to share with you on the panel some of the comments that have been coming in. My story is, I was also really good at math and science like Julie, and it was kind of like, engineering felt like a really good fit for me. But I had taken a computer science class when I was 12 or 13, and I was hooked. And it was like an introductory computer science class at my high school. Remember, I have a long history. I coded with punch cards, the whole bit. I loved it. I couldn't get enough of it. And so I did electrical engineering. And in fact, one of my professors actually said to me, hey, wouldn't you feel more comfortable with a pair of knitting needles at home than working on a circuit board in class? Yes. And that has kind of been a little bit my experience. And I said to him, no, sir, I'm really more comfortable working on a circuit board and coding to it. So most of my career was spent software engineer. And like I said, my favorite programming language is assembler, like super geek. I rewrote a BIOS from scratch, one of the best projects I ever worked on. I loved it. I just want to get right down in those registers. But at some point, I kind of went over to the dark side, product marketing, product management for many years, because I wanted to understand what the customer wanted. I wanted to understand, okay, why was I coding that feature? I wanted to understand the drivers behind that. And so that was really interesting to be an engineer, product manager. It was really, I found that very fulfilling. And so I really enjoyed that. I'm going to read you a couple of comments here. Oh, some person says, way to go, Yui. Another person says, thank you so much. And one person says, all of these backgrounds give me confidence. Thank you so much. And that's what I love hearing. Yeah, another one for way to go, Yui. I've had to prove myself a lot of the time. The sad thing is that I had to prove myself to my female managers as well. So yeah, I'm going to hand over to you, Yui.
Yeah, I'd love to hear more from the rest of you about, how have you been using Docker and how did you get introduced to Docker? Maybe we could start with Jocelyn.
Sure. So what we do, where I work now, what we do is we use Docker mainly for container distribution. So storage nodes are run inside a Docker container. So I spend a lot of time helping people through that process. And I have some upcoming, I won't talk about the upcoming projects because we're supposed to keep the answers short, but there's also some other really cool stuff to explore that I'm really excited about too.
Awesome. What about you, Julie? How long have you been using Docker, and how did you get introduced to it?
Well, I've been using Docker for about 5 years, and it took me a while of seeing it and other people using it, but most of the people that I knew talking about it were coming in from a DevOps and deployment perspective. So I, didn't, as a developer, didn't really see so much of a need for it. But my hook was when I do a lot of work with data access, and I'm not a DBA, but getting data in and out of your applications. So when Microsoft created SQL Server for Linux and put it in a container, I thought, oh, that's interesting. And I had a new MacBook I'd been coding on, and I thought, oh, how does that work? That's pretty cool. So, that was my first introduction. And of course, Docker run for a SQL Server container in half a minute or less, and that's just because it's running SQL script, is a lot easier than installing SQL Server onto a computer. So yeah, that was definitely how I got pulled in, and then learned more and more and more, and kept going.
That's so great to hear. I love when people use our product. Melissa, what about you? How long have you been using Docker, and how did you get introduced to it?
About a similar period of time as Julie, maybe a little less, in 4 years or so. I got introduced because it was part of a project that came in from a third-party company that we had contracted out to do some work for us. And we brought all of the code internal, at least at the state it was in, and then my team was responsible for maintaining it, adding features, that kind of stuff. Right away, as soon as I had access to the source code, I saw a Docker file. And I'm like, what is that? I haven't seen that before. So obviously I was the team lead, so I kind of need to know what I'm doing. I went out, did a lot of research, found my way around. I felt like it was a sink or swim experience, but the very first thing I did was download Docker Desktop and just started playing with it and started bringing the application up. The instructions were great. This company did a really good job. And, since then, Docker Desktop is blows me away. It's so much better. Even now, even just a few years ago, it was okay. I was able to do my stuff, but now it's really awesome. The new GUI is pretty nice, being able to see my clusters without having to do everything command line. I still do, but that was really nice to see that feature was added. Anyway, one of the biggest things about this project that thrilled me was the way that they did their CI/CD. That was new to us as our whole team. We were all just coming onto a DevOps team and learning how these processes work. And we were responsible for setting up our build server and deployment to test environments and things like that. And when I started peeling back, this code base and looking under the covers, it was really cool how they had this done. They had these automated tests that would be launched in a container, and you could tell right away if you could promote that build or not. It was pretty cool. One other thing that I have to include about that story in this project was it took in a lot of requests that were very heavy video, audio processing requests. And we ran into a situation where it just fell over. We noticed that our Docker containers, they restart all the time, and we had to figure out why that was happening. And come to find out, all we needed to do, at least the first step, was take it apart. We took apart the front end, took apart the back end, and we were able to scale that back end a lot differently and easily with the containers, being able to launch them on our VMs. It was pretty awesome experience. It was rocky at first. We were all learning, but once we got that thing up and running, it was pretty cool.
So great. It's such a great story to hear. Hema, what about you? You work for Docker, but how long have you been using Docker?
Well, I've known about Docker for years, and I'm not hands-on coding right now, but I'd always known what Docker was up to. I mean, the name is ubiquitous. You say Docker, and everyone's like, yeah, I know what Docker is. But I think the funniest story is when I started working at Docker, I told my husband, who is a super techie, and he was just beside himself. He was so excited, and I thought, okay, yeah, if he's that.
Finally, down here, we have the command. There is two ways to write this command. We are using the array syntax here. Basically, we can see each argument is in its own string here in the array. But another way to do this would be to basically just, write it all out as one big string here, not as an array. And one difference between this is when you run the array syntax, G-unicorn in this case is going to be PID1 in the container. But if you did the string variant of that, then bash or whatever shell that you have configured is going to be PID1. One, I guess, gotcha around this is, you can't do any shell scripting here. So like if you wanted to do like and or whatever, you'd have to do the string syntax and not the array syntax. But now let's get back to the entry points here. And before we look at this file, notice here that we are copying in our assets here from the Webpack one to /public. So now let's take a look here at this entry point file, and this will run when the container starts. And you can do whatever you want in an entry file, but in this case, what we're doing is we're actually removing all of the assets that we have in this public directory, and then we're copying in from that /public directory the new assets that were copied over from Webpack, and that's actually going to copy these into /app/public, because that's basically what the copy command does here. It will put them in public. Then we can actually volume mount them out on the host, and Nginx can read them nicely. Can't really go too much deeper than that for the sake of time here, but if you know a better way to do this, let me know. But this pattern has been working. Going back to this compose YAML file real quick here on the bottom, notice for the web worker, we're not really dealing with assets there, so we just set the entry point to be empty so that it actually doesn't do any work. I noticed that without this line here, I was getting some copy errors because there was a race condition where the web server and the
I saw a talk, this was a few years ago now, but it was just a silly talk on IoT stuff that you can do, just random Internet of Things. And this particular talk was how to customize your Roomba and like give it commands and stuff. And I really, really want to do that. I want to get more involved with that. And my next goal here is to get like a 3D printer and stuff too, so I can start making some stuff. And I'm pretty excited about that.
Yeah, who wants to jump in next? Julia, I'm going to pick on you. What technology excites you the most?
Well, how Melissa kind of pinned me there too, because my looking ahead is for a lot of people still looking behind. I've had this little Raspberry Pi sitting on my desk for 3 years now. I want to learn how to solder, right? Like I never get to it. But there's something that is actually a pretty new and
and I'm excited to be here with you to talk about write once, deploy everywhere using configuration. So configure to deploy everywhere. And this should be a pretty fun talk, but I'm going to start off with a lot of theory and kind of the principles of it. And then we'll actually dive into some demo applications and deployments and how to see this actually pan out. In many ways, this is a getting back to the basics talk, to talk about some of the fundamentals and some of the underlying principles. And I recognize for many of you, this may be things that you already know about. But for many others, especially if you're new to the container world, this might be pretty beneficial. So hopefully you'll be able to follow along, and it shouldn't be too advanced anyways. So when Docker first made their first website, and granted they had a little bit before this, but this is one of the earliest websites, they had this catchphrase of build, ship, and run any app anywhere. And even as of just earlier this month, their website had this tagline: accelerate how you build, share, and run modern applications. And so really this idea of being able to package up a container and then run it anywhere is super, super powerful. But I often hear things like this: I'm going to deploy to Kubernetes or to ECS or to fill in the blank, so that must mean I need to develop using Kubernetes or ECS or Swarm or whatever, fill in the blank, right? Well, when I hear that, I immediately think of just a rocket crashing and burning, because Kubernetes and ECS, these deployment frameworks aren't really designed for local development. And hopefully as we talk about this a little bit more, you'll come to understand. In many ways, I see this as a parallel to something like this. If I'm shipping my goods via rail, on a train, that must mean I need to pack them on a rail car, right? Well, it's a similar situation. A rocket just crashing and burning. Okay, so why do I feel this way? I actually did quite a bit of research in preparation for this talk and learned about a lot of the standards of shipping containers, of intermodal containers. Each corner of a shipping container meets the specifications of ISO 1161, and it defines the fitting and the size and the dimensions and the weight capacity and everything for these corner castings. The casting has an oval shape on the bottom, where then what's called a twist lock will fit into the oval, and then it twists, and because the hole is an oval, when it twists, it can no longer come out of it. Okay, and it prevents escape. And what we see down here, let me grab the laser pointer, is so this is an example of one of the castings, and what happens is it slides on this, they twist the twist lock, and then it locks it in place. But a container has 4 of these on the bottom, 4 of these on the top, and allows them to stack the containers as high as they want to go. Okay. In the shipping industry, these are seen all over the place. So in trucks, for example, that move them around, you can attach a shipping container to a truck, and it's got a twist lock to attach the container to the truck. And in fact, I was just looking at some interesting statistics. Over the last 10 to 15 years, the number of shipping containers that have that are going across U.S. railway anyways have increased dramatically. And I saw in several reports, including this one, that one of the big reasons for that is because now they can stack these things two containers high, where in the past where they were using trailers, they couldn't stack the trailers, and so they're actually able to move more goods using containers. And so it's kind of interesting to hear of software containers continuing to take off, and yet in many ways shipping containers are still continuing to take off, especially here in the United States anyways. But so when we think of ISO 1611 for corner castings, what are the similar standards for software containers? Okay, some of these standards, actually most of these, are defined by what's called the Open Container Initiative, or OCI. And a lot of this work was spun out of a lot of the early work of Docker, and Docker really tried to make open standards that would help the industry standardize on things, so not everybody has a different version of what's a container and what's an image. So OCI defines an image specification, a runtime specification, as of just a couple weeks ago, a distribution specification as well for the API endpoints for a registry, etc. While there are many OCI compliant runtimes, the one that gets probably the most use is called Containerd. And again, we're not going to spend a lot of time talking at this low level, but it's important to understand that there are standards at play here. And Containerd is a CNCF graduated project, which is pretty awesome. So who's using Containerd? Pretty much anybody that you're going to be interacting with. So the Docker engine's been using it for many, many years, since the 1.11 release, which if I check my speaker notes real quick, that was in April 2016, so a long time ago. Fargate is using Containerd under the hood. The IBM Cloud Container Engine, the Google Container Engine, they're all using Containerd. Kubernetes, I think a lot of people heard the fiasco. Oh my goodness, Kubernetes is killing Docker. No, they're just switching to the Containerd shim, which had been planned all along to, again, start up containers and deploy them in a much lighter weight version format. Okay, so Containerd gets a lot of mileage, a lot of usage. Okay, so what are some of these specifications? I want to talk specifically about configuring applications. If you haven't heard of the 12-Factor app, I would highly encourage you to check it out. It's at 12factor.net, and it has 12 different principles on how to build cloud-native applications so that your application can be portable. And just to note, this was written before containers were really a thing. But anyways, one of those principles, one of those tenets, one of those factors is called config. And they define config as such. An app's config is everything that is likely to vary between deploys, so between staging, production, developer environments, etc. A litmus test for whether an app has all config correctly factored out of the code is whether the code base could be made open source at any moment without compromising any credentials. And I know for some of us that could be a scary thought. But again, what's varying? What are our secrets? What are our credentials? That's config. Okay. One of the things that I will also break it down a little bit is configuration is composed of two main ideas here. And you'll see this get represented a lot, especially the container orchestration systems. And so we'll see this come up a little bit later as well. So again, config encompasses anything that might vary. And a lot of times what you hear is config, and then you'll hear secrets. And a lot of times people are like, what's the difference? Okay. Think of secrets as anything that's sensitive, so database credentials, API keys, etc. While config is, again, everything that will vary. Yes, your API keys and your database credentials may certainly rotate, but they're a little more sensitive, and so they need to be handled maybe with a little bit more care. So a good kind of graphical representation, or secrets are a subset of your overall config because they're still varying based on deploy, but they need to be treated a little bit differently. And so we'll talk about that in just a little bit. Okay. So one of the things that the 12-Factor app talks about is environment variables. It says the 12-Factor app stores config in environment variables, often shortened to env vars or just env. Okay. And going back to the OCI runtime spec actually has an entire section, or okay, not an entire section, it's mostly just one line that says, for process configuration when starting a new container, the env key is used to define environment variables. Okay, so they support environment variables, and I think we all know that if you've ever launched a container, you can specify environment variables when you can launch that container. That's part of the specification. Every container that's OCI compliant, every runtime, will have to support environment variables. Okay. In case you're not familiar with what environment variables are, no worries. I'll just briefly describe them. Environment variables are defined kind of in the parent process and then passed along to children processes. And all processes by default will inherit the environment of its parent, but that can be configurable, of course. And pretty much every language or framework will provide access to the environment variables. So this is an example in Node where I'm just going to do a console log, and to access the environment variables, I use the process.env object. And then from there, it's the name of the environment variable. So when I actually run this, I'll say export message equals greetings. And now when I run this script, it's going to populate process.env.message with the value of message. Okay, so I can specify this variable, and I can run it, and it passes it along. And so I can use the same script now and run it in different places, just swap out the variable value, and now I can run it in lots of different configurations. Obviously, this is a pretty contrived example, but you can imagine doing this with larger types of apps as well. So when should you use and not use environment variables? I know there's a lot of debate, but I'm a pretty big stickler about this. Environment variables are completely fine for changing options or labels or non-secret data. Environment variables, for me personally, and I think a lot of other people will agree with this, is they should rarely be used for secret data. So they shouldn't be used for your database credentials or that kind of stuff. And the reason why is because they're leaked too easily and too often. I think, there's a lot of third-party scripts, especially if you're using like error reporting or exception handling kind of stuff, that they'll bundle up a context of here was the environment at that time. Well, if that environment contains the environment variables, well, guess what? You just ship that off to a third party for debugging or that kind of stuff. And as just a quick example, let's switch over to Visual Studio Code here. I've got a Docker Compose file that's going to just start a PHP app and have some environment variables with a database host and a user and a password. And then my index.php, which is just super simple, is just going to do a PHP info. So let me spin this up real quick. And I will switch to my browser here, and I will refresh. And in case you don't know what PHP info, it just is basically a system dump of all the server configuration and everything. But if I go to environment, and if I kind of scroll through here, let's see, did I miss it? There it is. Okay, I went to the wrong environment. So DB password. Well, guess what? It just printed my password out to the screen there, as well as my DB host and everything else there. So again, like a lot of WordPress installations may make this available to system administrators or that kind of stuff. This environment variables just get leaked a little too often for my liking anyway. So that's why I really try not to use them more than I need to. Okay, so the other example is use files. And this wasn't really a big thing that existed with Heroku, who wrote the 12-factor app, but this is something that really containers made more accessible. Okay, so by leveraging mounts, file system mounts, etc., we can inject files into containers, and mounts are part of the OCI runtime spec. I know we do a lot of file mounting to mount source code in or persist data, etc. But we can also use it to provide configuration. And so by storing config in the files, we're no longer risking dumping them into our environment variable dumps. And then the app can just pick up the file and configure itself from there. So the app will define, here's the structure of a config file, whether it's YAML or JSON or TOML or properties file or whatever. It says, here's how you can configure me, and then you somehow make that file available. And we'll talk about various mechanisms to make files available to containers. Okay. So using files, a lot of times you may actually see a combination of environment variables and files, and this is actually an example of that. So this is again a node script. So going back to JavaScript, and this get config is saying I'm going to look for the presence of an environment variable, maybe named config file path. And if it's there, I'm going to go ahead and require that. So if it's a JSON, it'll automatically parse it and return it as an object. Otherwise, I'm going to fall back to a default. And so when I use the default, I get the host name of Mongo. Otherwise, if I provide this config JSON, I set the environment variable and now run it. Now I get a different answer for my host name, and it read it from that config file. You don't have to use an environment variable to say, hey, here's the path of the file, but that gives you even more flexibility of where your files can live in your container. And we'll talk about some other frameworks in a minute that maybe prescribe, here's where to drop your config, and that's fine too. So there's not necessarily any right way, but even using this path, if I leaked my environment variables, all it gave me was the path to the file, but not the details itself. So you're still safe here in case your environment variables are leaked. So let's talk about how to actually get files into containers. There are several mechanisms. For local development, just use file mounts, and you can do a Docker run with a -v for a volume and mount in a volume, or Docker Compose as well. When running with orchestration, so whether it's Kubernetes or Swarm or ECS or whatever, you can use config or secrets, and they will make it easy to provide configuration in the orchestration, whether secret or config, and mount that. And we'll see examples of that here in just a minute as well. Finally, configure your environment for what's easiest. So going back to my original slide my original thought of, I deploy in Kubernetes, therefore I must develop in Kubernetes. Well, unless you're writing Kubernetes controllers, you're running a lot of overhead for something that you're really just wanting to run a container. So think about what makes sense for the environment that you're running in. So if you're in development, just use containers, use Docker Compose, use something that's much lighter weight than a full-on Kubernetes cluster in your local development. And this sub-bullet point, it's perfectly fine to have different YAML or manifest for local development than it is for your production, your deploys. You're typically going to have to change various config. You're not going to be able to use the same YAML document for local development as you do for production. And that's fine, okay? That's perfectly fine. So secrets and orchestration. Secrets are typically stored within the cluster, and they're stored encrypted at rest, blah, 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 blah. And then they're provided only to the authorized containers. And to an app, it's simply just a file that somehow magically appeared, okay? And pretty much every orchestration framework, that file will be in a tempfs volume, which means it sits only in memory and it will never actually touch the file system. And so this is what it looks like in the Kubernetes API. The kubelet, the agent that runs in every node, when it is told, hey, run a pod, it gets the secret for that pod and puts it in a volume, which then is mounted into the pod. And this actually lets it, and Kubernetes does this, Swarm doesn't do it this way, but if the secret value was to be updated, it would update the file in the volume, so then the pod can get the updated secret without having to rotate the pod or restart it. So there's some kind of nice things that come along with that as well. But again, it's just a volume mount. And that volume is being populated by the orchestration agent that's running on the node. And it's the same thing with Swarm as well. So external config, if you need to get config or secrets from something that's not running, or from secrets that aren't in the cluster, how do you do that? Well, we can do that by using a couple different methods. Init containers or sidecar containers are two of the most popular, or you can have startup scripts within your container that go out and fetch the secrets and whatnot. As a quick just demonstration of the difference between these, init containers are basically startup containers that may go and fetch secrets or configuration or do some stuff and populate a volume. And you may have one or n containers and populate a volume, and then finally, that volume is then provided to the main container that will actually start. So imagine one of these is getting secrets from secret store X, puts it in the volume. When the main container starts, it doesn't know how those files, how those secrets showed up. It just knows, okay, hey, I've got a file here and I'm going to read it and I'm going to go. So it allows you to decouple your application from your secrets management and secret store, which is really awesome. So init containers run in order, and then your main container will run after all the init containers are done. Sidecar containers run concurrently, and the config container may sit here and it may watch for changes and update the volume as changes to the secrets or config or whatever is going. Again, you can make it do whatever, but sidecar containers are running side by side, just like a motorcycle sidecar. They're going along with the container versus init containers, which run and they run and then are done before the main container starts. Okay, so let's look at an example app here. We still have a couple minutes to do this, and this example app might look familiar. I'm actually going to be leveraging the same front-end code of the Docker tutorial, getting started tutorial, but I'm swapping out the backend with a Spring Boot app just to show a different framework. And so we've got a React front end and then a Spring Boot back end that's going to be talking to Mongo. Okay. With Spring Boot, it's actually got some opinionated sources that it can look for config. So it has a config and application properties file that's bundled within the jar file, but then it will also look in a couple other locations at startup. So it'll look for a config subdirectory of the current directory. So wherever the jar is, if there's a config directory, it'll look for an application properties file there. or then the current directory, or the class path, or the class path root. So there's several different places that it can look at, and they go in order of precedence. So if I find something in this first one, it will take the greatest precedence over all the others. Okay. And so we can use this to our advantage. This Spring Boot already has configuration in mind, and that's one thing that makes it really awesome here. So running locally, what might this look like? If I want to run this locally, I could say I want to run this image, and all this code is available on a GitHub repo that I'll link at the end of this. But I've got an image here. I'm going to mount the config properties into the container at app config application properties, and it will use that. And maybe those application properties, maybe by default I'm running Mongo directly on my machine, but now this config properties is going to say, hey, point to this other MongoDB instance rather than somewhere else. And then the client, I may need to reconfigure to point to the API at a different source or whatnot. And so we'll talk about configuring the front end in just a minute. But again, running locally, I may just mount volumes in and the file. At the end of the day, it's just a file. The container knows it's just a file, and we'll use it from there. If I'm doing this with Swarm, maybe it looks a little different because now I've got a little bit more orchestration, and the container may be running on one of N nodes in my cluster. And so I don't know exactly where it's going to run, and I can't just mount a volume. Okay, so the way that I can do that is I can enroll a secret. So I'm going to enroll a secret named app properties. The file is going to be this config properties, and then my app container will reference and say I want to use that secret, but I'm going to put it at this place. So app config application properties. And so again, when my app starts up, it's just going to read that file. It's going to configure itself, and it's going to be great. In fact, maybe we'll just go ahead and do a little demo of that real quick. And I'm going to switch over to Chrome here, where I've got the Play with Docker set up, and I've got a 5-node cluster here, 3 managers, 2 workers, and I've got the Docker stack, config properties, and config JSON. And again, I'll talk about how I'm configuring the front end in just a minute. But if I do a Docker stack deploy, Docker stack, I'll call this DC 2021, and we'll wait for this to deploy. Might have to pull some images depending on just which node it deployed to. All right, so it looks like we're about good to go there. And if I open up the front end, okay, it starts up, and I can say I want to, what are some of my to-do items? Finish recording my talk, and I can save it, and it goes. Now, so if I look at the config here, now for this one, I've changed the Mongo connection to be this, and my core's origins, I had to populate it with the domain that this Play with Docker instance is using. And so again, I'm able to configure where my front end is going to be. And if I look at the config.json that the front end is using, this is how I'm configuring where the back end is located. Again, I'll talk about that a little bit more in just a second. But again, I can use these same containers and now just reconfigure them for where's my front end, where's my back end, where's my database, etc. Okay, let's go back to slides. And with Kubernetes, I can do much the same thing. I can mount my secrets and say, you know, I'm gonna create a secret that has my application properties. I'm gonna create a volume mount and put it at this location and let it go. It works just the same way. Again, to the container, it's just a file on the file system. So let me talk about configuring single page apps real quick. It's important to think about where your config is in your application, and the goal is to externalize the configuration from the JavaScript. Once externalized, then the app can go fetch it from startup, and you could use a custom entry point or mount in the volume or mount in this configuration file, and we'll see what this looks like here in just a second. But what I see too often are things like this, where in maybe a React code, it's using process.env.api host, and that means that this will resolve at build time and get swapped in, and so then you're always stuck with whatever API host was at build time, and you can't change that later on. Okay. Now, if you're doing server-side rendering and that kind of stuff, that's a completely different story. But if you're just building your assets and serving them statically, this will bite you. And so one of the ways that you can solve this is now what I did, and this is just a React example. When my app starts up, I fetch a config JSON that has all the configuration that can change. So in this case, where is my API host? So I fetch that, and then I pass that config to my React app, which sets it in a config context. I say, here's the value, and then anywhere in my app, I can use that context to say, hey, give me the API host. So now when I fetch API host, it's really giving me this value. So localhost 8080/items. And we saw just a second ago when I deployed to Swarm, I swapped that out to this crazy long Swarm, or the Play with Docker name, and I can just reconfigure the app just by swapping out the config JSON. Okay, I don't have to rebuild my front end for all the different places that I might do my front end. Okay, so super powerful there. So configuring with Swarm, all I have to do is swap out the sources, and that's pretty much it. The config JSON, and with Kubernetes, it's much the same way. Let's see. Yeah, I got time for one more demo here. So if let's go to VS Code real fast, and running in Kubernetes, I've got a customized script here that will deploy all the stuff. So feel free to try it out yourself as well. So let me apply all these. And what this is going to do is it's going to make it so if I open up client.localhost, and this may take a second for it to just get started up here. There we go. Okay. Now, so what I did in this case, it's still starting up the backend, so maybe while it's doing that, the application properties, in this case, I'm actually connecting to mongodb.net. So I'm running a Mongo instance in Atlas, in Mongo Atlas, and letting it be my backend here. And then what it's letting me do is, as I save things, I've just reconfigured it to point to somewhere else. Okay. And let's see if it's just taking a second for it to start up here. I'm doing a lot of things on my computer and taxing the CPU a little bit. So, okay, so I see it connecting a little bit. All right. And now if I go back to Chrome and hit the back end, yep. Still waiting for it. The logs are almost done. There we go. Okay. Now it's refreshing. And yes, I know I need to update Chrome, so don't get after me for that. But okay, my items are empty. And now if I refresh my client and say finish Mongo example and save, I can go to Mongo Atlas. And if I refresh this now, I should see a document here. Finish Mongo example there. So I've reconfigured my app to point to a completely different place. In this case, I'm not even running Mongo in a container, and I can swap out where my Mongo database is coming from. So to kind of just recap, containers have standards, just like intermodal containers that allow us to configure how we connect to them and make them portable and reconfigure them. Configuration is one of these mechanisms, and we can use environment variables and files. Again, leverage the files, the orchestration system that you're deploying in, as well as whatever you're developing in. Use what makes the most sense. Write once, configure to deploy anywhere. All my source code is available at this GitHub link. I'll tweet it out and all that kind of stuff as well. And with that, I thank you. And if you've got any more questions, feel free to reach out to me. I'm pretty much everywhere on the internet at MikeSir87, and I'd be happy to get to know you a little bit better. And hope you enjoyed this talk, and I'd love to hear your feedback.
Okay, 15 minutes left. This has been a super long live stream. Okay.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Wow, what a Dockercon. We've been going all day. There's so many great breakout sessions, live panels. Hema, you just came off a live panel. Yeah,
I
super
did.
exciting.
It was great. It was awesome.
So I'm Peter McKee, head of developer relations, and we have Brett Fisher. Hema, why don't everybody just introduce yourself? We have a new guest here. I'm not sure if people know who you are. Scott, maybe you can introduce yourself.
Hello.
Go ahead, Scott.
Hello. Chief
We have
Bottle
Scott
Washer.
Johnson.
Hello.
Yep.
Is this mic on?
All right. Awesome.
So I thought.
Well, cool. What a long day. I think we had some really awesome talks, of course. It was hard to jump around, right, and see everything. So I missed a lot, but I got to see some great talks. I love the Kubernetes talk, the minimal things you need to know from Kubernetes from Elton, which was fantastic. Yeah, I really loved it. And the M1 talk from Tonis. Man, I'm super excited about my M1. Yeah.
I'm super excited about M1. I didn't get a Mac until I knew that Docker would support containers on it. So there you go.
There you go. Everybody should have one.
Yep.
So you're running Windows? We have to talk.
No, that was low. That was low.
It's just a personal preference.
Okay.
No, but so I thought we could talk about, maybe reminisce a little bit, but Scott has the shirt on there. Con you have ever been to, Scott? Is it
that was the first? Yeah, no,
wow.
that was the first one we ever held. So first one we ever held was June 2014. And so it was about 15 months after Docker was open sourced. And we had 300 people all crammed in a little room in a hotel in San Francisco, right? And we had Lego Whale, swag, and talks, and it was What's that? That was the first one. Yeah,
it was the first one. And then after that, I remember I wasn't there, but was it in Amsterdam where the great video where the crowd got to play a video game and they were kicking around the beach balls and it would moved a little arcade character. Brett, you remember this?
Yep.
And you had to move with the crowd. It looked like a nightclub. It was crazy.
It was fantastic. Like those intros were some of the most. It was like being in a nightclub when a new band debuted or something. It was
right. All right. Well, Hema, what is this? This is your first Dockercon, correct?
It is. I feel like I'm just a noob, but I had a great time. Like I said before, kid in the candy store. I learned so much, especially the panels, even from our own Docker individuals. So it was great. I'm enthralled. I'm excited. I'm going to watch all the recordings afterwards, as everyone else will be able to do too, since we got that question a lot. But yeah, super exciting for me.
Yeah, you might have to wait until tomorrow because the adrenaline's just gonna drop. You might just sleep sleep, but then you can watch all the replays tomorrow. I know that's what I'm going to do. Catch up on things.
Sleep would be good.
I have something to talk about. So some of the highlights that I was interested in, maybe someone, it might not be at the top of everybody's mind, but the Verified Publisher Program. I mean, it's incredible, right? That's just about all the security, supply chain security problems that are happening, right? That's a huge win for us, I think, Scott, of having partners around containers and around software joining us and we verify their content. Just building more trust with the community, right?
Yeah, I mean, you saw this theme throughout the conference, right? Is that the security theme kind of ran deep, and you saw a lot of talks and panels, and so this is just kind of playing into that, where it's like, how do you start with content you trust as developers update it, or they put their apps on it and then hand it off to ops and then deploy from there, and so the Verified Publisher Program is just another layer, if you will, of providing kind of trusted content that people want to use in their applications. So yeah, no, I think it's a great ad, and it's very consistent with what you see kind of the conversation in the community that we saw throughout the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Brett, what was the highlight for you for today? Put you on the spot a little bit.
Getting to hang out with my friends again and meet new people. That was basically, at Dockercon, I have so many memories. In fact, earlier today on Twitter, we were throwing up some old pictures of the original captains gathering in Seattle, and we actually got to be captains on little boats. They put us in boats. We didn't have any training, and we got to drive them around in a lake, and it was hilarious. And having those memories and then reliving them with people that were there or people that were a part of that early days of Docker. And that's one of my favorite parts of Docker. Of course, the learning is fantastic, the new features, but yeah, that those memories are the best.
Let me lean into Brett's point. So we're all nerds and introverts, right? So we get excited by the tech and the bits and the bytes, but Brett's point about the community and how it's just grown over the years, and it's always been kind of welcoming to newcomers, as well as providing forums for cutting edge discussions as well. That is one of those things that I think we often don't fully appreciate, don't fully celebrate. And so today was a great example of just celebrating that and putting that front and center of the whole conversations for everything.
Yeah, 100%. In all of the community leaders, the rooms that we had, I mean, we were just chatting before we came on live about the Brazil community room. They're just trucking along, keep going.
Great example. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're just it amazes me every time. And the captains program, right? I mean, everybody on there they're experts in what they do, but not a whole lot of egos. I mean, they're just super nice people, always willing to help. I mean, the whole community is like that, in my opinion, for sure.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Just a couple of highlights that I wanted to share, if I could.
Yeah, I was going to say, Hema, what was your favorite?
My favorite, this is going to sound super geeky, was that people talked about documentation. And so I just wanted to do a call out to Usha, who does such a great job on our documentation. And that as a developer, I mean, documentation was a very important part of what I needed to do. It's like a critical tool for me, and that we had that on the program was great. But of course, Verified Publisher Program, I've been working closely on that. That has been great. We have some great press releases that have gone out from our partners, so I encourage you to check that out. I wanted to share some stats, if that's okay.
Yes,
I think attendees would be very interested. We have over 79,000 people who signed up for Dockercon. So that's a great number. That exceeds last year's number, I believe. And we had the 22...
you get the DJ horn.
I get the sound.
You get the horn.
That's great. And then we had about 23,000 attendees during the day today, which is also incredible. And we're still crunching those numbers, but it's wonderful. And then the GoFundMe, we're sitting at about a little over $1,000. So, DockerCon doesn't end after this. There's still recordings and presentations you can look at, and the GoFundMe will still be up for a while. So I encourage you to donate for that.
Yeah.
But those are just some interesting stats.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, it's amazing the numbers that happen. And again, I think it's because of the community for real. There's just so many great folks. Yeah. I mean, the chat is just on fire, right? Everybody wants to engage so much. It just flies by, right?
Well, you see it, right? You see folks waking up at 2 a.m., 3 a.m. to participate, and it's not part of it's for the content, but a lot of it is the community, because they know they're going to find folks willing to answer questions, willing to share. And how often do you experience that in tech communities? And so I think that's what makes Docker special. There's a lot of great communities out there, but the Docker community is really special in that sense of like you can wade in, you can be a newbie, you can be an expert, and there's a place for you, right? There's a place for you to share, there's a place for you to learn, and there's always something to learn. There's always something you can share with someone else. And I think that's something that we all should like celebrate, but also work hard and be deliberate to kind of preserve, right? And protect as we grow this to like 80,000 this year, 100,000 next year, 200,000 million after that, right?
Yeah. 100%. Yeah. It's important to stay authentic and true to our roots for sure. And I think it's one of the biggest reasons I am here at Docker is because of the community. The tools are awesome too. I'm a big fan for sure. And that's what drew me in, but I stay for the people, one, that I work with, and two, the broader community. I think it's one of the best in the industry. I possibly could be a little biased, but I truly believe that.
It's okay, Peter. You're allowed to be biased.
What do
you see the timestamps rolling here in the chat.
Yeah.
You got 1:30 in the morning in the UK, 2:25 in the morning where in Switzerland. So yeah, that's great.
Philippines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jacob Howard was on my panel for dev containers, right? He's in Ukraine, and he's like, yeah, no problem. I'll wake up. I'd love to be on. Right?
There you go.
It's amazing. Yeah. And this might be, I risk not thinking too far in the future, but sitting in America, looking at COVID, right? I think we're starting to come out of it a little bit. The rest of the world is, still struggling a bit, but it'd be interesting. Let's say everything goes well, right? Some kind of hybrid event seems interesting to me. Possibly some local events that, these communities are coming together live to watch and to also do their thing. I don't know anybody's thoughts about, what a hybrid model looks like next year, or maybe a year and a half. I don't know, but yeah,
I think Peter, I think you're spot on. And that's the topic of the moment, right? It's like, how do you preserve the wonderful reach and accessibility that we're seeing today, right? And last year with the virtual conferences, but we also know that like the face-to-face in person, our IRL conferences also have a lot of value, right? So how do you blend the two of those and still have a great experience? Honestly, like community, like give it
the power of sitting down beside someone, like you mentioned earlier, Scott, where a lot of us are introverts, and so the screen in front of us is a little bit hard, but those connections you make in the hallways after the talks in the hotel lobby, I mean, they're just gold.
Whiteboarding on a like it's invaluable, right?
Yeah. Well, awesome. Brett, time check. Where are we at here?
We are at time.
Okay. It felt like that. Oh man. Oh, bummer. Well, it's been a great day. My opinion.
We don't have to say goodbye. We just have to say, see you later.
It's good night. It's not goodbye. That's right.
Yeah. Well, thanks, guys, for jumping on here at the end and chatting with everybody. I really appreciate it. And thank you to the Docker community, all the speakers, all the panelists, all the keynote speakers, everybody behind the scenes did a phenomenal job. I'm super excited to be part of this team, and I totally look forward to being able to see everybody in person. And I'll shut up and let anybody else close out. I don't want to be the last one, but
well done, Peter. Well done, Brett. And look, Docker community is what makes this strong, makes it work. And through trials like COVID and other challenges of last year, the community held strong, right? And so let's all respect that. Let's cherish that. Let's protect that. And let's look forward in the next 12 months, have a great 12 months, and figure out what DockerCon 2022 looks like that can include all these great voices, have as much interactivity, whether it's on-prem, whether it's virtual, whether it's hybrid. And just want to say thank you to community. Thank you to the sponsors. Thank you to the Docker team who went above and beyond to make this happen. Thank you to the Docker captains and the community behind the scenes. Phenomenal event. I just want to thank everyone so much.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Well, that'll wrap it up. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon.
Awesome.
All right.
Bye now.
Thanks, everyone. Docker.
Okay. Perfect. So thank you if you are still watching. This has been an 8.5 hour live stream, probably the longest of my YouTube channel. It's 2:30 a.m. in Italy, and so I think and I'm going to bed now, and tomorrow I'll try to edit it, and I want to publish a video with some highlights of this very great event. Thank you.